Chapter 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 1 Sherman's Campaign to the Chattahoochee. The great campaign of 1864 in the West opened with the precision of clockwork at the same moment that Grant crossed the Rapidan and plunged into the wilderness in Virginia. A month before, Grant had communicated to Sherman his entire plan of campaign, telling him with considerable detail all that he expected others to do, but saying to him simply, "You I propose to move against Johnston's army, to break it up, and to get into the interior of the enemy's country as far as you can, inflicting all the damage you can against their war resources." Such was the confidence and regard that Grant always showed to his great subordinate, that he did not lay down for him any plan of campaign, but merely intimated the work which it was desirable to have done, leaving him free to execute it in his own way. Sherman answered at once, accepting the task assigned him with infinite satisfaction. He laid before Grant his proposed plan of campaign, which was for Schofield to advance upon the left, Thomas in the center, and McPherson on the right against Johnston's position at Dalton. There is no sign of diffidence or distrust in his letter. The question of provisions is the only one he considers especially difficult. But in that, he said, I must venture. Georgia has 1 million of inhabitants. If they can live, we shall not starve. Grant answered on the 19th of April, saying that the principal consideration to be kept in view by both armies was to guard against the concentration of the enemy against either. With the majority of military commanders, he wrote, they might do this, but you have had too much experience in traveling light and subsisting upon the country to be caught by any such ruse. I hope my experience has not been thrown away. My directions then would be, if the enemy in your front shows signs of joining Lee, follow him up to the full extent of your ability. I will prevent the concentration of Lee in your front, if it is in the power of this army to do it. The question of transportation being the most important one in Sherman's mind, he had issued an order early in April limiting the use of the railroad cars to transporting only the essential articles of food, ammunition, and supplies for the army, absolutely cutting off all civil traffic. Even troops were not allowed to ride in the cars, and beef cattle were driven on their own legs. He estimated the strength of the army with which he should move into Georgia at about 100,000 men and 35,000 animals, and that he would require 130 carloads of 10 tons each to reach Chattanooga daily to ensure an adequate supply of food and forage. No such amount of rolling stock was then in his possession, but he laid a strong hand upon all the cars in his reach, and, like the footsteps that approached the lion's den, none ever went back to their place of departure. The president of the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, finding himself reduced to severe straits from the dearth of cars, protested loudly, but Sherman held firm and tried to comfort him by telling him to keep his repair shops busy night and day, and that the business of his road would double and quadruple as the waters of the Cumberland fell. A still more earnest protest came from the people of Tennessee, who had already suffered so many hardships during the war, and now saw themselves threatened with famine by the action of the Union general. They appealed to the president, who interposed his good word with Sherman in behalf of the Tennesseans. He replied that the railroad could not supply the army and the people too. One or the other must quit, he said, and the army don't intend to unless Joe Johnston makes us. He insisted that the clamor was partly humbug. The issues to the citizens had been enormous, and the same weight of corn or oats would have saved thousands of the mules whose carcasses now corduroy the roads. He refused to change his orders and advised the complainants to make up caravans of cattle and wagons to come over the mountains, by Cumberland and Somerset, to relieve their suffering friends on foot, as they used to do before the railroad was built. He was not insensible to the sufferings of the people, and proposed that the soldiers should divide their rations with them. He asked no one to endure privations which he himself was not willing to share. He reduced his own transportation to the minimum, and insisted that all the officers of the army should follow his example. Tents were forbidden to all except the sick and wounded. Only one tent was allowed to each headquarters for use as an office. He himself had no tent and allowed none to any of his officers immediately about him. They spread their tent flies over small trees and fence rails. If he came across a quartermaster who had saved a tent for himself, he took pleasure in depriving him of this illicit luxury, and in sending it to the brigade surgeon for the sick. I doubt, he says in his Memoirs, if any army ever went forth to battle with fewer impedimenta, and where the regular and necessary supplies of food, ammunition, and clothing were issued, as called for, so regularly and so well. When the time for action approached, his army consisted of the following force present for battle. The Army of the Cumberland under Major General Thomas, 60,773. The Army of the Tennessee under Major General McPherson, 24,465. The Army of the Ohio under Major General Schofield, 13,559, in the aggregate, 98,797 men and 254 guns. Some cavalry and 2 divisions of infantry joined him during the next month. On the 28th of April, Sherman received his final orders from Grant to move by the 5th of May. Sherman answered that he would be ready, and on the 1st of May telegraphed that he would agree to draw the enemy's fire within 24 hours of May 5th, and on that day the great army moved out to begin the memorable campaign. It had not been the intention of the Confederate authorities to allow the initiative to the national forces. It was important, says Jefferson Davis, to guard against the injurious results to the morale of the troops, which always attend a prolonged season of inactivity. But the recovery of the territory in Tennessee and Kentucky, which we had been compelled to abandon, and on the supplies of which the proper subsistence of our armies mainly depended, imperatively demanded an onward movement. The Confederate executive was continually impressing upon General Johnston throughout the spring the necessity for a forward movement. His army was a formidable one. He had, on the 1st of May, at Dalton, and within easy reach of him, 68,620 men. So anxious was the Confederate government for a successful campaign in the West that this large force could have been greatly increased, Confederate writers say, if General Johnston had cordially accepted Mr. Davis's suggestions for an active campaign. General Bragg wrote to him in the middle of March, proposing that he should move across the Tennessee River near Kingston, and that General Longstreet should move simultaneously by the route east and south of Knoxville to form a junction with him near that crossing. This, Bragg thought, would isolate Knoxville and threaten Chattanooga, and would necessitate the withdrawal of the Federal army to the line of the Cumberland. He suggested at the same time throwing a heavy column of cavalry into West and Middle Tennessee to operate on the national lines of communications, and, as a result of this, the capture of Nashville and the reclamation of the provision country of Tennessee and Kentucky. But at the time this dispatch was received, Johnston had just heard of Grant's visit to the West and of Sherman's arrival at Memphis. He expected, therefore, the great Federal effort to be made in that region. He, Grant, has not come back to Tennessee, he says, to stand on the defensive. His advance, should we be ready for it, will be advantageous to us. He therefore urgently demanded that the troops which had been offered him for an aggressive movement be sent to him at once, and used at his discretion, and the same day he wrote to General Bragg, criticizing in his usual clear, sensible, and exasperating manner the plan of campaign which had been laid down for him. He did not think that Knoxville could be isolated in the way suggested, and in this he was perfectly right, for Longstreet, when he had thrust his whole army between Grant and Burnside, had not been able to isolate Knoxville. He believed also that Grant would be ready to act before he was, and that the Confederate forces would have every possible advantage in fighting Grant south instead of north of the Tennessee. This sensible letter was ill received at Richmond. Johnston was informed that reinforcements could be sent him only for an advance, and no notice was taken of his protestations that an advance was really what he meant and intended. If he had known the communications which were going forward to Richmond from his own subordinates, he would have comprehended better the coldness and distrust with which he was regarded by the Confederate authorities. General Hood wrote to Bragg on the 13th of April, I am sorry to inform you that I have done all in my power to induce General Johnston to accept the proposition you made to move forward. He will not consent, as he desires the troops to be sent here, and it be left to him as to what use shall be made of them. I regret this exceedingly, as my heart was fixed on going to the front and regaining Tennessee and Kentucky. When we are to be in a better condition to drive the enemy from our country, I am not able to comprehend. Hood was an especial favorite both of Bragg and Jefferson Davis, and these misleading accusations still further increased the prejudice under which General Johnston suffered at Richmond. All through the latter part of April, the signs of a forward movement in Sherman's camp were evident to Johnston, and constantly reported to Bragg, who, even so late as the 2nd of May, suggested to Johnston that he was probably deceived by mere demonstrations made for the purpose. The position which General Johnston occupied in front of Dalton was not one which had been originally selected by him. Bragg's army, in its desperate flight from Missionary Ridge, had simply dropped there in its fatigue and entrenched itself where it happened to camp, but during the winter and spring the position had been made excessively strong by fortifications. Dalton is guarded on the left and north by a wall of quartz rock called Rocky Face Ridge. It is traversed by a gorge called the Buzzard's Roost, through which runs a little stream called Mill Creek. When Sherman arrived on the 7th in front of this formidable barrier, the summit and the sides of Rocky Face were one continuous mass of bristling batteries. Mill Creek had been dammed, and a considerable body of water offered an additional protection to the gap of Buzzard's Roost. It would have been an unpardonable enterprise for any general to dash his army against such impregnable obstacles. Yet it is clear that Johnston expected Sherman to do this, and it is equally clear that Sherman, during the previous month, had seriously contemplated an assault of Johnston in that position. But when in the immediate presence of the position Sherman wisely changed his mind, and, contenting himself with a strong demonstration in front of Johnston's lines, he sent General McPherson with the Army of the Tennessee through Snake Creek Gap against Resaca. General Johnston expected Sherman's principal attack to be made on his front at Dalton, and he therefore concentrated the full strength of his army at that point, leaving the protection of his communications to General Polk's troops, then on their way from Alabama to join him. He reasoned that it was Sherman's true policy to get a battle out of him as soon as he could, and to have it as near the northern and as far from the southern base as possible. And there is no question that if Sherman had not found Johnston's position so strong naturally and so admirably defended, he would have made the serious attack the Confederate general expected, and left to McPherson, in case of victory, the duty of striking the flank of the retreating Confederate column. The vigor and energy with which, during the 9th and 10th, the armies of Thomas and Schofield pressed Johnston's front at all points, confirmed the Confederate commander in his theory that he was to fight his battle there. Secure in his formidable works and commanding position, and encouraged by the success with which he baffled every attempt of the national troops to pierce his lines, he waited during 3 days for the supreme assault. The attack of Hooker, Palmer, and Howard in front of Buzzard's Roost was constantly kept up with strong skirmish lines. Harker's brigade of the 4th Corps made a gallant assault on the north crest of Rocky Face. Schofield pushed the divisions of J.D. Cox and Hovey up to the fortifications extending across the valley north of Dalton. But everywhere the works were found excessively strong, and at last, as General Cox, who took part in the engagement, says, it became apparent, even to the most daring, that it was useless to lead men against such barriers. The orders were not to waste life in serious assaults upon entrenchments, but the zeal of the troops and subordinate commanders turned the intended skirmish into something very like a ranged battle. Meanwhile, McPherson, in pursuance of his orders, marched through Snake Creek Gap on the 9th of May. This is a wild and narrow defile, about 6 miles long. The road was merely the bed of a dry stream, almost impracticable for wagons, shut in by beetling cliffs on either side, and dark as twilight even at midday. A little distance from its eastern entrance stands the village of Resaca. It had been fortified beforehand by the Confederates, and 2 brigades under General Kati arrived from the south exactly in time to hold it against McPherson's advance. The ground was admirably adapted for a large entrenched camp. In front, a rivulet called Camp Creek flows into the Oostanula, just west of the village. The left of the Confederate position thus rested securely on the river. Its front was guarded by Camp Creek, along whose bank the line ran to the north and turned to the east, across the railroad running to Dalton, and rested upon the Conasauga River, which flows into the Oostanula a few miles east of Resaca. McPherson, finding the Confederate force strongly posted and entrenched between the mouth of the gap and the railroad, not knowing how strongly it might be supported, nor exactly informed of the whereabouts of Johnston's army, and concluding that the works were too strong to be carried by a coup de main, took a strong position at the southern mouth of the gap, where he secured his force by improvised entrenchments and reported the situation to Sherman. General Sherman afterwards showed great disappointment at this action of McPherson's, and even in his memoirs censures him for not having stormed the works in his front and seized the railroad. At the same time, he does McPherson the justice to say that he acted according to his instructions, and in fact he so reported to Halleck on the 10th of May. He had by this time become convinced that Buzzard's Roost Gap was naturally and artificially too strong to be attempted, and had resolved to feign at this point, but to move the bulk of his army by the right flank through Snake Creek Gap and place himself, if possible, between Johnston and Resaca. But Johnston, on the other hand, had no fear of being cut off by this maneuver. Even when he began to suspect it, he considered his camp well defended by James Cantey's division. And on the 11th, when Sherman's march towards Snake Creek Gap was begun, the strength of the entrenched camp was much greater, and the number of the garrison had been increased from 2 to 13 brigades by the arrival of the rest of Polk's corps from the south. Sherman's army moved by the right at daybreak on the 12th, leaving only Howard's corps and Stoneman's cavalry to keep up a show of force in front of Dalton, and to pursue Johnston if he should retreat. He learned by reconnaissance under Wheeler of the departure of Sherman, and was duly informed by Polk of the arrival of a heavy column through Snake Creek Gap on the 12th. He evacuated Dalton that night and speedily concentrated his entire force at Resaca. Howard followed his rear on the morning of the 13th, capturing some prisoners at Dalton and along the road, and joined Sherman's left in the course of the day. A series of skirmishes so sharp and destructive as to deserve the name of battles now took place between the opposing armies on either side of Camp Creek during the 14th and 15th of May. Each side fought with equal vigor and enterprise, the Confederates being protected by their works, by their position, and by the nature of the ground over which the fighting was done. The losses on both sides were considerable, Sherman's being of course the heavier, but while he was pressing the Confederate forces in his front, he was as usual stretching out his line and demonstrating in the enemy's rear. Sweeney's division crossed the Oostenaula on the morning of the 15th, entrenched itself, and bridged the river. General Johnston, on receiving this news, felt that further delay would be fatal, and therefore withdrew during the night of the 15th, burning his bridges behind him. This, however, occasioned Sherman little delay. He had telegraphed during the day, "We intend to fight Joe Johnston until he is satisfied, and I hope he will not attempt to escape. If he does, my bridges are down, and we will be after him." The next day he entered Resaca, and was astonished at the strength of the position and the elaborate works which had been abandoned. But without a moment's delay he pushed his forces over the river in pursuit of the enemy. Johnston intended to make a stand near Calhoun, but it is singular that, on arriving there, although he had been encamped so long in that region, he found no suitable ground for fighting. He retired next to Adairsville, where, according to his maps, the valley of the Othkaloga was so narrow that he expected his army, formed in order of battle across it, would hold the heights on the right and left with its flanks. But, what seems almost incredible, his maps again failed him, and he found that he could here obtain no advantage of ground. So, after a rest of 18 hours, his troops fell back to Cassville. At Adairsville the roads leading south diverge. One follows the railroad to Kingston, the other runs in a straight line through Cassville to a bridge over the Etowah River. The railroad turns east at Kingsville and crosses the Etowah about 12 miles away, Cassville lying some 2 miles north of the road and about 6 miles from Kingston. Both armies divided at Adairsville. Johnston marched Polk and Hood directly to Cassville, and Hardee to Kingston. Thomas marched after Hardee, and Hooker and Schofield moved direct upon Cassville. This was the finest opportunity which had been presented to Johnston during the campaign of beating the enemy in detail. Sherman's principal force had followed Hardee to Kingston, and Johnston, in high hopes, ordered Hood and Polk on the 18th to march out of Cassville and try to crush Sherman's left wing north of that place. The movement came to nothing, on account, as Johnston says, of the lack of harmonious cooperation between Hood and Polk. No attack was made upon Schofield's advancing column, and the sound of the Federal artillery chasing Hardee out of Kingston convinced General Johnston that he was to have the whole of Sherman's army on his hands at once. He fell back to the ridge immediately south of Cassville, which he says was the best position he saw occupied during the war, with a broad, open, elevated valley in front of it, completely commanded by the fire of troops occupying its crest. Here at last he halted on the evening of the 19th of May, expecting to receive, and hoping to repulse, Sherman's attack the next morning. But soon after dark he received an invitation to meet his lieutenant generals at Polk's headquarters, and going there found Polk and Hood, who informed him, to his bitter chagrin and dismay, that neither of their corps would be able to hold its position next day because, as they said, a part of each was enfiladed by Federal artillery. He says that both generals agreed in urging him to abandon the ground and cross the Etowah. General Hood, in his account of this interview, does not deny that he said the ground was untenable, but insists that he urged going forward to attack the enemy instead of waiting his attack on the ground. General Hardee, on the contrary, who was present at the latter part of the interview, confirms the statement of General Johnston. Although the position, says Johnston, was the best we had occupied, I yielded at last in the belief that the confidence of the commanders of 2 of the 3 corps of the army of their inability to resist the enemy would inevitably be communicated to their troops and produce that inability. Lieutenant General Hardee, who arrived after this decision, remonstrated against it strongly, and was confident that his corps could hold its ground, although less favorably posted. The error was adhered to, however, and the position abandoned before daybreak. General Sherman had already come into possession of Johnston's general order announcing to the Confederate troops that their retreat was at an end, and that they were now to give battle to their enemy. He therefore expected to enjoy that morning the opportunity for a decisive engagement, which he had so eagerly sought for the past week. But he found only an empty camp before him. He had been excessively anxious to bring Johnston to battle. The division of his forces at Adairsville and their rapid movement forward in 2 columns had been occasioned by his intense desire to lose no opportunity to strike the enemy. He said to Schofield on the evening of the 18th, "If we can bring Johnston to battle this side of Etowah, we must do it, even at the hazard of beginning battle with but part of our forces." On the 20th of May a rapid pursuit was made, but Johnston had gained such a start in the night that he was able to cross the Etowah River without serious molestation. The first stage of the great campaign was ended. A large extent of country had been won from the Confederates by the capture of the towns of Kingston and Rome, and a large quantity of material of inestimable value to the rebels was captured and destroyed. Sherman, with his usual restless energy, lost not a moment's time at the Etowah. He established his new base of supplies at Kingston, bridging the river with that marvelous alacrity which had become a matter of habit to his army, and at once started in hot pursuit of the enemy. He had, however, now come to a part of the country with which he was familiar, having journeyed over this region 20 years before when he was a young lieutenant of artillery. Between the town of Marietta and the Etowah River, the road runs through a wild and difficult defile called the Allatoona Pass, and Sherman determined that, instead of pursuing through this rough and easily defensible road, he would turn on the right by marching from Kingston to Marietta by way of Dallas. McPherson had the right wing, Thomas was on the main road in the center, Hooker's corps leading, and Schofield had the left rear. But Johnston, whose vigilance throughout this entire campaign was unsleeping, became at once aware of this movement, and Sherman, on the other hand, had the good fortune of capturing a cavalry picket who had on his person an order from Johnston which showed he was aware of the march and direction of the national army. It was, therefore, with a perfect knowledge of each other's intentions that the 2 armies met on the 25th of May at the crossroads called New Hope Church, about 4 miles northeast of Dallas. General Geary's division of Hooker's corps first struck Hood's command, forming the right of the Confederate force, in its hastily prepared entrenchments, and although he attacked with great vigor and energy, he had gained no ground by nightfall. During the night the Confederates greatly strengthened their position, and Johnston got his forces so well in hand, Hood holding the right, Polk the center, and Hardee the extreme left, where he was opposed by McPherson, that in the morning, when Sherman brought up his entire force, he was unable to make any impression upon the strong lines of the Confederates. A continuous skirmishing fight, varied by several movements on each side, which at times took on the dimensions of a battle, filled the whole day of the 26th. Whenever either side left its entrenchments to assail the other, it was repulsed, and although there was considerable loss of life, no special advantage was gained by anybody. But by evening of that day it was clear to Sherman that the road to Allatoona was now open to him. He had only to hold his entrenchments with a part of his force and move the rest, by the left flank, to the railroad. He ordered McPherson to disengage himself from Hardee and close up on Hooker, but, like many a hero of pioneer history, McPherson found that letting go of a wild cat was no easy task. The moment he turned from his entrenchments on the morning of the 28th, Hardee was upon him. A furious battle took place, at the end of which, although he had repulsed his assailant and held his ground, he found it still very difficult to retire. It was not until the 1st of June that he was able to bring off his army and effect a junction with Hooker at New Hope. But all this while Thomas and Schofield were extending towards the left and approaching the railroad. Each side held its lines in the midst of a skirmish fire so hot and malignant that the soldiers christened the unhallowed neighborhood by the name of Hell Hole. Holding his right in close contact with the enemy's position, Sherman gradually worked to the left until his strong infantry line had reached and secured possession of all the wagon roads to Ackworth. By this means the pass of Allatoona fell into his possession without further trouble, and he at once gave orders to repair the railroad from Kingston to the Point and put the bridges over the Etowah in good order. Johnston, seeing that Sherman had accomplished his purpose, and having no further object in holding the lines at New Hope, evacuated the position and fell back to the lofty stronghold formed by a triangle of mountains, the northern apex of which was Pine Mountain. The base ran from Lost Mountain on the west to Kenesaw on the east, behind which lay the town of Marietta. Sherman established his new line directly north of Johnston's position, his left under McPherson holding the railroad. Thomas, in the center, obliqued to the right, deploying below Kenesaw and facing Pine Mountain, and Schofield on the general right towards Lost Mountain. By the 11th of June the Etowah Bridge was done, but active operations were rendered impossible for several days by pouring rains. On the 14th the rains slackened, and Sherman reconnoitered the position between Kenesaw and Pine Mountain with the purpose of attempting a breach in the lines. At the same moment General Johnston, with General Polk and some of the other officers, rode up to Pine Mountain to examine the ground with a view of retiring the troops from that position, which he thought was too much exposed. Sherman, observing the group on the opposite hill, gave orders to the artillery to fire a few volleys so as to compel the enemy to keep under cover. At the second shot fired, General Polk was killed. His place was temporarily filled by General W. W. Loring, and afterwards permanently by Lieutenant General A. P. Stewart. The next day Johnston evacuated Pine Mountain, which was immediately occupied by Sherman, and the national lines were extended to the immediate front of the Confederates, which now stretched across from Kenesaw to Lost Mountain. The new position was so closely pressed at every point by Thomas, McPherson, and Schofield that Johnston, becoming convinced his lines were too extended to be safe in case of the assault which he foresaw, abandoned 6 miles of strong field works and fell back to an entrenched line nearer to Marietta. In his new position, General Hood's corps covered Marietta on the northeast, Loring holding Kenesaw Mountain and Hardee holding the left to the road which ran between Marietta and Lost Mountain. The bold front of Kenesaw formed the salient of his line, and the flanks were refused on both sides, covering Marietta and his communications. Not only was the position one of great strength, but it had been fortified with the utmost care for months before. All the available slave labor had been bestowed upon it, and now the army, under experienced engineers, added the finishing touches until it seemed, as on trial it turned out to be, impregnable. But if, on the one hand, the position of Johnston was now too formidable to be attacked with prudence, on the other hand it was so compact that Sherman was perfectly able to hold him tight within his entrenchments with a portion of his force, and to feel round one or the other flank for his communications. In spite of bad weather, which lasted for 3 weeks, he made constant progress on his right wing, until at last Johnston became seriously disquieted as to his safety from that quarter. If Sherman had persevered but a few days longer in this course, he would have had Kenesaw without a struggle. Johnston was already constructing 2 lines of defense in case of retreat, one 10 miles south of Marietta, and another on the high ground on the river, covering the approaches to the railroad bridge and Turner's Ferry. Sherman made an important forward movement on his right on the 22nd of June, pushing Hooker forward to Culp House. But, as usual, Johnston's vigilance had been equal to every demand upon it, and he had posted General Hood at the threatened point with a heavy force. Hood attacked with his usual fury, and although he was soundly whipped and driven back with great loss, it was a certain disappointment to Sherman to find so heavy a force upon the ground. Heavy as it was, Hooker greatly exaggerated it in his dispatch announcing the engagement, saying that 3 entire corps were in his front. For this and other reasons, Sherman rebuked him, and their relations were never afterwards cordial. For some motive, for which General Sherman has never given any adequate explanation, he now resolved to assault Johnston's position in front. This desperate enterprise was ordered for the 27th of June. McPherson was directed to assault near Kenesaw and Thomas about a mile to the south in front of the ground occupied by the Fourth Corps. Davis's and Newton's divisions were designated by Thomas to form the assaulting column. The point chosen for the attack was a salient in Johnston's works, which was selected because the ground in front was comparatively open. At 8 o'clock in the morning, under cover of heavy artillery fire, the brigades of Daniel McCook and John G. Mitchell leapt over their entrenchments and rushed for the enemy's works under a terrible fire of artillery and musketry. They went forward in splendid order about 600 yards, and only halted when they reached the Confederate entrenchments. The attempt was here seen to be hopeless, such was the strength of the works, so heavy had been the loss of the assaulting column, and so great the exhaustion of those who reached the enemy's parapets, that no attempt was made to carry them. But even in this desperate situation they did not retreat. Thomas ordered General Davis to hold the position and fortify it. Entrenching tools were at once sent forward, and only a few yards from the Confederate works, under a terrible fire, this heroic column entrenched itself and held the ground it had gained. The loss had been frightful. Daniel McCook was killed. Colonel Oscar F. Harmon, next in rank, fell immediately afterwards. Newton's division met with no better success. They were held by formidable obstructions and entanglements and a most destructive fire. He therefore withdrew his division. General Charles G. Harker was killed, and the loss in his brigade and in George D. Wagner's was very great. The attack was made with energy, and some of his men were killed on the parapets. On McPherson's front, the operations amounted to nothing more than a strong demonstration against a spur of Little Kenesaw. He gained some ground but did not break the Confederate line. It was difficult for Sherman to admit that the attack had failed. Until nearly noon, he was still urging Thomas to break through the line if possible. "It is easier now than it will be hereafter," he said. At 2:25 in the afternoon, when he ordered Thomas to secure what advantageous ground he had gained, Thomas, smarting under the sense of a useless sacrifice of his soldiers, replied that he still held all the ground he had gained, and the division commanders reported their ability to hold, and added, "We have already lost heavily today without gaining any material advantage. 1 or 2 more such assaults would use up the army." In the evening, Sherman, not in the least shaken by the day's bad fortune, but ready as usual to admit the fact of the failure and to adopt some other course, suggested a move on Fulton, cutting loose from the railroad. Thomas, with unusual sullenness, replied, "I think it decidedly better than butting against breastworks 12 feet thick." Sherman, unlike Grant at Cold Harbor, never admitted that his assault at Kenesaw was a mistake. In his memoirs, and in his report, as well as in his letters to Halleck and Grant, he stoutly defends it. To Halleck he says, "I had to do it. The enemy, and our own army and officers, had settled down into the conviction that the assault of lines formed no part of my game, and the moment the enemy was found behind anything like a parapet, why everybody would deploy, throw up counterworks, and take it easy, leaving it to the old man to turn the position." To Grant he said, "I regarded an assault on the 27th of June necessary for 2 good reasons. First, because the enemy as well as my own army had settled down into the belief that flanking alone was my game, and the second, that, on that day and ground, had the assault succeeded, I could have broken Johnston's center and pushed his army back in confusion, and with great loss, to his bridges over the Chattahoochee." The losses in this costly battle were 2,500 on the Union side. Johnston admits a loss of about 500 and finds it difficult to believe that Sherman's loss is as small as we have stated. He seems to think that it would not be quite creditable to Sherman's army to have lost only 2.5% of its force in this desperate attack. But only a few brigades were actually engaged. The forests, except in a very few exposed places, ran up almost to the abatis of the Confederate works, and the troops forming the column of attack had so much experience and intelligence that they sought cover the moment it was clearly shown that the work assigned them was impossible. The only advantage of the bloody day's work was the advance made by Cox's division of Schofield's corps beyond Olley's Creek, which amounted to a virtual flanking of Johnston's position. The moment Sherman began to shift his troops to the right with a view to a movement on the Chattahoochee, Johnston withdrew his army to a position which had been prepared in advance at Smyrna, and Sherman, rising at the earliest dawn of the 3rd of July and scanning the crest of Kennesaw with a glass, saw his pickets cautiously crawling to the top of the mountain and running excitedly along the abandoned crest. He started his staff in every direction to order a keen pursuit. He rode at once into Marietta, where he concentrated his army to follow Johnston. He issued the most vehement orders to his subordinates to lose not an instant so as to catch Johnston before he reached the Chattahoochee. To McPherson he said, "If you ever worked in your life, work at daybreak tomorrow on the flank, crossing Nickajack somehow, and the moment you discover confusion, pour in your fire." To Thomas he said, "We will never have such a chance again, and I want you to impress on Hooker, Howard, and Palmer the importance of the most intense energy of attack tonight and in the morning, and to press with vehemence at any cost of life and material. Every inch of his line should be felt, and the moment there is a give, pursuit should be made. You know what loss would ensue to Johnston if he crosses his bridges at night in confusion, with artillery thundering at random on his rear." But there was no confusion, and, properly speaking, nothing like flight in the Confederate army. Johnston retired at his leisure to Smyrna campground, and there halted, keeping back Sherman's advance until he had his trains safely collected by the bridges of the Chattahoochee. The 4th of July was celebrated, as Sherman says, by a noisy but not a desperate battle, and during the night Johnston withdrew his army and his trains inside his tete-de-pont at the Chattahoochee, which Sherman says was one of the strongest pieces of field fortifications he ever saw. Here he stood defiantly. The existence of this powerful work was entirely unsuspected by Sherman and, of course, frustrated his hope of catching Johnston in confusion at the crossing of the Chattahoochee. Not wishing to repeat the costly experiment of the 27th of June, he refrained from assaulting the work, but spread his wings on either side far up and down the river, threatening strongly on the right at a point where a curve of the Chattahoochee brought him nearer to Atlanta than Johnston was, at the same time searching the fords thoroughly on the left until he found 2 eligible places at Roswell and at Soap's Ferry, where he crossed 2 divisions and entrenched strongly on the other side. He had previously dispatched southward General Rousseau, who, with a cavalry force of some 2,000 men, started from Decatur on the 8th of July across the Coosa, struck the railroad west of Opelika, destroyed it for 20 miles, and returned with his command safe, having several hundred captured mules and horses, and reported to Sherman south of the river. Of course, as soon as Johnston learned of the establishment of a heavy force by Sherman's south of the Chattahoochee on his right flank, he saw that his position was no longer tenable on the north of that river. He evacuated his trenches during the night of the 9th of July, burning the bridges and carrying his pontoons with him. Sherman spent a few days in strengthening the several points for the passage of the river, increasing the number and capacity of his bridges, rearranging the garrisons to his rear, and bringing forward supplies. General Frank Blair with the 17th Corps had joined him, and the army was as strong as when it left Chattanooga. His army was, at this time, about double that of Johnston, the proper proportion which should always obtain between an army of invasion, subject to constant depletion by the necessary demands for detachments for the guarding of communications, and an army of defense which can avail itself of all the natural features of the country and can generally choose its time of fighting behind entrenchments. It is difficult to ascertain the precise numbers of the 2 armies, but they were not far on either side from 100,000 and 50,000. The power of Johnston had relatively decreased, and that of Sherman had slowly gained, in the long and destructive march from the Tennessee line to the heart of Georgia. Johnston's losses during the month of May were about 9,500, during the month of June about 7,000. Jefferson Davis and General Hood represent Johnston's losses as much heavier than these, but this is an instance where the personal prejudice of these writers leads them into the unusual error of exaggerating Confederate losses. The casualties of Sherman's army for the month of May were about 9,000, for the month of June 7,500. The aggregate on each side is large, yet when it is considered that almost every day of these 2 months had witnessed either a battle or continuous hot skirmishing, the wonder is that the casualties were so few. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay, Chapter 2, The Cleveland Convention. Before the snows melted, it had become evident to the most narrow and malignant of Mr. Lincoln's opponents that nothing could prevent his renomination by the Republican Convention, which was to meet at Baltimore in June. There was no voice of opposition to him in any organized Republican assembly except in Missouri. And even there the large majority of radical Republicans were willing to accept the universal verdict of their party, but there were a few earnest spirits scattered throughout the country to whom opposition to the administration had become the habit of a lifetime. There were others not so honest who for personal reasons disliked the President. To these it was impossible to stand quietly by and see Mr. Lincoln made his own successor without one last effort to prevent it. The result of informal consultations among them was the publication of a number of independent calls for a mass convention of the people to meet at Cleveland, Ohio, on the 31st of May, a week before the assembling of the Republican Convention at Baltimore. The two centers of this disaffection were in St. Louis and New York. In the former city it was composed of a small fraction of a faction. The large majority of those radical politicians who had been for 2 years engaged in the bitter struggle with Blair and his associates still retained their connection with the Republican party, and had no intention of breaking off their relations with the Union party of the nation. It was a small fraction of their number which issued its call to the disaffected throughout the nation. Harking back to the original cause of quarrel, they had attached themselves blindly to the personal fortunes of General Fremont. They now put themselves in communication with a small club of like-minded enthusiasts in New York called the Central Fremont Club, and invited their radical fellow citizens to meet them in convention at Cleveland. They made no pretense of any purpose of consultation or of independent individual action. The object stated in their call was in order then and there to recommend the nomination of John C. Fremont for the Presidency of the United States and to assist in organizing for his election. They denounced the imbecile and vacillating policy of the present administration in the conduct of the war, its treachery to justice, freedom, and genuine democratic principles, in its plan of reconstruction, whereby the honor and dignity of the nation have been sacrificed to conciliate the still existing and arrogant slave power, and to further the ends of an unscrupulous partisan ambition. They demanded the immediate extinction of slavery throughout the whole United States by congressional action, the absolute equality of all men before the law, and a vigorous execution of the laws confiscating the property of rebels. This circular was stronger in its epithets than in its signatures. The names of the signers were, as a rule, unknown to fame. One column was headed by the name of the Rev. George B. Cheever, another by the apparently farcical signature of Pantaleon Candidus. Perhaps the most important name affixed to this document was that of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who wrote, desiring to sign her name to the call. Taking it for granted, she said, "You use men in its largest sense." She informed the committee that they had lifted politics into the sphere of morals and religion, and made it the duty of all true men and women to unite with them in building up the new nation. She spelled "new nation" with capital letters, and gave occasion for a malicious accusation that her letter was merely an advertisement of a radical Fremont paper of that name, which was then leading a precarious existence in New York. Samuel Bowles inferred from her letter that the convention was to be composed of the gentler sex of both genders. Another call was issued by the People's Committee of St. Louis, though signed by individuals from several other States. These gentlemen felt themselves impelled on our own responsibility to declare to the people that the time has come for all independent men, jealous of their liberties and of the national greatness, to confer together and unite to resist the swelling invasion of an open, shameless, and unrestrained patronage, which threatens to engulf under its destructive wave the rights of the people, the liberty and dignity of the nation. Declaring that they did not recognize in the Baltimore Convention the essential conditions of a truly national convention. It was to be held, they thought, too near Washington, and too far from the center of the country, its mode of convocation giving no guarantee of wise and honest deliberation. This circular was signed by B. Gratz Brown of Missouri, and by a number of old-time abolitionists in the East, though its principal signers were from the ranks of the most vehement German radicals of St. Louis. Still another call was drawn up and issued by Lucius Robinson, Comptroller of the State of New York, and others. The terms of this address were properly applicable to all the Administration Republicans. It called upon the citizens of the United States who mean to uphold the Union, who believe that the rebellion can be suppressed without infringing the rights of individuals or of States, who regard the extinction of slavery as among the practical effects of the war for the Union, and favor an amendment of the Federal Constitution for the exclusion of slavery, and who demand integrity and economy in the administration of government. The signers of this call approached the question from an entirely different point of view from that of the radical Germans of St. Louis. In their view, Mr. Lincoln, instead of being a craven and a laggard, was going entirely too fast and too far. Their favorite candidate was General Grant. Wendell Phillips, the stormy petrel of all our political disturbances, found enjoyment even in this teapot tempest. He strongly approved the convention at Cleveland, and constructed beforehand a brief platform for it. Subdue the South as rapidly as possible. The moment territory comes under our flag, reconstruct States thus: confiscate and divide the lands of rebels; extend the right of suffrage broadly as possible to whites and blacks; let the Federal Constitution prohibit slavery throughout the Union, and forbid the States to make any distinction among their citizens on account of color or race. He also advised the nomination for the Presidency of a statesman and a patriot, by which terms he intended to exclude Mr. Lincoln. The convention might have met, deliberated, and adjourned, for all the people of the United States cared about it, had it not been for the violent and enthusiastic admiration it excited in Democratic newspapers, and the wide publicity they gave to its proceedings. They described it as a gathering of the utmost dignity and importance. They pretended to discern in it a distinct line of a cleavage through the middle of the Republican party. For several days before it assembled, they published imaginary dispatches from Cleveland, representing the streets and hotels, as crowded with a throng of earnest patriots determined on the destruction of the tyrant Lincoln. The papers of Cleveland tell another story. There was no sign of political upheaval in the streets or hotels of that beautiful and thriving city. Up to the very day of the meeting of the convention, there was no place provided for it, and when the first stragglers began to arrive, they found no preparation made to receive them. All the public halls of any consequence were engaged, and the convention at last took shelter in a small room called Chapin's Hall. Its utmost capacity was 500 or 600 persons, and it was much too large for the convention. Delegates and spectators together were never numerous enough to fill it. The delegates were for the most part Germans from St. Louis. They held a preliminary meeting the night before the convention opened, and passed vigorous and loyal resolutions of the usual character. To the resolution that the rebellion must be put down, someone moved to amend by adding the words "with God's assistance," which was voted down with boisterous demonstrations. Non tali auxilio was the sentiment of those materialist Missourians. The convention met at 10 o'clock in a hall only half filled. Hoping for later arrivals, they delayed organization until nearly noon. The leaders who had been expected to give character and direction to the movement did not appear. It was hoped until the last moment that Mr. Greeley would be present, though he had never given any authority for such an expectation. He said, in answer to an inquiry, that the only convention he took any interest in was that one Grant was holding before Richmond. B. Gratz Brown, the real head of the movement, was also absent. Emil Pretorius and Mr. Cheever, who from the two extremities of the country had talked most loudly in favor of the convention, stayed away. The only persons present whose names were at all known were General John Cochrane of New York, Colonel Charles E. Moss, a noisy politician from Missouri, Caspar Butts of Illinois, 2 or 3 of the old school abolitionists, and several, not the weightiest, members of the staff of General Fremont. The delegates from the German Workingmen's Union of Chicago were discredited in advance by the publication of a card from the majority of the association they pretended to represent, declaring their intention to support the nominees of the Baltimore Convention. Some one moved, as usual, the appointment of a committee on credentials; but as no one had any valid credentials, it was resolved instead to appoint a committee to enroll the names of the delegates. No action was taken even upon this proposition, because the act of enrollment would have been too fatal a confession of weakness. The Committee on Organization reported the name of General Cochrane for President of the Convention, who made a discreet and moderate speech. He was a man of too much native amiability of character to feel personal bitterness towards any one, and too adroit and experienced a politician to commit himself irrevocably against any contingency. He had, in fact, thrown an anchor to windward by visiting Mr. Lincoln before the convention met, and assuring him of his continued friendship. A delegate from Iowa, who seemed to have taken the convention seriously, then offered a resolution that no member of it should hold or apply for office under the next administration, a proposition which was incontinently smothered. While waiting for the report of the committee on the platform, speeches were made by several delegates. David Plumb attacked Mr. Lincoln as a pro-slavery politician. Colonel Moss of Missouri denounced him as the principal obstacle to freedom in America. A debate now arose on the proposition of the Committee on Rules that in voting for President the vote should be by States according to their representation in Congress. This was in the interest of the Grant delegates and was violently opposed by the Missourians, who ruled the convention and had come for no purpose but to nominate Fremont. In the course of this debate the somewhat dreary proceedings were enlivened by a comic incident. A middle-aged man, who gave his name as Carr, addressed the chair, saying that he had come from Illinois as a delegate under the last call, and did not want to be favored a single mite. His ideas not flowing readily, he repeated this declaration 3 times in a voice continually rising in shrillness with his excitement. Something in his tone stirred the risibles of the convention, and loud laughter saluted the Illinoisan. As soon as he could make himself heard, he cried out, "These are solemn times." This statement was greeted with another laugh, and the delegate now shouted at the top of his voice, "I believe there is a God who holds the universe in his hands as you would hold an egg." This comprehensive scheme of theocracy was too much for the Missouri agnostics, and the convention broke out in a tumult of jeers and roars. The rural delegate, amazed at the reception of his confession of faith, and apparently in doubt whether he had not stumbled by accident into a lunatic asylum, paused and asked the chairman in a tone of great seriousness whether he believed in a God. The wildest merriment now took possession of the assembly, in the midst of which the Illinois theist solemnly marched down the aisle and out of the house, shaking from his feet the dust of that unbelieving convention. As soon as the laughing died away, the Committee on Resolutions reported a set of judicious and, on the whole, undeniable propositions, such as: the Union must and shall be preserved; the constitutional laws of the United States must be obeyed; the rebellion must be suppressed by force of arms and without compromise. The platform did not greatly differ from that subsequently adopted at Baltimore, except that it spoke in favor of one Presidential term, declared that to Congress instead of the President belonged the question of reconstruction, and advocated the confiscation of the property of the rebels and its distribution among the soldiers. The platform was adopted after brief debate, and a letter from Wendell Phillips was read to the convention, full of the vehement unreason which distinguished most of the attempts of this matchless orator to apply his mind to the practical affairs of life. He predicted the direst results from 4 more years of Lincoln's administration. Unless the South is recognized, which he apparently thought not improbable under Lincoln's nerveless policy, the war will continue. The taxation needed to sustain our immense debt, doubled by that time, will grind the laboring man of the North down to the level of the pauper labor of Europe, and we shall have a government accustomed to despotic power for 8 years, a fearful peril to democratic institutions. He denounced Mr. Lincoln's plan of reconstruction, and drew this comical parallel between him and Fremont. The administration, therefore, I regard as a civil and military failure, and its avowed policy ruinous to the North in every point of view. Mr. Lincoln may wish the end, peace and freedom, but he is wholly unwilling to use the means which can secure that end. If Mr. Lincoln is reelected, I do not expect to see the Union reconstructed in my day, unless on terms more disastrous to liberty than even disunion would be. If I turn to General Fremont, I see a man whose first act was to use the freedom of the negro as his weapon. I see one whose thorough loyalty to democratic institutions, without regard to race, whose earnest and decisive character, whose clear-sighted statesmanship and rare military ability justify my confidence that in his hands all will be done to save the State that foresight, skill, decision, and statesmanship can do. With characteristic reliance on his own freedom from prejudice, he continued, "This is an hour of such peril to the Republic that I think men should surrender all party and personal partiality, and support any man able and willing to save the State." This was, in fact, the attitude of mind of the vast majority of the people of the country, but all it meant in Mr. Phillips's case was that he was willing to vote for either Fremont or Butler to defeat Lincoln. A feeble attempt was now made by the delegates from New York, who called themselves War Democrats, to induce the convention to nominate General Grant. Andrew J. Colvin read a letter from Lucius Robinson of New York, afterwards governor of that State, attacking the errors and blunders of a weak executive and cabinet, and claiming that the hope of the people throughout the country rested upon General Grant as a candidate. Although Mr. Colvin supplemented the reading of this letter by promising a majority of 100,000 for Grant in the State of New York, the Missourians cheered only the louder for Fremont. And when a last effort was made by George W. Demers of Albany to nominate Grant, he was promptly denounced as a Lincoln hireling. Colonel Moss, in the uniform of a general of the Missouri militia, arose and put a stop to the profitless discussion by moving in a stentorian voice the nomination of General Fremont by acclamation, which was at once done; and the Assembly completed its work by placing John Cochrane on the ticket as its candidate for Vice President. No one present seemed to have any recollection of the provision of the Constitution which forbids electors voting for citizens of their own State for both these places. The convention met again in the evening and listened to dispirited and discouraging speeches of ratification. The committee appointed in the afternoon to give a name to the new party brought in that of the Radical Democracy, and in this style it was formally christened. An executive committee was appointed of men destitute of executive capacity, and the convention adjourned. Its work met with no response from the country. On the day of its meeting, the German press of Cleveland expressed its profound disappointment at the smallness and insignificance of the gathering, and with a few unimportant exceptions, the newspapers of the country greeted the work of the convention with an unbroken chorus of ridicule. Its absurdities and inconsistencies were indeed too glaring for serious consideration. Its movers had denounced the Baltimore Convention as being held too early for an expression of the deliberate judgment of the people, and now they had made their own nominations a week earlier. They had claimed that Baltimore was not sufficiently central in situation, and they had held their convention on the northern frontier of the country. They had claimed that the Baltimore delegates were not properly elected, and they had assumed to make nominations by delegates not elected at all. They had denounced the Baltimore Convention as a close corporation and invited the people to assemble in mass, and when they came together they were so few they never dared to count themselves. They had pretended to desire a stronger candidate than Mr. Lincoln, and had selected the most conspicuous failure of the war. They clamored loudly against corruption in office, and one of the leading personages in the convention was a member of Fremont's staff who had been dismissed the service for dishonesty in government contracts. The whole proceeding, though it excited some indignation among the friends of Mr. Lincoln, was regarded by the President himself only with amusement. On the morning after the convention, a friend, giving him an account of it, said that, instead of the many thousands who had been expected, there were present at no time more than 400 men. The President, struck by the number mentioned, reached for the Bible, which commonly lay on his desk, and after a moment's search read these words: "And every one that was in distress, and every one that was in debt, and every one that was discontented, gathered themselves unto him, and he became a captain over them. And there were with him about 400 men." It was only among the Democratic papers that the Cleveland Convention met with any support or applause. They gave it solemn and unmeasured eulogies for its independence, its patriotism, its sagacity, and even its numbers. The Copperhead papers in New York urged the Radicals not to give up their attitude of uncompromising hostility to Lincoln, and predicted a formidable schism in the Republican party as a consequence of their action. But the motive of this support was so evident that it deceived nobody, and it was compared by a sarcastic observer to the conduct of the Spanish urchins accompanying a condemned Jew to an auto da fe, and shouting in the fear that he might recant and rob them of their holiday, "Stand fast, Moses!" The ticket of the two New Yorkers met with a gust of ridicule which would have destroyed more robust chances than theirs. The New York Major General John C. and the New York Brigadier General John C. formed a matched ticket fated to laughter. But if no one else took them seriously, the two generals at least saw in the circumstances no occasion for smiling. General Fremont promptly accepted his nomination. He said, "This is not an ordinary election. It is a contest for the right even to have candidates, and not merely, as usual, for the choice among them. The ordinary rights secured under the Constitution and the laws of the country have been violated, and extraordinary powers have been usurped by the Executive. It is directly before the people now to say whether or not the principles established by the Revolution are worth maintaining. Today we have in the country the abuses of a military dictation without its unity of action and vigor of execution, an administration marked at home by disregard of constitutional rights, by its violation of personal liberty and the liberty of the press, and as a crowning shame, by its abandonment of the right of asylum. The feebleness and want of principle of the administration, its incapacity and selfishness, were roundly denounced by General Fremont, but he repudiated the cry of the Cleveland Convention for confiscating the property of rebels. In conclusion, he said, "If the convention at Baltimore will nominate any man whose past life justifies a well-grounded confidence in his fidelity to our cardinal principles, there is no reason why there should be any division among the really patriotic men of the country. To any such I shall be most happy to give a cordial and active support. But if Mr. Lincoln should be nominated, as I believe it will be fatal to the country to endorse a policy and renew a power which has cost us the lives of thousands of men and needlessly put the country on the road to bankruptcy, there will remain no other alternative but to organize against him every element of conscientious opposition with a view to prevent the misfortune of his reelection." He therefore accepted the nomination and informed the committee that he had resigned his commission in the army. General Cochrane accepted in briefer and more judicious language, holding the same views as his chief on the subject of confiscation. Later in the summer, some of the partisans of Fremont, seeing that there was positively no response in the country to his candidacy, wrote to him suggesting that the candidates nominated at Cleveland and Baltimore should both withdraw. and leave the field entirely free for a united effort for a new convention which should represent the patriotism of all parties. They asked him whether in case Mr. Lincoln would withdraw he would do so. Although the contingency referred to was more than sufficiently remote, General Fremont with unbroken dignity refused to accede to this proposition. Having now definitely accepted the Cleveland nomination, he said, I have not the right to act independently of the truly patriotic and earnest party who conferred that honor upon me. It might, besides, have only the effect still further to unsettle the public mind and defeat the object you have in view if we should disorganize before first proceeding to organize something better. But a month later he seemed to have regarded the public mind as beyond the risk of unsettling, and he then wrote to his committee withdrawing his name from the list of candidates. He could not, however, withhold a parting demonstration against the President. In respect to Mr. Lincoln, he said, I continue to hold exactly the sentiments contained in my letter of acceptance. I consider that his administration has been politically, militarily, and financially a failure, and that its necessary continuance is a cause of regret for the country. There never was a greater unanimity in a country than was exhibited here at the fall of Sumter, and the South was powerless in the face of it, but Mr. Lincoln completely paralyzed this generous feeling. He destroyed the strength of the position and divided the North when he declared to the South that slavery should be protected. He has built up for the South a strength which otherwise they could have never attained, and this has given them an advocate on the Chicago platform. With a final denunciation of the leading men whose reticence had established for him Mr. Lincoln a character among the people which leaves now no choice, General Fremont at last subsided into silence. General Cochrane on the same day withdrew his name from the Cleveland ticket, which already passed into swift oblivion. His letter had none of the asperity which characterized that of his chief. He genially attacked the Chicago resolutions, and while regretting the omissions of the Baltimore platform, he approved it in substance. We stand within view, he said, of a rebellion suppressed, within hail of a country reunited and saved. War lifts the curtain and discloses the prospect. War has given to us Atlanta, and war offers to us Richmond. Peace and division, or war and the Union. Other alternative there is none. Two incidents which occurred in the spring of 1864 caused unusual excitement among both wings of the opposition to Mr. Lincoln. The one was the delivery of arguelles to the Spanish authorities. The other was the seizure of two New York newspapers for publishing a forged proclamation. It was altogether natural that the pro-slavery Democrats and peacemen should have objected to these acts, as one of the injured parties was a slave trader and the others opponents of the war. But it was not the least of the absurdities of the Cleveland Protestants that they were also in their anxiety to find a weapon against the President at the very moment that they were assailing him for not overriding all law and precedent in obedience to their demand, still belabored him for these instances of energetic action in the very direction in which they demanded that he should proceed. The case of Arguelles was a perfectly clear one, and if the surrender of a criminal is ever justified as an exercise of international comity in the absence of treaty stipulations, no objections could reasonably be made in this instance. He was a colonel in the Spanish army and lieutenant governor of the district of Colon in Cuba. He had captured a cargo of African slaves in his official capacity, and had received much credit for his efficiency and a considerable sum of money as his share of the prize. He went to New York immediately afterwards and purchased a Spanish newspaper, which was published there. But after his departure from Cuba, it was ascertained that in beginning so extensive a business in New York, he did not rely exclusively upon the money he had received from the government, but that, in concert with a curate of Colon, he had sold 141 of the recaptured Africans, had put the money in his own pocket, and had officially reported them as having died of smallpox. The Cuban government laid these facts before the State Department at Washington, and represented that the return of this miscreant to Cuba was necessary to secure the liberation of the unfortunate victims of his cruelty and greed. It was impossible to bring the matter before the courts, as no extradition treaty existed at that period between Spain and the United States, and the American authorities could not by any legal procedure take cognizance of the crime. The President and Mr. Seward at once assumed the responsibility of acting in the only way indicated by the laws of common humanity and international courtesy. Arguelles was arrested in New York by the United States Marshal, put in charge of a Spanish officer commissioned for the purpose, and by him taken to Havana. The action of the government was furiously attacked by all the pro-slavery organs. A resolution was introduced by Reverdy Johnson in the Senate, demanding an explanation of the circumstances. Mr. Seward answered, basing the action of the government upon the stipulations of the 9th article of the treaty of 1842 with Great Britain, by which the two countries agreed to use all the measures in their power to close the market for slaves throughout the world, and added, although there is a conflict of authorities concerning the expediency of exercising comity towards a foreign government by surrendering at its request one of its own subjects charged with the commission of crime within its territory, and although it may be conceded that there is no national obligation to make such a surrender upon a demand therefor, unless it is acknowledged by treaty or by statute law, yet a nation is never bound to furnish asylum to dangerous criminals who are offenders against the human race, and it is believed that if in any case the comity could with propriety be practiced, the one which is understood to have called forth the resolution furnished a just occasion for its exercise. The Captain General of Cuba, on the arrival of Arguelles, sent his thanks to Mr. Seward for the service which he had rendered to humanity, by furnishing the medium through which a great number of human beings will obtain their freedom, whom the desertion of the person referred to would have reduced to slavery. His presence alone in this island a very few hours has given liberty to 86. The grand jury of New York nevertheless indicted Marshal Robert Murray for the arrest of Arguelles on the charge of kidnapping. The marshal pleaded the orders of the President as the authority for his action, and based upon this a petition that the case be transferred to the United States court. And although the judges before whom he was taken, who happened to be Democrats, denied this petition, the indictment was finally quashed, and the only result of the President's action was the denunciation which he received in the Democratic newspapers, combined with the shrill treble of the clamor from the Cleveland Convention. The momentary suppression of the two New York newspapers, of which mention has been made, was a less defensible act, and arose from an error which was, after all, sufficiently natural on the part of the Secretary of War. On the 19th of May, the Journal of Commerce and the World, two newspapers which had especially distinguished themselves by the violence of their opposition to the Administration, published a forged proclamation signed by the President's name, calling in terms of exaggerated depression, not far from desperation, for 400,000 troops. It was a scheme devised by two young Bohemians of the press, probably with no other purpose than that of making money by stock jobbing. In the tremulous state of the public mind which then prevailed, in the midst of the terrible slaughter of Grant's opening campaign, the country was painfully sensitive to such news, and the forged proclamation, telegraphed far and wide, accomplished for the moment the purpose for which it was doubtless intended. It excited everywhere a feeling of consternation. The price of gold rose rapidly during the morning hours, and the stock exchange was thrown into violent fever. The details of the mystification were managed with some skill, the paper on which the document was written being that employed by the Associated Press in delivering its news to the journals, and it was left at all the newspaper offices in New York just before the moment of going to press. If all the newspapers had printed it, the guiltlessness of each would have been equally evident, but unfortunately for the victims of the trick, the only two papers which published the forgery were those whose previous conduct had rendered them liable to the suspicion of bad faith. The fiery Secretary of War immediately issued orders for the suppression of the World and Journal of Commerce and the arrest of their editors. The editors were never incarcerated. After a short detention they were released. The publication of the papers was resumed after 2 days of interruption. These prompt measures and the announcement of the imposture, sent over the country by telegraph, soon quieted the excitement, and the quick detection of the guilty persons reduced the incident to its true rank in the annals of vulgar misdemeanors. But in the memories of the Democrats of New York the incident survived, and was vigorously employed during the summer months as a means of attack upon the Administration. Governor Seymour interested himself in the matter, and wrote a long and vehement letter to the District Attorney of New York, denouncing the action of the Government. "These things," he said in his exclamatory style, "are more hurtful to the national honor and strength than the loss of battles. The world will confound such acts with the principles of our government, and the folly and crimes of officials will be looked upon as the natural results of the spirit of our institutions. Our State and local authorities must repel this ruinous inference." He predicted the most dreadful consequences to the city of New York if this were not done. The harbor would be sealed up, the commerce of New York paralyzed, the world would withdraw from the keeping of New York merchants its treasures and its commerce if they did not unite in this demand for the security of persons and of property. In obedience to these frantic orders, A. Oakey Hall, the district attorney, did his best, and was energetically seconded by Judge Russell, who charged the grand jury that the officers who took possession of these newspaper establishments were liable as for riot. But the grand jury, who seemed to have kept their heads more successfully than either the governor or the judge, resolved that it was inexpedient to examine into the subject. The governor could not rest quiet under this contemptuous refusal of the grand jury to do his bidding. He wrote again to the district attorney, saying, "As they (the grand jury) have refused to do their duty, the subject of the seizure of these journals should at once be brought before some proper magistrate." He promised him all the assistance he required in the prosecution of the investigations. Thus egged on by the chief executive of the State, Mr. Hall proceeded to do the work required of him. Upon warrants issued at his instance by City Judge Russell, General Dix and several officers of his staff were arrested. They submitted with perfect courtesy to the behest of the civil authorities, and appeared before Judge Russell to answer for their acts. The judge held them over on their own recognizance to await the action of another grand jury, which it was hoped might be more subservient to the wishes of the governor than the last. But no further action was ever taken. During the same week which witnessed the radical fiasco at Cleveland, an attempt was made in New York to put General Grant before the country as a Presidential candidate. The committee having the matter in charge made no public avowal of their intentions. They merely called a meeting to express the gratitude of the country to the General for his signal services. They even invited the President to take part in the proceedings, an invitation which he said it was impossible for him to accept. "I approve," he wrote, "nevertheless, whatever may tend to strengthen and sustain General Grant and the noble armies now under his direction. My previous high estimate of General Grant has been maintained and heightened by what has occurred in the remarkable campaign he is now conducting, while the magnitude and difficulty of the task before him do not prove less than I expected. He and his brave soldiers are now in the midst of their great trial, and I trust that at your meeting you will so shape your good words that they may turn to men and guns, moving to his and their support." With such a gracious approval of the movement, the meeting naturally fell into the hands of the Lincoln men. General Grant neither at this time nor at any other gave the least countenance to the efforts which were made to array him in political opposition to the President. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 3, Lincoln Renominated. In other chapters we have mentioned the unavailing efforts made by a few politicians to defeat the will of the people, which everywhere demanded the renomination of Mr. Lincoln. These efforts were worth studying as manifestations of eccentric human nature, but they never had the least effect upon the great currents of public opinion. Death alone could have prevented the choice of Mr. Lincoln by the Union Convention. So absolute and universal was this tendency that most of the politicians made no effort to direct or guide it. They simply exerted themselves to keep in the van and not be overwhelmed. The convention was to meet on the 7th of June, but the irregular nominations of the President began at the Feast of the Epiphany. The first convention of the year was held in New Hampshire on the 6th of January for the nomination of State officers. It had properly no concern with the national nominations. The convention consisted in great part of the friends of Mr. Chase and those employees of the Treasury Department whose homes were in New Hampshire had come together determined to smother any mistimed demonstration for the President. But the first mention of his name set the assembly on fire, and before the chairman knew what he was doing, the convention had declared in favor of the renomination of Lincoln. The same day a far more important demonstration came to the surface in Pennsylvania. The state legislature met on the 5th of January, and the following day a paper, prepared in advance, addressed to the President, requesting him to accept a second term of the presidency, began to be circulated among the Union members. Not one to whom it was presented declined to sign it. Within a day or two it received the signature of every Union member of the Senate and the Assembly of Pennsylvania, and Simon Cameron, transmitting it to the President on the 14th of January, could say, "You are now fairly launched on your second voyage, and of its success I am as confident as ever I was of anything in my life. Providence has decreed your reelection, and no combination of the wicked can prevent it." This remarkable address began by congratulating the President upon the successes of the recent election, which were generously ascribed to the policy of his administration. Referring to the Republican victory in their own State, the members of the legislature said, "If the voice of Pennsylvania became thus potential in endorsing the policy of your administration, we consider that as the representatives of those who have so completely endorsed your official course, we are only responding to their demands when we thus publicly announce our unshaken preference for your reelection to the Presidency in 1864. This preference was justified by them purely on public grounds. To make a change in the administration until its authority has been fully reestablished in the revolted States would be to give the enemies of the government abroad a pretext for asserting that the government had failed at home. To change the policy in operation to crush rebellion and restore the land to peace would be to afford the traitors in arms time to gather new strength, if not for immediate victory, at least for ultimate success in their efforts permanently to dissolve the Union. We do not make this communication at this time to elicit from you any expression of opinion on this subject. Having confidence in your patriotism, we believe that you will abide the decision of the friends of the Union and yield consent to any honorable use which they may deem proper to make of your name in order to secure the greatest good to the country and the speediest success to our arms. Expressing what we feel to be the language not only of our own constituents, but also of the people of all the loyal States, we claim to indulge the expectation that you will yield to the preference which has already made you the people's candidate for the Presidency in 1864. In every gathering of the supporters of the Union, the same irrepressible sentiment broke forth. The New York Times on the 15th of January clearly expressed the general feeling. The same wise policy which would forbid a man of business in troublous times to change his agent of proved efficiency impels the loyal people of our country to continue President Lincoln in his responsible position, and against the confirmed will of the people politicians are powerless. The sentiment was so potent in its pressure upon the politicians that they everywhere gave way and broke into premature endorsement of the nomination. The Union Central Committee of New York held a special meeting and unanimously recommended the renomination of the President. Senator Morgan, sending this news to Mr. Lincoln, added, "It is going to be difficult to restrain the boys, and there is not much use in trying to do so." At a local election, some of the ward tickets were headed with an irrelevancy which showed the spirit of the hour for President of the United States in 1864, Abraham Lincoln. From one end to the other of the country, these spontaneous nominations joyously echoed one another. Towards the close of January, the Radical Legislature of Kansas, with but one dissenting voice, passed through both its houses a resolution renominating Lincoln. All through the next month these demonstrations continued. The Union members of the New Jersey legislature united in an address to the President, saying, "Without any disparagement of the true men who surround you and whose counsel you have shared, believing that you are the choice of the people whose servants we are, and firmly satisfied that they desire and intend to give you 4 years for a policy of peace, we present your name as the man for President of the American people in 1864." Connecticut instructed her delegates by resolutions on the 17th of February. Maryland, Minnesota, and Colorado expressed in the same way the sentiment of their people. Wisconsin and Indiana made haste to range themselves with the other Northern States, and Ohio seized the opportunity to put a stop to the restless ambition of her favorite son by a resolution of the Republican members of the legislature declaring that the people of Ohio and her soldiers in the field demand the renomination of Abraham Lincoln to the presidency, the members rising to their feet and cheering with uncontrollable clamor when the resolution passed. The State of Maine, on the extreme eastern border, spoke next. Early in March the President received this dispatch, signed by a name afterwards illustrious in our political annals: "Both branches of the Maine legislature have this day adopted resolutions cordially recommending your renomination. Every Union member voted in favor of them. Maine is a unit for you. James G. Blaine." Nowhere except in the State of Missouri was the name of Mr. Lincoln mentioned without overwhelming adhesion, and even in the Missouri Assembly the resolution in favor of his renomination was laid upon the table by a majority of only 8. There had been some anxiety on the part of Mr. Lincoln's friends lest the powerful secret organization called the Union League, which represented the most ardent and vehement Republican sentiment of the country, should fall into the hands of his opponents. But it was speedily seen that out of Missouri these apprehensions were groundless. The Union Leagues of New York, Illinois, and even Vicksburg, where the victory of Grant had allowed the development of a robust Union sentiment, were among the first to declare for the President. The Union League Club in Philadelphia, powerful in wealth, intelligence, and personal influence, so early as the 11th of January, had resolved that to the prudence, sagacity, comprehension, and perseverance of Mr. Lincoln, under the guidance of a benign Providence, the nation is more indebted for the grand results of the war which Southern rebels have wickedly waged against liberty and the Union than to any other single instrumentality, and that he is justly entitled to whatever reward it is in the power of the nation to bestow. They declared also that as Mr. Lincoln has had to endure the largest share of the labor required to suppress the rebellion, now rapidly verging to its close, he should also enjoy the largest share of the honors which await those who have contended for the right. They therefore recognized with pleasure the unmistakable indications of the popular will in all the loyal States, and heartily joined with their fellow citizens, without any distinction of party here and elsewhere, in presenting him as the people's candidate for the Presidency. The current swept on irresistibly throughout the months of spring. A few opponents of Mr. Lincoln, seeing that he would be nominated the moment the convention should meet, made one last effort to postpone the meeting of the convention until September, knowing that their only reliance was in some possible accident of the summer. So earnest and important a Republican as William Cullen Bryant, united with a self-constituted committee of others equally earnest but not so important, to induce the National Committee to postpone the convention. In their opinion, the country was not now in a position to enter into a Presidential contest. It was clear to them that no nomination could be made with any unanimity so early as June. They thought it best to see what the result of the summer campaign would be, as the wish of the people to continue their present leaders in power would depend very much upon this. The committee, of course, took no notice of this appeal, though it was favored by so strong a Republican authority as the New York Tribune. The National Committee wisely thought that they might with as much reason take into consideration the request of a committee of prominent citizens to check an impending thunderstorm. All the movements in opposition to Mr. Lincoln were marked with the same naivete and futility. The secret circular of Senator Pomeroy, the farcical Cleveland Convention, the attempt of Mr. Bryant's committee to postpone the Baltimore Convention were all equally feeble and nugatory in their effect. Mr. Lincoln took no measures whatever to promote his candidacy. It is true he did not, like other candidates, assume airs of reluctance or bashfulness. While he discouraged on the part of strangers any suggestions as to his reelection among his friends, he made no secret of his readiness to continue the work he was engaged in, if such should seem to be the general wish. In a private letter to Elihu B. Washburne, he said, "A second term would be a great honor and a great labor, which together perhaps I would not decline if tendered." To another Congressman he is reported to have said, "I do not desire a renomination except for the reason that such action on the part of the Republican party would be the most emphatic endorsement which could be given to the policy of my administration." We have already mentioned the equanimity with which he treated the efforts of a leading member of his Cabinet to supplant him, and he received in the same manner the frequent suggestions of apprehensive friends that he would do well to beware of Grant. His usual reply was, "If he takes Richmond, let him have it." In reality, General Grant was never at any time a competitor for the nomination. Of course, after the battle of Missionary Ridge, there was no lack of such suggestions on the part of those who surrounded the victorious general, but he positively refused to put himself in the lists or to give any sanction to the use of his name. The President constantly discouraged on the part of office holders of the Government, civil or military, any especial eagerness in his behalf. General Schurz wrote late in February asking permission to take an active part in the Presidential canvass, to which Mr. Lincoln replied, "Allow me to suggest that if you wish to remain in the military service, it is very dangerous for you to get temporarily out of it, because with a major general once out, it is next to impossible for even the President to get him in again. With my appreciation of your ability and correct principle, of course I would be very glad to have your service for the country in the approaching political canvass, but I fear we cannot properly have it without separating you from the military." And in a subsequent letter addressed to the same general, he said, "I perceive no objection to your making a political speech when you are where one is to be made, but quite surely speaking in the North and fighting in the South at the same time are not possible, nor could I be justified to detail any officer to the political campaign during its continuance and then return him to the army." The experience of 100 years of our politics has shown what perils environ a Presidential candidate who makes speeches. The temptation to flatter the immediate audience without regard to the ultimate effect of the words spoken has often proved too strong for the wariest politician to resist. Especially is a candidate in danger when confronting an audience belonging to a special race or class. Mr. Lincoln made no mistake either in 1860 or in 1864. Even when exposed to the strongest possible temptation, the reception of an address from a deputation of a workingmen's association, he preserved his mental balance undisturbed. To such a committee, who approached him on the 21st of March, 1864, he replied by repeating to them the passage from his message of December, 1861, in which the relations of labor and capital are set down with the mathematical and logical precision illuminated by the light of a broad humanity. and he only added to the views thus expressed the following words, than which nothing wiser or more humane has ever been said by social economists: "None are so deeply interested to resist the present rebellion as the working people. Let them beware of prejudices, working disunion, and hostility among themselves. The most notable feature of a disturbance in your city last summer was the hanging of some working people by other working people. It should never be so. The strongest bond of human sympathy outside of the family relation should be one uniting all working people of all nations and tongues and kindreds, nor should this lead to a war upon property or the owners of property. Property is the fruit of labor. Property is desirable, is a positive good in the world. That some should be rich shows that others may become rich, and hence is just encouragement to industry and enterprise. Let not him who is houseless pull down the house of another, but let him labor diligently and build one for himself, thus by example assuring that his own shall be safe from violence when built." The politicians who opposed Mr. Lincoln, whether from pure motives or from motives not so pure, met with one common fate. They were almost universally beaten in their own districts by men who, whatever their other incentives, were sufficiently adroit to perceive the sign in which they should conquer. It gave a man all this year a quite unfair advantage in his district to be known as a friend of the President when his opponent was not equally outspoken; and many of the most radical politicians, seeing in which direction their advantage lay, suddenly turned upon their opponents and vanquished them in the President's name. General Lane, for example, who had been engaged in a bitter controversy with Pomeroy in regard to local interests in Kansas, saw his opportunity in the anti-Lincoln circular of his colleague; and although before this it would have been hard to say which of the two had been most free in his criticisms of the President, General Lane instantly trimmed his sails to catch the favoring breeze and elected himself and a full list of delegates to the Baltimore Convention, whom he called, in his characteristic language, "all vindictive friends of the President." Other members of Congress, equally radical and more sincere and honest, made haste to range themselves on the side of the President against those with whom they had been more intimately associated. William D. Kelley of Philadelphia publicly proclaimed him the wisest radical of us all. James M. Ashley of Ohio, to whom one of his abolitionist constituents had objected that he wanted no more of a President who had not crushed a rebellion in 4 years, replied that this was unreasonable, as the Lord had not crushed the devil in a much longer time. As the day for the meeting at Baltimore drew near and its unanimous verdict became more and more evident, the President was besieged from every quarter of the Union with solicitations to make known his wishes in regard to the work of the Convention. To all such inquiries he returned an energetic refusal to give any word of counsel or to express any personal desire. During a few days preceding the convention, a great many delegates took the road to Washington, either to get some intimation of the President's wishes or to impress their own faces and names on his expectant mind. They were all welcomed with genial and cordial courtesy, but received not the slightest intimation of what would be agreeable to him. The most powerful politicians from New York and Pennsylvania were listened to with no more confidential consideration than the shy and awkward representatives of the rebellious States, who had elected themselves in sutlers' tents and in the shadow of department headquarters. "What is that crowd of people in the hall?" he asked one day of his secretary. "It is a delegation from South Carolina. They are a swindle." "Let them in," said Lincoln. "They will not swindle me." When at last the convention came together on the 7th of June, 1864, it had less to do than any other convention in our political history. The delegates were bound by a peremptory mandate. John W. Forney, the editor of the Philadelphia Press, in an article printed the day before the meeting, put forth with unusual candor the attitude of the convention towards its constituents. The permanent policy of the Republican Party of the nation was already absolutely established by the acts of the President and accepted and ratified by Congress and the people. For this reason, said Mr. Forney, it is less important as a political body, as it cannot originate, but will simply republish a policy. Yet for this reason it is transcendently the more imposing in its expression of the national will. Nor has the convention a candidate to choose. Choice is forbidden it by the previous action of the people. It is a body which almost beyond parallel is directly responsible to the people, and little more than the instrument of their will. Mr. Lincoln is already renominated, and the convention will but formally announce the decision of the people. If this absence of independence lessens the mere political interest of the convention in one respect, the fact that it will thoroughly and unquestionably obey national instructions gives it higher importance. These words represented the well-nigh universal sentiment among Republicans. There were, of course, those to whom such a sentiment was not agreeable. Horace Greeley found it hard to accept an opinion which ran counter to his personal views. In an article of the same date as that last quoted, although he admitted the predestined action of the convention, he still protested vehemently against the impolicy of such action. He quoted the message sent by Mr. Lincoln to Governor Seymour in the dark winter of 1862 63, that if he wants to be President of the United States, he must take care that there shall be a United States. We could wish, he said, the Presidency utterly forgotten or ignored for the next 2 months, while every impulse, every effort of the loyal millions should be directed toward the overthrow of the armed hosts of the rebellion. That effected, or its speedy accomplishment proved impossible, we should be ready to enter clear-sightedly on the Presidential canvass. Now we are not. We feel that the expected nomination, if made at this time, exposes the Union party to a dangerous flank movement, possibly a successful one. Among the Democratic newspapers, a still more blind and obstinate disinclination to accept the existing facts was seen up to the hour of the meeting of the convention. They still insisted that the nomination of Mr. Lincoln was in the highest degree doubtful. Some pretended that the delegates were equally divided between Lincoln and Grant. Others insisted that the nomination of Fremont at Cleveland had electrified the country and would probably carry the convention by storm. The convention was opened by a brief speech from Senator Morgan of New York, who was chairman of the executive committee. It contained one significant sentence. He said the party of which they were the delegates and honored representatives would fall short of accomplishing its great mission unless among its other resolves it should declare for such amendment of the Constitution as would positively prohibit African slavery in the United States. The sentence was greeted with prolonged applause, which burst at last into 3 cheers, in the midst of which Governor Morgan announced the choice by the National Committee of the Reverend Dr. Robert J. Breckinridge of Kentucky as temporary chairman. The venerable Kentuckian, on taking the chair, made a speech which, though entirely extemporaneous, was delivered with great ease and dignity and profoundly impressed his auditors. Disregarding the etiquette which assumes that a convention is a deliberative assembly and that its choice cannot be foretold until it is made, he calmly took it for granted at the very beginning of his remarks that the Union candidate for the presidency was already nominated, and as soon as the tumultuous cheers which greeted his mention of the name of Abraham Lincoln had died away, he turned at once to the discussion of what he considered the real business of the day, the Declaration of Principles. Coming from a section of the country where the Constitution had been especially reverenced in words and vehemently assailed in action, he declared that with all the outcry about our violations of the Constitution, this present living generation and this present Union party are more thoroughly devoted to that Constitution than any generation that ever lived under it. But he contended also that, sacred as was the Constitution, the nation was not its slave. We ought to have it distinctly understood by friends and enemies that while we love that instrument, while we will maintain it and will with undoubted certainty put to death friend or foe who undertakes to trample it underfoot, yet beyond a doubt we will reserve the right to alter it to suit ourselves from time to time and from generation to generation. This speech was full of brief and powerful apothegms, some of which were startling as coming from an aged theologian of an aspect equally strong and benignant. The only enduring, the only imperishable cement of all free institutions, he said, has been the blood of traitors. It is a fearful truth, but we had as well avow it at once. And every blow you strike, and every rebel you kill, every battle you win, dreadful as it is to do it, you are adding, it may be a year, it may be 10 years, it may be a century, it may be 10 centuries, to the life of the government and the freedom of your children. Though presiding over a political convention, he declared himself absolutely detached from politics. As a Union party, I will follow you to the ends of the earth and to the gates of death. But as an abolition party, as a Republican party, as a Whig party, as a Democratic party, as an American party, I will not follow you 1 foot. He echoed the brief speech in which E.D. Morgan had struck the keynote. He said, I unite myself with those who believe it, slavery, is contrary to the brightest interests of all men and of all governments, contrary to the spirit of the Christian religion, and incompatible with the natural rights of man. I join myself with those who say, away with it forever, and I fervently pray God that the day may come when throughout the whole land every man may be as free as you are, and as capable of enjoying regulated liberty. I know very well that the sentiments which I am uttering will cause me great odium in the state in which I was born, which I love, where the bones of 2 generations of my ancestors and some of my children are, and where very soon I shall lay my own. But we have put our faces toward the way in which we intend to go, and we will go in it to the end. In the evening, the permanent organization of the convention was effected, William Dennison of Ohio being made chairman. He also, in a brief and eloquent speech, took for granted the unanimous nomination for the presidency of the United States of the wise and good man whose unselfish devotion to the country in the administration of the government has secured to him not only the admiration but the warmest affection of every friend of constitutional liberty. And also, in the tone of both the speakers who had preceded him, said that the loyal people of the country expected the convention to declare the cause and the support of the rebellion to be slavery, which, as well for its treasonable offenses against the government as for its incompatibility with the rights of humanity and the permanent peace of the country, must, with the termination of the war, and as much speedier as possible, be made to cease forever in every State and Territory of the Union. There were, in fact, but 3 tasks before the convention. The first was to settle the status of contesting delegations from the States and Territories, the second to agree upon the usual platform, and the third to nominate a candidate for the vice presidency. All of these questions were handled skillfully and with a spirit of moderation which led to the most successful result in the canvass. There were no questions of consequence in regard to the delegations of any of the Northern States, nor did any questions arise in regard to those from Kentucky and West Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. There were 2 delegations from Missouri, both making special claims of loyalty and of regularity of election. The Committee on Credentials decided that those styling themselves the Radical Union delegates should be awarded the seats. As this was the only delegation which had presented itself opposed to the nomination of Lincoln, and as a large majority, not only of the Convention, but of the Committee on Credentials, were of the contrary opinion, their action in admitting the recalcitrant Missourians was sagacious. It quieted at once the beginnings of what might have been a dangerous schism. The question as to admitting the delegates from Tennessee also raised some discussion, but was decided in their favor by more than a two-thirds vote. The delegates from Louisiana and Arkansas were also admitted by a vote nearly as large. The delegates from Nevada, Colorado, and Nebraska were admitted with the right to vote. Those from the States of Virginia and Florida and the remaining territories were admitted to the privileges of the floor without the right to vote. And those from South Carolina were rejected altogether. The same wise spirit of compromise was shown in the platform reported by Henry J. Raymond of New York. The first resolution declared it the highest duty of every citizen to maintain the integrity of the Union and to quell the rebellion by force of arms. The second approved the determination of the government to enter into no compromise with the rebels. The third, while approving all the acts hitherto done against slavery, declared in favor of an amendment to the Constitution terminating and forever prohibiting the existence of slavery in the United States. This resolution was received with an outburst of spontaneous and thunderous applause. The fourth resolution gave thanks to the soldiers and sailors. The fifth applauded the practical wisdom, unselfish patriotism, and unswerving fidelity with which Abraham Lincoln had discharged, under circumstances of unparalleled difficulty, the great duties and responsibilities of the presidential office, and it enumerated and approved the acts of his administration. The sixth resolution was of sufficient significance to be given entire. Resolved, that we deem it essential to the general welfare that harmony should prevail in our national councils, and we regard as worthy of public confidence and official trust those only who cordially endorse the principles proclaimed in these resolutions and which should characterize the administration of the government. This resolution, like the admission of the Missouri Radicals, was intended in general to win the support and heal the dissatisfaction of the so-called Radicals throughout the Union. Its specific meaning, however, was not entirely clear. There were not many of the delegates who voted for it who would have agreed upon all the details of a scheme for reorganizing the Cabinet. If measures for ostracizing all the objectionable members of the government had been set on foot in the hall of the convention, it is probable that the name of every member of the Cabinet would have been found on some of the shelves. It is altogether likely, however, that the name of the Postmaster General would have occurred more frequently than that of any other minister. The controversy between his brother and the Radicals of Missouri, in which he had, in accordance with his habit and temperament, taken an energetic part, had embittered against him the feelings of the Radical Republicans, not only in the West but throughout the North, and his habit of candid and trenchant criticism had raised for him enemies in all political circles. The seventh resolution claimed for the colored troops the full protection of the laws of war. The eighth declared that foreign immigration should be fostered and encouraged. The ninth spoke in favor of the speedy construction of a railroad to the Pacific coast. The 10th declared that the national faith pledged for the redemption of the public debt must be kept inviolate. And the 11th declared against the efforts of any European power to establish monarchical governments sustained by foreign military forces in near proximity to the United States. This last resolution showed the result of an adroit and sagacious compromise. The Radicals in the convention desired to make it a censure upon the action of the President and the Secretary of State, but the friends of the administration, while accepting to its utmost results the declaration in favor of the Monroe Doctrine, assumed that the President and his Cabinet were of the same mind, and therefore headed the resolution with the declaration that we approve the decision taken by the government, that the people of the United States can never regard with indifference the attempt of any European power to overthrow by force or to supplant by fraud the institutions of any republican government on the Western continent. There was nothing more before the convention but the nominations, and one of those was in fact already made. The only delay in registering the will of the convention occurred as a consequence of the attempt of members to do it by irregular and summary methods. Mr. Delano of Ohio made the customary motion to proceed to the nomination. Simon Cameron moved as a substitute the renomination of Lincoln and Hamlin by acclamation. A long wrangle ensued on the motion to lay this substitute on the table, which was brought to a close by a brief speech from Henry J. Raymond, representing the cooler heads, who were determined that whatever opposition there might be should have the fullest opportunity of expression, and by a motion which was adopted to nominate in the usual way by the call of States. The interminable nominating speeches of recent years had not come into fashion. B.C. Cook, the chairman of the Illinois delegation, merely said, "The State of Illinois again presents to the loyal people of this nation for President of the United States Abraham Lincoln. God bless him." And those who seconded the nomination were equally brief. Every State gave its undivided voice for Lincoln, with the exception of Missouri, which cast its vote, as the chairman stated, under positive instructions, for Grant. But before the result was announced, John F. Hume of Missouri moved that the nomination of Lincoln be declared unanimous. This could not be done until the result of the balloting was made known: 484 for Lincoln, 22 for Grant. Missouri then changed its vote, and the Secretary read the grand total of 506 for Lincoln. This announcement was greeted with a storm of cheering, which during many minutes, as often as it died away, burst out anew. The principal names mentioned for the Vice Presidency were, besides Hannibal Hamlin, the actual incumbent, Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, and Daniel S. Dickinson of New York. Besides these, General L. H. Rousseau had the vote of his own State, Kentucky. The Radicals of Missouri favored General B. F. Butler, who had a few scattered votes, also from New England. From among the three principal candidates, the voters were equally enough divided to make the contest exceedingly spirited and interesting. For several days before the convention, the President had been besieged by inquiries as to his personal wishes in regard to his associate on the ticket. He had persistently refused to give the slightest intimation of such wish. His private secretary, Mr. Nicolay, was at Baltimore in attendance at the convention, and although he was acquainted with the attitude of the President, at last overborne by the solicitations of the chairman of the Illinois delegation, who had been perplexed at the advocacy of Joseph Holt by Leonard Swett, one of the President's most intimate friends, Mr. Nicolay wrote a letter to Mr. Hay, who had been left in charge of the executive office in his absence, containing, among other matters, this passage: "Cook wants to know confidentially whether Swett is all right, whether in urging Holt for Vice President he reflects the President's wishes, whether the President has any preference, either personal or on the score of policy, or whether he wishes not even to interfere by a confidential intimation. Please get this information for me if possible." The letter was shown to the President, who endorsed upon it this memorandum: "Swett is unquestionably all right. Mr. Holt is a good man, but I had not heard or thought of him for VP. Wish not to interfere about VP. Cannot interfere about platform. Convention must judge for itself." This positive and final instruction was sent at once to Mr. Nicolay, and by him communicated to the President's most intimate friends in the convention. It was therefore with minds absolutely untrammeled by even any knowledge of the President's wishes that the convention went about its work of selecting his associate on the ticket. It is altogether probable that the ticket of 1864 would have been nominated without a contest, had it not been for the general impression in and out of the convention that it would be advisable to select as a candidate for the Vice Presidency a war Democrat. Mr. Dickinson, while not putting himself forward as a candidate, had sanctioned the use of his name by his friends on the especial ground that his candidacy might attract to the support of the Union many Democrats who would have been unwilling to support a ticket avowedly Republican. But these considerations weighed with still greater force in favor of Mr. Johnson, who was not only a Democrat but also a citizen of a border slave-holding State, and had rendered distinguished service to the Union cause. At the first show of hands it was at once evident that the Tennessean was stronger than the New Yorker, receiving 4 more votes than Mr. Dickinson even in the New York delegation. When the votes on the first ballot were counted, it was found that Mr. Johnson had received 200, Mr. Hamlin 150, Mr. Dickinson 108. But before the result was announced, almost the whole convention turned their votes to Johnson, and on motion of Lyman Tremaine of New York, his nomination was declared unanimous. The work was quickly done, Mr. Lincoln walking over to the War Department in the afternoon, as usual, for military news, received the dispatch announcing the nomination of Andrew Johnson before he was informed of his own. The telegram containing the news of his own nomination had gone to the White House a few minutes before. In the evening the National Grand Council of the Union League came together. A large proportion of its members had participated in the National Convention, and their action was therefore a foregone conclusion. They adopted a platform similar to that of the convention, with the exception that they declared, as the Cleveland people had done, in favor of the confiscation of the property of rebels. They heartily approved and endorsed the nominations already made, and passed a resolution to the effect that as Lincoln and Johnson were the only candidates who could hope to be elected as loyal men, they regarded it as the imperative duty of the Union League to do all that lay in its power to secure their election. They also earnestly approved and endorsed the platform and principles adopted by the convention, and pledged themselves as individuals and as members of the League to do all in their power to elect the candidates. The seal of secrecy was removed from this action, and a copy of the resolution transmitted to the President by W. R. Irwin, the Grand Recording Secretary. A committee headed by Governor Dennison came on the next day to notify the President of his nomination. "I need not say to you, sir," said Mr. Dennison, "that the convention, in thus unanimously nominating you for reelection, but gave utterance to the almost universal voice of the loyal people of the country. To doubt of your triumphant election would be little short of abandoning the hope of the final suppression of the rebellion and the restoration of the authority of the government over the insurgent States." The President answered, "I will neither conceal my gratification nor restrain the expression of my gratitude that the Union people, through their convention, in the continued effort to save and advance the nation, have deemed me not unworthy to remain in my present position. I know no reason to doubt that I shall accept the nomination tendered, and yet perhaps I should not declare definitely before reading and considering what is called the platform. I will say now, however, I approve the declaration in favor of the amending the Constitution as to prohibit slavery throughout the nation, when the people in revolt, with 100 days of explicit notice that they could within those days resume their allegiance without the overthrow of their institutions, and that they could not resume it afterwards, elected to stand out. Such amendment to the Constitution as is now proposed became a fitting and necessary conclusion to the final success of the Union cause. Such alone can meet and cover all cavils. Now the unconditional Union men, North and South, perceive its importance and embrace it. In the joint names of liberty and union, let us labor to give it legal form and practical effect. On the same day a committee of the Union League presented themselves to inform him of the action taken the night before. The President answered them more informally, saying that he did not allow himself to suppose that either the convention or the League had concluded that he was either the greatest or the best man in America, but rather that they had decided that it was not best to swap horses while crossing the river. All day the throngs of shouting and congratulating delegates filled the approaches to the Executive Mansion. In a brief speech at night, in answer to a serenade from citizens of Ohio, the President said, "What we want still more than Baltimore conventions or presidential elections is success under General Grant. I propose that you constantly bear in mind that the support you owe to the brave officers and soldiers in the field is of the very first importance, and we should therefore bend all our energies to that point." He then proposed 3 cheers for General Grant and the officers and soldiers with him, and, swinging his own hat, led off in the cheering. The more formal notification of the convention was made in a letter written by George William Curtis of New York, in which he paraphrased the platform and expressed the sentiment of the convention and of the people of the country with his usual elegance and force. "They have watched your official course with unflagging attention, and amid the bitter taunts of eager friends and the fierce denunciation of enemies, now moving too fast for some, now too slowly for others, they have seen you throughout this tremendous contest, patient, sagacious, faithful, just, leaning upon the heart of the great mass of the people, and satisfied to be moved by its mighty pulsations. It is for this reason that, long before the convention met, the popular instinct had plainly indicated you as its candidate, and the convention therefore merely recorded the popular will. Your character and career prove your unswerving fidelity to the cardinal principles of American liberty and of the American Constitution. In the name of that liberty and Constitution, sir, we earnestly request your acceptance of this nomination, reverently commending our beloved country and you, its chief magistrate, with all its brave sons who on sea and land are faithfully defending the good old American cause of equal rights, to the blessing of Almighty God. In accepting the nomination, the President observed the same wise rule of brevity which he had followed 4 years before. He made but one specific reference to any subject of discussion. While he accepted the resolution in regard to the supplanting of Republican government upon the Western continent, he gave the Convention and the country distinctly to understand that he stood by the action already adopted by himself and the Secretary of State. He said there might be misunderstanding were I not to say that the position of the government in relation to the action of France in Mexico, as assumed through the State Department and approved and endorsed by the Convention among the measures and acts of the Executive, will be faithfully maintained so long as the state of facts shall leave that position pertinent and applicable. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. The Resignation of Mr. Chase. After Mr. Chase's withdrawal from his hopeless contest for the Presidency, his sentiments towards Mr. Lincoln, as exhibited in his letters and his diary, took on a tinge of bitterness which gradually increased until their friendly association in the public service became no longer possible. There was something almost comic in the sudden collapse of his candidacy, and the American people, who are quick to detect the ludicrous in any event, could not help smiling when the States of Rhode Island and Ohio ranged themselves among the first on the side of the President. This was intolerable to Mr. Chase, who, with all his great and noble qualities, was deficient in humor. His wounded self-love could find no balm in these circumstances, except in the preposterous fiction which he constructed for himself, that through the systematic operation of the Postmaster General and those holding office under him, a preference for the reelection of Mr. Lincoln was created. Absurd as this fancy was, he appears firmly to have believed it, and the Blairs, whom he never liked, now appeared to him in the light of powerful enemies. An incident which occurred in Congress in April increased this impression to a degree which was almost maddening to the Secretary. The quarrel between General Francis P. Blair, Jr., and the Radicals in Missouri had been transferred to Washington, and one of the Missouri members, having made charges against him of corrupt operations in trade permits, he demanded an investigation, which resulted, of course, in his complete exoneration from such imputations. It was a striking instance of the bewildering power of factious hatred that such charges should ever have been brought. Any one who knew Blair, however slightly, should have known that personal dishonesty could never have offered him the least temptation. In defending himself on the floor of Congress, the natural pugnacity of his disposition led him to what soldiers call an offensive return. In fact, Frank Blair always preferred to do his fighting within the enemy's lines, and believing the Secretary of Treasury to be in sympathy, at least, with the assault which had been made upon his character, he attacked him with equal vigor and injustice by way of retaliation. As we have seen in another chapter, before this investigation was begun, the President had promised, when Blair should resign his seat in the House, to restore him to the command in the Western Army which he had relinquished on coming to Washington. Although he greatly disapproved of General Blair's attack upon Mr. Chase, the President did not think that he was justified on this account in breaking his word, and doubtless reasoned that sending Blair back to the army would not only enable him to do good service in the field, but would quiet an element of discord in Congress. The result, however, was most unfortunate in its effect on the feelings of Mr. Chase. He was stung to the bitterest resentment by the attack of Blair, and he held that restoring Blair to his command made the President an accomplice in his offense. From that time he took a continually darkened view both of the President's character and of his chances for reelection. No good could come, he said, of the probable identification of the next administration with the Blair family. His first thought was to resign his place in the Cabinet, though on consulting his friends and finding them unanimous against such a course, he gave it up. But his letters during this month are full of ill will to the President. To his niece he wrote, "If Congress gives me the measures I want, and Uncle Abe will stop spending so fast, he, Chase, would bring about resumption within a year." To another he indirectly blamed the President for the slaughter at Fort Pillow. To Governor Buckingham, who had written him a sympathetic note, he said, "My chief concern in the attacks made on me springs from the conviction that the influence of the men who make them must necessarily divide the friends of the Union and freedom, unless the President shall cast it off, of which I have little hope. I am willing to be myself its victim, but grieve to think our country may be also," and adds this compliment to his correspondent at the expense of his colleagues in the Government: "How strikingly the economy and prudence shown by the narration of your excellent message contrasts with the extravagance and recklessness which mark the disbursement of national treasure." Writing to another friend, he indulges in this lumbering pleasantry: "It seems as if there were no limit to expense. The spigot in Uncle Abe's barrel is made twice as big as the bunghole. He may have been a good flatboatman and rail splitter, but he certainly never learned the true science of coopering." This was a dark month to him. His only fortress of refuge was his self-esteem. Secure in this, he lavished on every side his criticisms and his animadversions upon his associates. Congress, he said, is unwilling to take the decisive steps which are indispensable to the highest degree of public credit, and the Executive does not, I fear, sufficiently realize the importance of an energetic and comprehensive policy in all departments of administration. Smarting as he did under the attack of the Blairs, he pretended to treat them with contempt. "Don't trouble yourself about the Blairs," he wrote to an adherent. "Dogs will bark at the moon, but I have never heard that the moon stopped on that account." By constantly dwelling on the imaginary coalition of Lincoln with the Blairs against him, he began at last to take heart again, and to think that against adversaries so weak and so wicked there might still be a chance of victory. Only a fortnight before the gathering of the Republican Convention at Baltimore, he began to look beyond the already certain event of that convention, and to contemplate the possibility of defeating Mr. Lincoln after he should be nominated. "It has become quite apparent now," he wrote, "that the importunity of Mr. Lincoln's special friends for an early convention, in order to make his nomination sure, was a mistake both for him and for the country. The convention will not be regarded as a Union convention, but simply as a Blair-Lincoln convention, by a great body of citizens whose support is essential to success. Few, except those already committed to Mr. Lincoln, will consider themselves bound by a predetermined nomination. Very many who may ultimately vote for Mr. Lincoln will wait the course of events, hoping that some popular movement for Grant or some other successful general will offer a better hope of saving the country. Others, and the number seems to be increasing, will not support his nomination in any event, believing that our ill success thus far in the suppression of the rebellion is due mainly to his course of action and inaction, and that no change can be for the worse. But these are speculations merely from my standpoint. The Secretary's relations with the President and his colleagues while he was in this mood were naturally subject to much friction, and this frame of mind had lasted with little variation for more than a year. It was impossible to get on with him except by constant agreement to all his demands. He chose in his letters and his diaries to represent himself as the one just and patriotic man in the government, who was striving with desperate energy, but with little hope, to preserve the administration from corrupt influences. It cannot be doubted that his motives were pure, his ability and industry unusual, his integrity, of course, beyond question. He held, and justly held, that being responsible for the proper conduct of affairs in his department, he should not be compelled to make appointments contrary to his convictions of duty. He was unquestionably right in insisting that appointments should be made on public grounds, and that only men of ability and character should be chosen to fill them. But he had an exasperating habit of assuming that nobody agreed with him in this view, and that all differences of opinion in regard to persons necessarily sprung from corrupt or improper motives on the part of those who differed with him. At the slightest word of disagreement, he immediately put on his full armor of noble sentiments and phrases, appealed to Heaven for the rectitude of his intentions, and threatened to resign his commission if thwarted in his purpose. When he was not opposed, he made his recommendations, as his colleagues did, on grounds of political expediency as well as of personal fitness. One day, for instance, he recommended the appointment of Reinhold Solger as Assistant Register of the Treasury on the ground that the German supporters of the administration have had no considerable appointment in the department. He frequently gave in support of his nominees the recommendations of senators and representatives of the States where the appointments were to be made, but he always sturdily resented any suggestions from the President that an appointment proposed by him would have a bad effect politically. He had the faculty of making himself believe that his obstinacy in such matters arose purely from devotion to principle. He would not only weary the President with unending oral discussions, but, returning to the department, would write him letters filled with high and irrelevant morality, and at evening would enter in his diary meditations upon his own purity and the perversity of those he chose to call his enemies. It would hardly be wise for the ablest man of affairs to assume such an attitude. To justify it at all, one should be infallible in his judgment of men. With the Secretary of the Treasury this was far from being the case. He was not a good judge of character. He gave his confidence freely to any one who came flattering him and criticizing the President, and after having given it, it was almost impossible to make him believe that the man who talked so judiciously could be a knave. His chosen biographer, Judge Worden, says he was indeed sought less by strong men and by good men than by weak men and by bad men. A much better authority, Whitelaw Reid, while giving him unmeasured praise for other qualities, calls him profoundly ignorant of men, and says the baldest charlatan might deceive him into trusting his personal worth. Early in the year 1864, the Federal appointments in New York City began to be the subject of frequent conversations between the President and the Secretary of the Treasury. So many complaints of irregularity and inefficiency in the conduct of affairs in the New York Custom House had reached Mr. Lincoln that he began to think a change in the officers there would be of advantage to the public service. Every suggestion of this sort, however, was met by Mr. Chase with passionate opposition. Mr. Lincoln had not lost confidence in the integrity or the high character of Hiram Barney, the collector of customs. He was even willing to give him an important appointment abroad in testimony of his continued esteem. But he was not satisfied with what he heard of the conduct of his office. Several of his subordinates had been detected in improper and corrupt practices, and after being defended by Mr. Chase until defense was impossible, they had been dismissed, and in some cases punished. In the month of February, while the conduct of the Custom House was under investigation in Congress, a special agent of the Treasury Department named Joshua F. Bailey came to Washington, having been summoned as a witness to testify before the committee of the House of Representatives in charge of the matter. He called on the chairman in advance and endeavored to smother the investigation by saying, among other things, that whatever might be developed, the President would in no case take any action. The chairman of the committee reported this impudent statement to the President, who at once communicated the fact to the Secretary of the Treasury, saying, "The public interest cannot fail to suffer in the hands of this irresponsible and unscrupulous man." And he proposed at the same time to send Mr. Barney as minister to Portugal. Mr. Chase defended Bailey and resisted with such energy the displacement of Mr. Barney that midsummer came with matters in the Custom House unchanged. Mr. Chase in his diary gives a full account of a conversation between himself and the President in regard to this matter, in which the Secretary reiterates his assurances of confidence in the conduct of the Custom House, and gives especially warm expression to his regard for Bailey, meeting the positive assertion of the chairman of the committee of the House of Representatives by saying, "I think Mr. Bailey is not the fool to have made such a suggestion." So long as he remained in office he gave this blind confidence to Bailey, who finally showed how ill he deserved it by the embezzlement of a large sum of public money, and by his flight in ruin and disgrace from the country. In February 1863 the Senate rejected the nomination of Mark Howard as Collector of Internal Revenue for the District of Connecticut. Mr. Chase, hearing that this rejection was made at the instance of Senator Dixon, immediately wrote a letter demanding the renomination of Howard, or, if the President should not agree with him in this, of someone not recommended by Senator Dixon. A few days later the President wrote to Mr. Chase that after much reflection and with a great deal of pain that it was adverse to his wish. He had concluded that it was not best to nominate Mr. Howard. He recognized the constitutional right of the Senate to reject his nomination without being called to account, and to take the ground in advance that he would nominate no one for the vacant place who was favored by a senator so eminent in character and ability as Mr. Dixon seemed to him preposterous. The only person from Connecticut recommended for the vacancy was Edward Goodman, in favor of whom Senator Dixon and Dwight Loomis, the representative in the House, cordially united. The President therefore asked Mr. Chase to send him a nomination for Goodman. Immediately on the receipt of this letter, Mr. Chase wrote out his resignation as Secretary of the Treasury in these words: "Finding myself unable to approve the manner in which selections for appointment to important trusts in this department have been recently made, and being unwilling to remain responsible for its administration under existing circumstances, I respectfully resign the office of Secretary of the Treasury." This letter, however, never reached the President, as Senator Dixon came in before it was dispatched and discussed the matter in a spirit so entirely different from that of the Secretary that no quarrel was possible with him. And after he left, Mr. Chase wrote a letter to the President in which he said, "I do not insist on the renomination of Mr. Howard, and Mr. Dixon and Mr. Loomis, as I understand, do not claim the nomination of his successor. My only object, and I think you so understand it, is to secure fit men for responsible places without admitting the rights of Senators or Representatives to control appointments for which the President and the Secretary, as his presumed adviser, must be responsible. Unless this principle can be practically established, I feel that I cannot be useful to you or the country in my present position." It is possible that the Secretary may have thought that this implied threat to resign brought both the President and the Senator to reason, for the matter ended at this time by their allowing him to have absolutely his own way. Mr. Dixon wrote to the President saying that he preferred to leave the whole matter to the Secretary of the Treasury, believing his choice would be such as to advance the interests of the country and the Administration. And the President, who heartily detested these squabbles over office, was glad of this arrangement. There was not a shade of difference between him and Mr. Chase as to the duty of the Administration to appoint only fit men to office, but the President always preferred to effect this object without needlessly offending the men upon whom the Government depended for its support in the war. A few months later Mr. Lincoln was subjected to great trouble and inconvenience by the constant complaints which came to him by every mail from Puget Sound against the collector for that district, one Victor Smith from Ohio, a friend and appointee of Mr. Chase. This Smith is described by Shuckers as a man not very likely to become popular on the Pacific coast or anywhere else. He believed in spirit rappings and was an avowed abolitionist. He whined a great deal about progress, was somewhat arrogant in manner and intolerant in speech, and speedily made himself thoroughly unpopular in his office. No attention was paid by the Secretary to these complaints, which were from time to time referred to him by the President. But at last the clamor by letter and by deputations from across the continent became intolerable, and the President, during a somewhat protracted absence of the Secretary from Washington, ordered a change to be made in the office. In a private note to Mr. Chase, wishing to avoid giving him personal offense, he said, "My mind is made up to remove Victor Smith as collector of the customs at the Puget Sound district. Yet in doing this I do not decide that the charges against him are true. I only decide that the degree of dissatisfaction with him there is too great for him to be retained. But I believe he is your personal acquaintance and friend, and if you desire it I will try to find some other place for him." 3 days later the Secretary, having returned to Washington, answered in his usual manner, protesting once more his ardent desire to serve the country faithfully, and claiming that he had a right to be consulted in matters of appointment. He sent a blank commission for the person whom the President had concluded to appoint, but protested against the precedent and tendered his resignation. This time again the President gave way. He drove to the Secretary's house, handed his petulant letter back to him, and begged him to think no more of the matter. 2 days afterwards, in a letter assenting to other recommendations for office which had come to him from the Treasury Department, he said, "Please send me over the commission for Louis G. Gunn, as you recommend, for Collector of Customs at Puget Sound." Any statesman possessing a sense of humor would have hesitated before repeating this identical proceeding. But as we have said, Mr. Chase was deficient in this saving sense, and he apparently saw no reason why it should not be repeated indefinitely. John J. Cisco, the assistant treasurer at New York, who had served the Government with remarkable ability and efficiency through 3 administrations, resigned his commission in May to take effect at the close of the fiscal year, the 30th of June, 1864. It was a post of great importance in a financial point of view, and not insignificant in the way of political influence. Up to this time Mr. Chase had made all the important appointments in New York from his own wing of the supporters of the Union, the men who had formerly been connected with the Democratic party and who now belonged to what was called the radical wing of the Republican. This matter was the source of constant complaint from those who were sometimes called the conservative Republicans of New York, or those who had in great part formerly belonged to the Whig party, and who in later years acknowledged the leadership of Mr. Seward. The President was anxious that in an appointment so important as that which was now about to be made, both sections of the party in New York should, if possible, be satisfied, and especially that no nomination should be made which should be positively objectionable to Senator Morgan, who was considered to represent more especially the city of New York and its great commercial interests. To this Mr. Chase at first interposed no objection, and it was upon full and friendly consultation and conference between him and Senator Morgan that the appointment was offered successively to Denning Duer and to John A. Stuart, both of them gentlemen of the highest standing; but both declined the office tendered them, upon which Mr. Chase suddenly resolved to appoint Maunsell B. Field, who was at that time an Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. Mr. Field was a gentleman of excellent social position, of fine literary culture, to whom the Secretary was sincerely attached, but who was entirely destitute of such standing in either the political or the financial circles of New York as was required by so important a place. Senator Morgan at once protested vigorously against such an appointment, which only served to confirm the Secretary in his insistence upon it. Besides his objections to Mr. Field, whom he thought in no way competent to hold such a place, Mr. Morgan urged that the political result of his appointment would be extremely unfavorable to the Union party in New York. He became thoroughly alarmed, and begged the Secretary and the President successively to make their choice among 3 of the most eminent citizens of New York, whose names he presented; but the Secretary's mind was made up. Without further consultation with the President, he sent him the nomination for Mr. Field on the 27th of June. The next day the President replied: I cannot without much embarrassment make this appointment, principally because of Senator Morgan's very firm opposition to it. Senator Harris has not spoken to me on the subject, though I understand he is not averse to the appointment of Mr. Field, nor yet to any one of the 3 named by Senator Morgan. Governor Morgan tells me he has mentioned the 3 names to you, to wit, R. M. Blatchford, Dudley S. Gregory, and Thomas Hillhouse. It will really oblige me if you will make choice among these 3, or any other man that Senators Morgan and Harris will be satisfied with, and send me a nomination for him. There have been few ministers who would have refused so reasonable and considerate a request as this, but it did not for a moment shake Mr. Chase's determination to have his own way in the matter. He sent a note to the President asking for an interview, and telegraphed to Mr. Cisco begging him most earnestly to withdraw his resignation and give the country the benefit of his services at least 1 quarter longer. He was determined in one way or another that neither the President nor the Senators from New York should have anything to say in regard to this appointment, and conscious of his own blamelessness in all the controversy, he went home and wrote in his diary, "Oh, for more faith and clearer sight! How stable is the city of God! How disordered is the city of man!" The same day the President wrote him: "When I received your note this forenoon suggesting a verbal conversation in relation to the appointment of a successor to Mr. Cisco, I hesitated, because the difficulty does not, in the main part, lie within the range of a conversation between you and me. As the proverb goes, no man knows so well where the shoe pinches as he who wears it. I do not think Mr. Field a very proper man for the place, but I would trust your judgment and forego this were the greater difficulty out of the way. Much as I personally like Mr. Barney, it has been a great burden to me to retain him in his place when nearly all our friends in New York were directly or indirectly urging his removal. Then the appointment of Judge Hogeboom to be general appraiser brought me to, and has ever since kept me at, the verge of open revolt. Now the appointment of Mr. Field would precipitate me in it, unless Senator Morgan, and those feeling as he does, could be brought to concur in it. Strained as I always am at this point, I do not think that I can make this appointment in the direction of still greater strain." In the evening the extremely tense situation was relieved by a telegram from Mr. Cisco complying with the request of the Secretary to remain another quarter. But it was not in the nature of Mr. Chase to accept this simple denouement. He felt that the President had acted badly and must be subjected to some discipline, and he naturally resorted to those measures which had hitherto proved so effective. He wrote to him: "The withdrawal of Mr. Cisco's resignation, which I enclose, relieves the present difficulty, but I cannot help feeling that my position here is not altogether agreeable to you, and it is certainly too full of embarrassment and difficulty and painful responsibility to allow in me the least desire to retain it. I think it my duty, therefore, to enclose to you my resignation. I shall regard it as a real relief if you think proper to accept it, and will most cheerfully render to my successor any aid he may find useful in entering upon his duties." In this letter Mr. Chase enclosed his formal resignation. The President received this note while very much occupied with other affairs. The first paper which met his eyes was the telegram from Mr. Cisco withdrawing his resignation. Glad that the affair was so happily terminated, he laid the packet aside for some hours without looking at the other papers contained in it. The next morning, wishing to write a congratulatory note to Mr. Chase upon this welcome termination of the crisis, he found, to his bitter chagrin and disappointment, that the Secretary had once more tendered his resignation. He took it to mean precisely what the Secretary had intended, that if he were to retain Mr. Chase as Secretary of the Treasury, it should not be hereafter as a subordinate. To refuse this resignation, to go once more to the Secretary and urge him to remain, would amount to an abdication of his constitutional powers. He therefore, without hesitation, sent him this letter: "Your resignation of the office of Secretary of the Treasury, sent me yesterday, is accepted. Of all I have said in commendation of your ability and fidelity, I have nothing to unsay, and yet you and I have reached a point of mutual embarrassment in our official relation which it seems cannot be overcome or longer sustained consistently with the public service." At the same time he sent to the Senate the nomination of David Tod of Ohio as Secretary of the Treasury. Most people have chosen to consider this a singular selection. Yet David Tod was by no means an unknown man. He had gained an honorable position at the bar, had been the Democratic candidate for governor in 1844, had served with credit as minister to Brazil, was first vice president of the Charleston Convention, and became its president at Baltimore on the secession of Caleb Cushing, was one of the most prominent men in Ohio in railroad and mining enterprises, had been the most eminent and efficient of the war Democrats of the State, and as governor had shown executive capacity of a high order. There were some superficial points of resemblance between Mr. Chase and Governor Tod that doubtless caught the attention of the President in choosing a successor to the former in such haste. Tod was a citizen of the same State with Chase, of which both had been governor. He had come into the Union party from the Democrats. He was a man of unusually dignified and impressive presence, but it is safe to say that no one had ever thought of him for the place now vacant. The nomination was presented to the Senate at its opening and was received with amazement. Not the least surprised of the statesmen in the Capitol was Mr. Chase himself, who was busy at the moment in one of the committee rooms of the Senate arranging some legislation which he needed for his department. There are many indications which go to show that his resignation of the evening before was intended, like those which had preceded it, as a means of discipline for the President. After sending it, he wrote to Mr. Cisco expressing his thanks for the withdrawal of his resignation and saying it relieves me from a very painful embarrassment. I could not remain here and see your office made parcel of the machinery of party, or even feel serious apprehensions that it might be. Even on the morning of the 30th of June, Mr. Chase wrote to the President recommending a considerable increase of taxation, saying that there would be a deficit by existing laws of about 80 millions. On the other hand, there was nothing to show up to the instant that he was informed of the nomination of Todd that he expected his official career to end on that day. The news for the moment created something like consternation in political circles at the Capitol. Mr. Washburne hurried to the White House saying the change was disastrous, that at this time of military unsuccess, financial weakness, congressional hesitation on questions of conscription, and imminent famine in the West, it was ruinous. The Senate Committee on Finance, to which the nomination of Todd had been referred, came down in a body to talk with the President about it. The President gave this account of the interview. Fessenden was frightened. Conness was angry. Sherman thought we could not have gotten on together much longer anyhow. Cowan and Van Winkle were indifferent. They not only objected to any change, but specially protested against the nomination of Todd as too little known and too inexperienced for the place. The President replied that he had little personal acquaintance with Todd, that he had nominated him on account of the high opinion he had formed of him as Governor of Ohio, but that the Senate had the duty and responsibility of passing upon the question of fitness, in which it must be entirely untrammeled. He could not, in justice to himself or to Todd, withdraw the nomination. The impression of the undesirability of the change rather deepened during the day. Mr. Hooper of Massachusetts, an intimate friend of both the President and Mr. Chase, and the man upon whom both principally relied for the conduct of financial legislation in the House, spoke of the crisis in deep depression. He said he had been for some time of the opinion that Mr. Chase did not see his way entirely clear to raising the funds which were necessary, that his supplementary demand for money sent in at the close of the session, after everything had been granted which he asked, looked like an intention to throw an anchor to windward in case he was refused. Mr. Hooper said he had waked that morning feeling a little vexed that Chase had done this, that he thought it was an attempt to throw an unfair responsibility upon Congress. But now this resignation came to relieve him of all responsibility. His successor would have an enormous work to do. The future was troubled. There remained the great practical problem, regularly recurring, to raise 100 millions a month. I do not clearly see, he said, how it is to be done. The talent of finance in its national aspect is something entirely different from banking. Most bankers criticize Mr. Chase, but he has a faculty of using the knowledge and experience of others to the best advantage. That has sufficed him hitherto. A point has been reached where he does not clearly see what comes next, and at this point the President allows him to step from under his load. This view of the case has a color of confirmation in a passage of the diary of Mr. Chase of the 30th of June, which goes to show at least a mixed motive in his resignation. After his resignation had been accepted, Mr. Hooper had called upon him, and evidently hoping that some reconciliation was still possible, told him that several days before the President had spoken to him in terms of high esteem, indicating his purpose of making him Chief Justice justice in the event of a vacancy, a post which Mr. Chase had long before told the President was the one he most desired. Mr. Chase answered that had such expression of goodwill reached him in time, it might have prevented the present misunderstanding, but that now he could not change his position. Besides, he adds, I did not see how I could carry on the department without more means than Congress was likely to supply, and amid the embarrassments created by factious hostility within and both factious and party hostility without the department. At night the President received a dispatch from Mr. Todd declining the appointment on the ground of ill health. The President's secretary went immediately to the Capitol to communicate this information to the Senators, so that no vote might be taken on the nomination. Early the next morning the President sent to the Senate the nomination of William Pitt Fessenden, Senator from Maine. When he gave the nomination to his secretary, the latter informed him that Mr. Fessenden was then in the anteroom waiting to see him. He answered, "Start at once for the Senate, and then let Fessenden come in." The Senator, who was chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, began immediately to discuss the question of the vacant place in the Treasury, suggesting the name of Hugh McCulloch. The President listened to him for a moment with a smile of amusement, and then told him that he had already sent his nomination to the Senate. Fessenden leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "You must withdraw it. I cannot accept." "If you decline," said the President, "you must do it in open day, for I shall not recall the nomination." "We talked about it for some time," said the President, and he went away less decided in his refusal. The nomination was instantly confirmed, the executive session lasting no more than a minute. There seemed to be no difference of opinion in regard to Mr. Fessenden. The only fear was that he would not accept. His first impulse was to decline, but being besieged all day by the flattering solicitations of his friends, it was impossible for him to persist in refusing. The President was equally surprised and gratified at the enthusiastic and general approval the nomination had met with. He said, "It is very singular, considering that this appointment is so popular when made, that no one ever mentioned his name to me for that place." Thinking over the matter, 2 or 3 points occurred to me. First, his thorough acquaintance with the business. As chairman of the Senate Committee of Finance, he knows as much of this special subject as Mr. Chase. He possesses a national reputation and the confidence of the country. He is a Radical without the petulant and vicious fretfulness of many Radicals. There are reasons why this appointment ought to be very agreeable to him. For some time past he has been running in rather a pocket of bad luck. The failure to renominate Mr. Hamlin makes possible a contest between him and the Vice President, the most popular man in Maine, for the election which is now imminent. A little while ago in the Senate, Trumbull told him his ill temper had left him no friends, but this sudden and most gratifying manifestation of good feeling over his appointment, his instantaneous confirmation, the earnest entreaties of everybody that he should accept, cannot but be very grateful to his feelings. Mr. Chase left a full record in his diaries and letters of the sense of injury and wrong done him by the President. He especially resented the President's reference to the embarrassment in our official relations. "I had found a good deal of embarrassment from him," he said, "but what he had found from me I could not imagine, unless it has been caused by my unwillingness to have offices distributed as spoils or benefits. He has never given me the active and earnest support I was entitled to." After Mr. Fessenden was appointed, the ex-secretary entered in his diary his approval of the selection. "He has the confidence of the country, and many who have become inimical to me will give their confidence to him and their support. Perhaps they will do more than they otherwise would to sustain him, in order to show how much better a secretary he is than I was." Before Mr. Fessenden accepted his appointment, he called on Mr. Chase and conversed fully with him on the subject. Mr. Chase frankly and cordially advised him to accept, telling him that all the great work of the department was now fairly blocked out and in progress, that the organization was planned and in many ways complete, and all in a state which admitted of completion. His most difficult task would be to provide money. But he would have advantages, said Mr. Chase, which I had not. Those persons to whom I had given offense would have no cause of ill will against him, and would very probably come to his support with zeal increased by their ill will to me. So my damage would be to his advantage, especially with a certain class of capitalists and bankers. The entries in Mr. Chase's diary continue for several days in the same strain. He congratulates himself on his own integrity. He speaks with severity of the machinations of imaginary enemies. On the 2nd of July he remarks the passage of the bill giving the Secretary of the Treasury control over trade in the rebel States and authority to lease abandoned property and to care for the freedmen, and adds, "How much good I expected to accomplish under this bill. Will my successor do this work? I fear not. He had not the same heart for this measure that I had." On the 4th of July the ringing of bells, the firing of cannon, and the snapping of crackers awoke him to the reflection that if the Government had been willing to do justice, and had used its vast powers with equal energy and wisdom, the struggle might have been happily terminated long ago. Later in the same day Mr. Fessenden came to see him and informed him that he had been discussing with the President the subject of appointments in the Treasury Department, and that Mr. Lincoln had requested him not to remove any friends of Governor Chase unless there should be a real necessity for it. Mr. Chase persuaded himself that if the President had spoken to him in that tone he would have withdrawn his resignation. Why did he not? He mused. I can see but one reason, that I am too earnest, too anti-slavery, and say too radical to make him willing to have me connected with the Administration, just as my opinion that he is not earnest enough, not anti-slavery enough, not radical enough, goes naturally with those hostile to me rather than with me, makes me willing and glad to be disconnected from it. How far his animosity against the President had misled this able, honest, pure, and otherwise sagacious man may be seen in one single phrase. Referring to the President's refusal to sign the Reconstruction Bill, he put down his deliberate opinion that neither the President nor his chief advisers had abandoned the idea of possible reconstruction with slavery, and this in spite of the President's categorical statement, "While I remain in my present position, I shall not attempt to retract or modify the Emancipation Proclamation, nor shall I return to slavery any person who is free by the terms of that proclamation or by any of the acts of Congress," and of his declaration that such action would be a cruel and an astounding breach of faith. But after all these expressions of that petulant injustice, which was only a foible in a noble character, the greatest financial secretary which the country had known since Hamilton had a perfect right in laying down the high office he had borne with such integrity and with such signal success to indulge in the meditation which we find in his diary of June the 30th. So my official life closes. I have laid broad foundations, nothing but wise legislation, and especially bold yet judicious provision of taxes, with fair economy in administration and energetic yet prudent military action, seems necessary to ensure complete success. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. The Wade-Davis Manifesto. In his message to Congress of the 8th of December, 1863, Mr. Lincoln gave expression to his ideas on the subject of Reconstruction more fully and clearly than ever before. He appended to that message a proclamation of the same date guaranteeing a full pardon to all who had been implicated in the rebellion, with certain specified exceptions, on the condition of taking and maintaining an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Union of the States thereunder. to abide by and support all acts of Congress and proclamations of the President made during the rebellion with reference to slaves, so long and so far as not repealed, modified, or held void by Congress or by decision of the Supreme Court. The exceptions to this general amnesty were of those who, having held places of honor and trust under the Government of the United States, had betrayed this trust and entered the service of the Confederacy, and of those who had been guilty of treatment of colored troops not justified by the laws of war. The proclamation further promised that when any of the States in rebellion, a number of citizens equal to 1/10 of the voters in the year 1860, should reestablish a State government Republican in form and not contravening the oath above mentioned, such should be recognized as the true government of the State and should receive the benefits of the constitutional provision that the United States shall guarantee to every State in this Union a Republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the Legislature or the Executive, when the Legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. The President also engaged by this proclamation not to object to any provision which might be adopted by such State governments in relation to the freed people of the States, which should recognize and declare their permanent freedom and provide for their education, and which may yet be consistent as a temporary arrangement with their present condition as a laboring, landless, and homeless class. He suggested that in reconstructing the loyal State governments, the names, the boundaries, the subdivisions, the constitutions, and the general codes of laws of the States should be preserved. He stated distinctly that his proclamation had no reference to States where the loyal State governments had all the while been maintained. He took care to make it clear that the respective houses, and not the Executive, had the constitutional power to decide whether members sent to Congress from any State should be admitted to seats, and he concluded by saying, "This proclamation is intended to present the people of the States wherein the national authority has been suspended, and loyal State governments have been subverted, a mode in and by which the national authority and loyal State governments may be reestablished within said States or in any of them. And while the mode presented is the best the Executive can suggest with his present impressions, it must not be understood that no other possible mode would be acceptable." The message contained an unusually forcible and luminous expression of the principles embraced in the proclamation. The President referred to the dark and doubtful days which followed the announcement of the policy of emancipation and of the employment of black soldiers, the gradual justification of those acts by the successes which the national arms had since achieved, of the change of the public spirit of the border States in favor of emancipation, the enlistment of black soldiers and their efficient and creditable behavior in arms, the absence of any tendency to servile insurrection or to violence and cruelty among the negroes, the sensible improvement in the public opinion of Europe and of America. He then explained the purpose and spirit of his proclamation. Nothing had been attempted beyond what was amply justified by the Constitution. The form of an oath had been given, but no man was coerced to take it. The Constitution authorized the Executive to grant or withhold a pardon at his own absolute discretion, and this included the power to grant on terms as was fully established by judicial authority. He therefore referred to the provision of the Constitution guaranteeing to the States a Republican form of government as providing precisely for the case then under treatment, where the element within a State favorable to Republican government in the Union might be too feeble for an opposite and hostile element external to or even within the State. An attempt, said the President, to guarantee and protect a revived State government, constructed in whole or in preponderating part from the very element against whose hostility and violence it is to be protected, is simply absurd. There must be a test by which to separate the opposing elements so as to build only from the sound. And that test is a sufficiently liberal one which accepts as sound whoever will make a sworn recantation of his former unsoundness. In justification of his requiring in the oath of amnesty a submission to and support of the anti-slavery laws and proclamations, he said, "Those laws and proclamations were enacted and put forth for the purpose of aiding in the suppression of the rebellion. To give them their fullest effect, there had to be a pledge for their maintenance. In my judgment, they have aided and will further aid the cause for which they were intended. To now abandon them would be not only to relinquish a lever of power, but would also be a cruel and an astounding breach of faith. I may add at this point that while I remain in my present position, I shall not attempt to retract or modify the Emancipation Proclamation, nor shall I return to slavery any person who is free by the terms of that proclamation or by any of the acts of Congress." The President called attention to the fact that that part of the oath was subject to the modifying and abrogating power of legislation and supreme judicial decision, that the whole purpose and spirit of the proclamation was permissive and not mandatory. The proposed acquiescence, he said, of the National Executive in any reasonable temporary State arrangement for the freed people is made with the view of possibly modifying the confusion and destitution which must at best attend all classes by a total revolution of labor throughout whole States. It is hoped that the already deeply afflicted people in those States may be somewhat more ready to give up the cause of their affliction if to this extent this vital matter be left to themselves, while no power of the National Executive to prevent an abuse is abridged by the proposition. He had taken the utmost pains to avoid the danger of committal on points which could be more safely left to further developments. Saying that on certain terms certain classes will be pardoned with rights restored, it is not said that other classes or other terms will never be included. Saying that Reconstruction will be accepted if presented in a specified way, it is not said it will never be accepted in any other way. The President expressed his profound congratulation at the movement towards emancipation by the several States, and urged once more upon Congress the importance of aiding these steps to the great consummation. It is rare that so important a State paper has been received with such unanimous tokens of enthusiastic adhesion. However, the leading Republicans in Congress may have been led later in the session to differ with the President. There was apparently no voice of discord raised on the day the message was read to both houses. For a moment all factions in Congress seemed to be of one mind. One who spent the morning on the floor of Congress wrote on the same day, "Men acted as though the millennium had come." Chandler was delighted, Sumner was joyous, apparently forgetting for the moment his doctrine of State suicide. While at the other political poll, Dixon and Reverdy Johnson said the message was highly satisfactory. Henry Wilson said to the President's secretary, "He has struck another great blow. Tell him for me God bless him." The effect was similar in the House of Representatives. George S. Boutwell, who represented the extreme anti-slavery element of New England, said, "It is a very able and shrewd paper. It has great points of popularity, and it is right." Owen Lovejoy, the leading abolitionist of the West, seemed to see on the mountain the feet of one bringing good tidings. "I shall live," he said, "to see slavery ended in America." James A. Garfield gave his unreserved approval. Francis W. Kellogg of Michigan went shouting about the lobby. "The President is the only man. There is none like him in the world. He sees more widely, more clearly than any of us." Henry T. Blow, the Radical member from St. Louis, who 6 months later was denouncing Mr. Lincoln as a traitor to freedom, said, "God bless old Abe. I am one of the Radicals who have always believed in him." Horace Greeley, who was on the floor of the House, went so far as to say the message was devilish good. The Executive Mansion was filled all day by a rush of Congressmen congratulating the President and assuring him of their support in his wise and humane policy. The Conservatives and Radicals vied with each other in claiming that the message represented their own views of the crisis. N. B. Judd of Illinois said to the President, "The opinion of people who read your message today is that on that platform 2 of your ministers must walk the plank, Blair and Bates." To which the President answered, "Both of these men acquiesced in it without objection. The only member of the Cabinet who objected was Mr. Chase." For a moment the most prejudiced Democrats found little to say against the message. They called it very ingenious and cunning, admirably calculated to deceive. This reception of the message was extremely pleasing to the President, a solution of the most important problem of the time, which conservatives like Dixon and Reverdy Johnson thoroughly approved, and to which Mr. Sumner made no objection, was of course a source of profound gratification. He took it as a proof of what he had often said, that there was no essential contest between loyal men on this subject if they would consider it reasonably. He said in conversation on the 10th of December, "The only question is who constitute the State. When that is decided, the solution of subsequent questions is easy." He wrote in his original draft of the message that he considered the discussion as to whether a State had been at any time out of the Union as vain and profitless. "We know they were. We trust they shall be in the Union. It does not greatly matter whether in the meantime they shall be considered to have been in or out. But afterwards, considering that the Constitution empowered him to grant protection to States in the Union, he saw that it would not answer to admit that the States had at any time been out of it. He erased that sentence as possibly suggestive of evil. He preferred, he said, to stand firmly based on the Constitution rather than to work in the air. He was specially gratified by reports which came to him of the adhesion of the Missourians in Congress to his view. "I know," he said, "these radical men have in them the stuff which must save the State, and on which we must mainly rely. They are absolutely incorrosive by the virus of secession. It cannot touch or taint them. While the conservatives, in casting about for votes to carry through their plans, are attempting to affiliate with those whose record is not clear. If one side must be crushed out and the other cherished, there cannot be any doubt which side we must choose as fuller of hope for the future. But just there," he continued, "is where their wrong begins. They insist that I shall hold and treat Governor Gamble and his supporters, men appointed by the loyal people of Missouri, as representatives of Missouri loyalty, and who have done their whole duty in the war faithfully and promptly, who, when they have disagreed with me, have been silent and kept about the good work, that I shall treat these men as copperheads and enemies of the Government. This is simply monstrous." For the first few days there was no hint of any hostile feeling in Congress. There was, in fact, no just reason why the legislative body should regard its prerogative as invaded. The President had not only kept clearly within his constitutional powers, but his action had been expressly authorized by Congress. The act of July 17, 1862, had provided that the President might thereafter at any time by proclamation extend pardon and amnesty to persons participating in the rebellion, with such exceptions and at such time and on such conditions as he may deem expedient for the public welfare. Of course, a general amnesty required general conditions, and the most important of these was one which should provide for the protection of the freedmen who had been liberated by the war. It soon enough appeared, however, that the millennium had not arrived, that in a Congress composed of men of such positive convictions and vehement character there were many who would not submit permanently to the leadership of any man, least of all to that of one so gentle, so reasonable, so devoid of malice as the President. Henry Winter Davis at once moved that that part of the message relating to Reconstruction should be referred to a special committee, of which he was made chairman, and on the 15th of February he reported a bill to guarantee to certain States whose governments have been usurped or overthrown a Republican form of government. Mr. Davis was a man of too much integrity and elevation of character to allow the imputation that his action on public matters was dictated entirely by personal feeling or prejudice. But at the same time it cannot be denied that he maintained towards the President from beginning to end of his administration an attitude of consistent hostility. This was a source of chagrin and disappointment to Mr. Lincoln. He came to Washington with a high opinion of the ability and the character of Mr. Davis, and expected to maintain with him relations of intimate friendship. He was cousin to one of the President's closest friends in Illinois, Judge David Davis, and his attitude in the Congress which preceded the rebellion was such as to arouse in the mind of Mr. Lincoln the highest admiration and regard. But the selection of Mr. Blair of Maryland as a member of the Cabinet estranged the sympathies of Mr. Davis and his friends, and the breach thus made between him and the Administration was never healed, though the President did all in his power to heal it. In the spring of 1863, Mr. Davis, assuming that the President might be inclined to favor unduly the conservative candidate in the election for the next Congress, sought an interview with him, the result of which the President placed in writing in a letter dated March 18. There will be in the new House of Representatives, as there were in the old, some members openly opposing the war, some supporting it unconditionally, and some supporting it with buts and ifs and ands. They will divide on the organization of the House, on the election of a Speaker. As you ask my opinion, I give it, that the supporters of the war should send no man to Congress who will not pledge himself to go into caucus with the unconditional supporters of the war, and to abide the action of such caucus and vote for the person therein nominated for Speaker. Let the friends of the Government first save the Government, and then administer it to their own liking. Mr. Davis answered, "Your favor of the 18th is all that could be desired, and will greatly aid us in bringing our friends to a conclusion such as the interests of the country require." In spite of all the efforts which the President made to be on friendly terms with Mr. Davis, the difference between them constantly widened. Mr. Davis grew continually more confirmed in his attitude of hostility to every proposition of the President. He became one of the most severe and least generous critics of the Administration in Congress. He came at last to consider the President as unworthy of even respectful treatment. And Mr. Seward, in the midst of his energetic and aggressive campaign against European unfriendliness, was continually attacked by him as a truckler to foreign powers and little less than a traitor to his country. The President, however, was a man so persistently and incorrigibly just that even in the face of this provocation he never lost his high opinion of Mr. Davis's ability, nor his confidence in his inherent good intentions. He refused, in spite of the solicitations of most of his personal friends in Maryland, to discriminate against the faction headed by Mr. Davis in making appointments to office in that State. And when during an important campaign a deputation of prominent supporters of the Administration in Maryland came to Washington to denounce Mr. Davis for his outspoken hostility to the President, saying that such a course, if it continued unchecked, would lose Mr. Lincoln the electoral vote of the State, he replied: "I understand that Mr. Davis is doing all in his power to secure the success of the emancipation ticket in Maryland. If he does this, I care nothing about the electoral vote." In the preamble to his bill, Mr. Davis expressed with his habitual boldness and lucidity his fundamental thesis that the rebellious States were out of the Union. He said, whereas the so-called Confederate States are a public enemy waging an unjust war, whose injustice is so glaring that they have no right to claim the mitigation of the extreme rights of war which are accorded by modern usage to an enemy who has a right to consider the war a just one. And whereas none of the States which by a regularly recorded majority of its citizens have joined the so-called Southern Confederacy can be considered and treated as entitled to be represented in Congress or to take any part in the political government of the Union. This seemed to Congress too trenchant a solution of a constitutional knot which was puzzling the best minds of the Commonwealth, and the preamble was rejected. But the spirit of it breathed in every section of the bill. Mr. Davis's design was to put a stop to the work which the President had already begun in Tennessee and Louisiana, and to prevent the extension of that policy to other Southern States. The bill authorized the appointment of a provisional governor in each of the States in rebellion, and provided that after the military resistance to the United States should have been suppressed and the people sufficiently returned to their obedience to the Constitution and laws, the white male citizens of the State should be enrolled, and when a majority of them should have taken the oath of allegiance, the loyal people of the State should be entitled to elect delegates to a convention to reestablish a State government. The convention was required to insert in the Constitution three provisions: first, to prevent prominent civil or military officers of the Confederates to vote for or to be members of the legislature or governor; second, that involuntary servitude is forever prohibited, and the freedom of all persons guaranteed in said States; third, no debt, State or Confederate, created by or under the sanction of the usurping power, shall be recognized or paid by the State. Upon the adoption of the Constitution by the Convention and its ratification by the electors of the State, the provisional government shall so certify to the President, who, after obtaining the assent of Congress, shall by proclamation recognize the government so established and none other as the constitutional government of the State, and from the date of such recognition, and not before, Congressmen and Presidential electors may be elected in such State. Pending the reorganization, the provisional governor shall enforce the laws of the Union and of the State before rebellion. Another section of the bill emancipated all slaves in those States with their posterity, and made it the duty of the United States courts to discharge them on habeas corpus if restrained of their liberty on pretense of any claim to service or labor as slaves, and to inflict a penalty of fine or imprisonment upon the persons claiming them. Another section declared any person hereafter holding any important office, civil or military, in the rebel service not to be a citizen of the United States. This bill was supported by Mr. Davis in a speech of extraordinary energy. Without hesitation he declared it a test and standard of anti-slavery orthodoxy. He asserted boldly that Congress, and Congress alone, had the power to revive the reign of law in all that territory which, through rebellion, had put itself outside of the law. Until, therefore, he said, Congress recognize a State government organized under its auspices, there is no government in the rebel States except the authority of Congress. The duty is imposed on Congress to administer civil government until the people shall, under its guidance, submit to the Constitution of the United States and under the laws which it shall impose, and on the conditions Congress may require, reorganize a republican government for themselves, and Congress shall recognize that government. He declared there was no indication which came from the South, from the darkness of that bottomless pit, that there was a willingness to accept any terms that even the Democrats were willing to offer. He believed that no beginning of legal and orderly government could be made till military opposition was absolutely annihilated, that there were only three ways of bringing about a reorganization of civil governments. One was to remove the cause of the war by an amendment to the Constitution of the United States prohibiting slavery everywhere within its limits. That, he said, goes to the root of the matter and should consecrate the nation's triumph. But this measure, he thought, involved infinite difficulty and delay. Though it met his hearty approval, it was not a remedy for the evils to be dealt with. The next plan he considered was that of the President's amnesty proclamation. This he denounced as utterly lacking in all the guarantees required. If in any manner, he said, by the toleration of martial law, lately proclaimed the fundamental law, under the dictation of any military authority, or under the prescriptions of a provost marshal, something in the form of a government shall be represented to rest on the votes of 1/10 of the population, the President will recognize that, provided it does not contravene the Proclamation of Freedom and the laws of Congress. Having dismissed both of these plans with brief censure, he then made a powerful plea for the bill he had reported. He called upon Congress to take the responsibility of saying, in the face of those who clamor for speedy recognition of governments tolerating slavery, that the safety of the people of the United States is the supreme law, that their will is the supreme rule of law, and that we are authorized to pronounce their will on this subject. Take the responsibility to say that we will revise the judgments of our ancestors, that we have experience written in blood which they had not, that we find now what they darkly doubted, that slavery is really radically inconsistent with the permanence of republican governments, and that being charged by the supreme law of the land on our conscience and judgment to guarantee, that is, to continue, maintain, and enforce, if it exists, to institute and restore, when overthrown, republican governments throughout the broad limits of the republic, we will weed out every element of their policy which we think incompatible with its permanence and endurance. The bill was extensively debated. It was not opposed to any extent by the Republicans of the House. The Democrats were left to make a purely partisan opposition to it. The President declined to exercise any influence on the debate, and the bill was passed by a vote of 74 to 59. It was called up in the Senate by B.F. Wade of Ohio, who, in supporting it, followed very much the same line of argument as that adopted by Mr. Davis in the House. B. Gratz Brown of Missouri, believing that as the session was drawing near its close, there was no time to discuss a measure of such transcendent importance, offered an amendment simply forbidding any state in insurrection to cast votes for electors of President or Vice President of the United States, or to elect members of Congress, until the insurrection in such state was suppressed or abandoned, and its inhabitants had returned to their obedience to the government of the United States, such returning to obedience being declared by proclamation of the President, issued by virtue of an act of Congress thereafter to be passed, authorizing the same. The amendment of Mr. Brown was adopted by a bare majority, 17 voting in favor of it and 16 against it. Mr. Sumner tried to have the Proclamation of Emancipation adopted and enacted as a statute of the United States, but this proposition was lost by a considerable majority. The House declined to concur in the amendment of the Senate and asked for a committee of conference, in which the Senate receded from its amendment, and the bill went to the President for his approval in the closing moments of the session. Congress was to adjourn at noon on the 4th of July. The President was in his room at the Capitol signing bills, which were laid before him as they were brought from the two houses. When this important bill was placed before him, he laid it aside and went on with the other work of the moment. Several prominent members entered in a state of intense anxiety over the fate of the bill. Mr. Sumner and Mr. Boutwell, while their nervousness was evident, refrained from any comment. Zachariah Chandler, who was unabashed in any mortal presence, roundly asked the President if he intended to sign the bill. The President replied, "This bill has been placed before me a few moments before Congress adjourns. It is a matter of too much importance to be swallowed in that way." "If it is vetoed," cried Mr. Chandler, "it will damage us fearfully in the Northwest." "The important point is that one prohibiting slavery in the reconstructed States." Mr. Lincoln said, "That is the point on which I doubt the authority of Congress to act." "It is no more than you have done yourself," said the Senator. The President answered, "I conceive that I may, in an emergency, do things on military grounds which cannot be done constitutionally by Congress." Mr. Chandler, expressing his deep chagrin, went out, and the President, addressing the members of the Cabinet who were seated with him, said, "I do not see how any of us now can deny and contradict what we have always said, that Congress has no constitutional power over slavery in the States. Mr. Fessenden expressed his entire agreement with this view. "I have even had my doubts," he said, "as to the constitutional efficacy of your own decree of emancipation in those cases where it has not been carried into effect by the actual advance of the army." The President said, "This bill and the position of these gentlemen seem to me, in asserting that the insurrectionary States are no longer in the Union, to make the fatal admission that States, whenever they please, may of their own motion dissolve their connection with the Union. Now we cannot survive that admission, I am convinced. If that be true, I am not President. These gentlemen are not Congress. I have laboriously endeavored to avoid that question ever since it first began to be mooted, and thus to avoid confusion and disturbance in our own councils. It was to obviate this question that I earnestly favored the movement for an amendment to the Constitution abolishing slavery, which passed the Senate and failed in the House. I thought it much better, if it were possible, to restore the Union without the necessity of a violent quarrel among its friends as to whether certain States had been in or out of the Union during the war, a merely metaphysical question, and one unnecessary to be forced into discussion." Although every member of the Cabinet agreed with the President, when, a few minutes later, he entered his carriage to go home, he foresaw the importance of the step he had resolved to take, and its possibly disastrous consequences to himself. When some one said to him that the threats made by the extreme Radicals had no foundation, and that people would not bolt their ticket on a question of metaphysics, he answered, "If they choose to make a point upon this, I do not doubt that they can do harm. They have never been friendly to me. At all events, I must keep some consciousness of being somewhere near right. I must keep some standard or principle fixed within myself." After the fullest deliberation, the President remained by his first impression that the bill was too rigid and too restrictive in its provisions to accomplish the work desired. He had all his life hated formulas in government, and he believed that the will of an intelligent people, acting freely under democratic institutions, could best give shape to the special machinery under which it was to be governed. And in the wide variety of circumstances and conditions prevailing throughout the South, he held it unwise for either Congress or himself to prescribe any fixed and formal method by which the several States should resume their practical legal relations with the Union. Thinking in this way, and feeling himself unable to accept the bill of Congress as the last word of Reconstruction, and yet unwilling to reject whatever of practical good might be accomplished by it, he resolved a few days after Congress had adjourned to remit the matter to the people themselves, and to allow them their choice of all the methods proposed of returning to their allegiance. He issued on the 8th of July a proclamation giving a copy of the bill of Congress, reciting the circumstances under which it was passed, and going on to say: "Now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, do proclaim, declare, and make known that while I am, as I was in December last, when by proclamation I propounded a plan of restoration, unprepared, by a formal approval of this bill, to be inflexibly committed to any single plan of restoration; and while I am also unprepared to declare that the free State constitutions and governments already adopted and installed in Arkansas and Louisiana shall be set aside and held for naught, thereby repelling and discouraging the loyal citizens who have set up the same as to further effort, or to declare a constitutional competency in Congress to abolish slavery in States, but am at the same time sincerely hoping and expecting that a constitutional amendment abolishing slavery throughout the nation may be adopted. Nevertheless, I am fully satisfied with the system for restoration contained in the bill, as one very proper plan for the loyal people of any State choosing to adopt it; and that I am, and at all times shall be, prepared to give the executive aid and assistance to any such people, so soon as military resistance to the United States shall have been suppressed in any such State, and the people thereof shall have sufficiently returned to their obedience to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, in which cases military governors will be appointed with directions to proceed according to the bill." The refusal of the President to sign the Reconstruction Bill caused a great effervescence at the adjournment of Congress. Mr. Chase, who had resigned from the Cabinet, made this entry in his diary: "The President pocketed the great bill providing for the reorganization of the rebel States as loyal States. He did not venture to veto, and so put it in his pocket." It was a condemnation of his amnesty proclamation and of his general policy of reconstruction, rejecting the idea of possible reconstruction with slavery, which neither the President nor his chief advisers have, in my opinion, abandoned. This entry, made by Mr. Chase in the bitterness of his anger, places the basest construction upon the President's action. But this sentiment was shared by not a few of those who claimed the title of extreme radicals in Congress. 2 days later, the ex-Secretary gleefully reported on the authority of Senator Pomeroy that there was great dissatisfaction with Mr. Lincoln, which had been much exasperated by the pocketing of the Reconstruction Bill. When Mr. Lincoln, disregarding precedents and acting on his lifelong rule of taking the people into his confidence, issued his proclamation of the 8th of July, it was received by each division of the loyal people of the country as might have been expected. The great mass of Republican voters, who cared little for the metaphysics of the case, accepted his proclamation as they had accepted that issued 6 months before, as the wisest and most practicable method of handling the question. But among those already hostile to the President, and those whose devotion to the cause of freedom was so ardent as to make them look upon him as lukewarm, the exasperation which was already excited increased. The indignation of Mr. Davis and Mr. Wade at seeing their work of the last session thus brought to nothing could not be restrained. Mr. Davis prepared, and both of them signed and published in the New York Tribune on the 5th of August a manifesto, the most vigorous in attack that was ever directed against the President from his own party during his term. The grim beginning of this document, which is addressed to the supporters of the Government, is in these terms: "We have read without surprise, but not without indignation, the proclamation of the President of the 8th of July, 1864. The supporters of the Administration are responsible to the country for its conduct, and it is their right and duty to check the encroachments of the Executive on the authority of Congress, and to require it to confine itself to its proper sphere." The paper went on to narrate the history of the Reconstruction Bill, and to claim that its treatment indicated a persistent, though unavowed, purpose of the President to defeat the will of the people by the executive perversion of the Constitution. They insinuated that only the lowest personal motives could have dictated this action. The President, they said, by preventing this bill from becoming a law, holds the electoral votes of the rebel States at the dictation of his personal ambition. If electors for President be allowed to be chosen in either of those States, a sinister light will be cast on the motives which induced the President to hold for naught the will of Congress rather than his government in Louisiana and Arkansas. They ridicule the President's earnestly expressed hope that the constitutional amendment abolishing slavery might be adopted. We curiously inquire on what his expectation rests after the vote of the House of Representatives at the recent session, and in the face of the political complexion of more than enough of the States to prevent the possibility of its adoption within any reasonable time, and why he did not indulge his sincere hopes with so large an installment of the blessing as his approval of the bill would have secured. When we consider that only a few months elapsed before this beneficent amendment was adopted, we can form some idea of the comparative political sagacity of Mr. Lincoln and his critics. The fact that the President gave the bill of Congress his approval as a very proper plan for the loyal people of any States choosing to adopt it seemed to infuriate the authors of the bill. They said a more studied outrage on the legislative authority of the people has never been perpetrated. At the close of a long review of the President's proclamation, in which every sentence came in for its share of censure or of ridicule, this manifesto concluded: "Such are the fruits of this rash and fatal act of the President, a blow at the friends of his administration, at the rights of humanity, and at the principles of republican government. The President has greatly presumed on the forbearance which the supporters of his administration have so long practiced, in view of the arduous conflict in which we are engaged and the reckless ferocity of our political opponents. But he must understand that our support is of a cause and not of a man, that the authority of Congress is paramount and must be respected, that the whole body of the Union men of Congress will not submit to be impeached by him of rash and unconstitutional legislation, and if he wishes our support, he must confine himself to his executive duties, to obey and to execute, not make the laws, to suppress by arms armed rebellion, and leave political reorganization to Congress. If the supporters of the government fail to insist on this, they become responsible for the usurpations which they fail to rebuke, and are justly liable to the indignation of the people, whose rights and security, committed to their keeping, they sacrifice. Let them consider the remedy of these usurpations, and having found it, fearlessly execute it. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 6, The Last Days of the Rebel Navy. We have seen how through the incessant efforts of Mr. Seward and Mr. Adams, the government of Great Britain had been brought to the point of prohibiting the building and the fitting out of Confederate ships of war in British ports, and also how Napoleon III had been convinced by Gettysburg and Vicksburg that a brusque treachery was more expedient than the fulfillment of his promises to Mr. Slidell. Most of the rebel rams and ironclads built in Confederate waters had come to miserable ends before reaching the open seas. The power of the rebel navy was therefore strictly circumscribed in the latter years of the war, and the few cruisers which were left afloat could do nothing more than destroy an occasional vessel in distant waters. Although using no weapon but the torch, they were still able to inflict considerable damage upon unarmed and peaceful commerce. But after a few months passed in alternate arson and evasion, they all finished their careers in ways more or less ignoble. In the spring and summer of 1863, the cruiser Florida, under the command of Captain J. N. Moffett, burned a large number of small trading vessels on the American coast, and one of her tenders entered in June the harbor of Portland, Maine, and destroyed a United States revenue cutter lying there. She then crossed the Atlantic and took refuge in the harbor of Brest. She remained there all the autumn, repairing and refitting in a government dock. A large portion of her crew left her at that port, and the work of filling their places with British sailors was slow and tedious. The autumn and part of the winter passed in this way, and it was late in February before the Florida, now under command of Lieutenant C. M. Morris, began another cruise in the West Indies and on the American coast. She made few depredations, however, during the summer, and on the 4th of October anchored in the harbor of Bahia in Brazil. The thorough refitting she had received in the French port, the light work she had done during the summer, had left her in nearly perfect condition. Officers and crew, says Bullock, were in fine spirits and hoped to accomplish a good deal of work still. But when at twilight on the 4th of October she entered the Brazilian harbor, the trap was sprung, and the Sea Rover had finished her career. At the dawn of the next day, the United States steam corvette Wachusett, commanded by Napoleon Collins, was discovered at anchor not far off. Captain Morris went on shore, where he was received with special kindness by the President of the province, the Brazilian admiral on duty at Bahia being also present at the interview. The Confederate cruiser was granted a stay of 48 hours, for some trifling repairs, he said, were necessary, and it was intimated to him that an extension, if it was wanted, would not be refused. To put him still more at his ease, the admiral suggested that he should anchor the Florida between his flagship and the shore, which Morris at once did, and feeling now perfectly secure, he permitted one half of his crew to go on shore, and the next day, the Liberty men having returned, the other half, with Captain Morris and some of his officers, took their turn to visit the town. He had received during the day, in an irregular manner, a challenge from the Wachusett, conveyed through the United States consulate, with the understanding that in case it was accepted, the consul would use his influence to facilitate whatever repairs were needed on the Florida. Captain Morris declined this eccentric defiance, saying that he came to Bahia on his own business and should leave when he liked; that if he should happen to meet the Wachusett outside of the port, he would fight her. But he had no thought of impending conflict in his mind when, after amusing himself during the evening in town, he went to bed. His slumbers were broken before daylight by the landlord of the hotel where he lodged, who told him that firing and cheering had been heard from the direction of the Florida. As soon as the Florida had anchored in the port, Thomas F. Wilson, consul of the United States at Bahia, sent a protest to the president of the province against the admission of that vessel to free practice, and also claimed that she should be detained for having, in combination with the pirate Alabama, violated the sovereignty of the imperial government of Brazil by capturing and destroying vessels belonging to citizens of the United States of America within the territorial waters of Brazil, near the island of Fernando de Noronha, in April 1863. This demand having been refused by the President on the same day, the consul reported the action of the authorities to Commander Collins, who at once resolved to take the matter into his own hands. In his report to the Secretary of the Navy, he says that he thought it probable the Brazilian authorities would forbear to interfere, as they had done at Fernando de Noronha, when the rebel steamer Alabama was permitted to take into the anchorage 3 American ships, and to take coal from the Louisa Hatch within musket shot of the fort, and afterward within easy range of their guns to set on fire those unarmed vessels. It cannot be doubted that Commander Collins thought this was the course which the Brazilian government, in justice and impartiality, should have pursued, but it can hardly be believed that he had full confidence in their abstention. It is clear that the consul felt that he would be safer beyond Brazilian jurisdiction after the blow had been struck, as he volunteered to remain on board the Wachusett during the attack and afterwards accompany her to sea. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 7th of October, the Wachusett slipped her cable and steered for the Florida, a little more than half a mile away. Collins's intention was to sink the corsair on the spot, but unforeseen circumstances prevented him from striking her as he intended. He struck her instead on the starboard quarter, cutting down her bulwarks and carrying away her mizzenmast and breaking her mainyard, with no injury whatever to the Wachusett. She then backed off, believing the Florida would sink from the effects of the blow. A few pistol shots fired by the Confederates were answered by a volley of small arms from the Wachusett, and in the excitement of the moment 2 broadside guns were fired from the National vessel, contrary to Collins's orders, when the Confederate Lieutenant J.K. Porter, finding further resistance impossible, came on board the Wachusett and surrendered. A hawser was at once attached to the Florida, and the Wachusett, with her prize, moved out to sea. The Brazilian naval commander had seen in the dim light of the morning the Wachusett approaching the Florida, and had sent an officer to warn her off. This intimation was received after the collision, and the humorously evasive answer of the American was that he would do nothing further. A short while afterwards, the United States vessel was seen apparently returning to her berth, but to the surprise of the Brazilian, the Florida seemed to be following her, and it was soon discovered that she was in tow. The Brazilian fired 3 guns at the Wachusett, none of which struck, and as soon as steam could be made, Commander Macebo started in pursuit. But the stern chase was hopeless from the first, and by noon the American vessels had disappeared below the northern horizon, and the Brazilian returned to draw up the report which should form the basis of the diplomatic demand which the imperial government had once made on that of the United States. Collins arrived with his prize at Hampton Roads on the 12th of November, where on the 28th she foundered while lying at anchor. So seasonable a disaster, of course, gave rise to rumors of collusion for which there seems to have been no just foundation. A naval and a military court of inquiry were held, from which it appeared that the sinking of the Florida was accidental. The government of Brazil protested with great energy against the act of Commander Collins and promptly demanded reparation, which was readily granted by the President. "Jealousy of foreign intervention in every form," said Mr. Seward in his reply to the Brazilian minister, "and absolute non-intervention in the domestic affairs of foreign nations are cardinal principles in the policy of the United States. You have therefore justly expected that the President would disavow and regret the proceedings at Bahia. He will suspend Captain Collins and direct him to appear before a court-martial. The consul at Bahia admits that he advised and incited the captain and was active in the proceedings. He will therefore be dismissed. The flag of Brazil will receive from the United States Navy the honors customary in the intercourse of friendly maritime powers." Having thus done justice to the international law which had been violated by Captain Collins, the Secretary administered a severe rebuke to the government of Brazil for its ascribing the character of a lawful naval belligerent to insurgent citizens of the United States. He claimed that the Florida, like the Alabama, was a pirate belonging to no nation or lawful belligerent, and therefore that the harboring of these piratical ships in Brazilian ports was a wrong and injury for which Brazil justly owed reparation to the United States, as ample as the reparation which she now received from them. "These positions of this government," said the Secretary, "are no longer deemed open to argument. It does not, however, belong to the captains of ships of war of the United States, or to the commanders of their armies, or to their consuls residing in foreign ports, acting without the authority of Congress and without even executive direction, and choosing their own time, manner, and occasion, to assert the rights and redress the wrongs of the country. This power can be lawfully exercised only by the government of the United States." He therefore equally condemned the conduct of the American and the Brazilian officers in the port of Bahia. Subordinate agents, he said, without the knowledge of their respective governments, mutually inaugurated an unauthorized, irregular, and unlawful war. In desisting from that war on her part, and in appealing to this government for redress, Brazil rightly appreciated the character of the United States and set an example worthy of emulation. The officers of the Florida were released and soon afterwards sailed for England. The act of Collins was one of many instances where brave and patriotic naval officers have, in defiance of international law, committed acts of aggression on the territory of neutral powers. Seeing an important end to be accomplished, he took the responsibility of violating neutral territory and of facing whatever punishment might result from his act. His conduct was not unlike that of Nelson when he attacked the Danish fleet at Copenhagen, of Captain Hellyer when he cut out the Essex under the guns of the Chilean battery at Valparaiso, and of Captain Daniel Turner when he chased the Federal into the harbor of St. Bartholomew and captured her at the very mouth of the Swedish cannon. An attempt has been made by Confederate writers to show that the exploit of Collins in the harbor of Bahia differed from those we have mentioned in the fact that the consul of the United States had promised the president of the province that no act of aggression should be committed by the Wachusett. But there is no claim that Collins participated in this promise, and he was under no honorable obligation to regard it. He broke the law and took his punishment with equal bravery and fortitude. When, in the early part of the year 1864, the Emperor of France suddenly changed his mind in regard to the building of Confederate ironclads in France, and ordered the astonished M. Armand to sell them to some other power, the government of Denmark, which was then in trouble with Prussia, acquired one of the rams which Captain Bullock had originally ordered. There was at the same time, says Captain Bullock, an express understanding between M. Armand and me that the sale of the corvettes should be purely fictitious, and that the negotiations in respect to the rams should be kept in such a state that we might get possession of them again if there should be any change in the policy of the Emperor's government before their completion. The ship was sold to Denmark and was sent to Copenhagen under the French flag with a French crew. Captain Bullock, however, still remained in communication with M. Armand, watching for an opportunity to repossess himself of the Sphinx, as the ram had been named. There had been great delay in the completion and delivery of the vessel. Denmark had been defeated by Prussia in the Schleswig-Holstein controversy, and the Sphinx had not been made ready in time to take part in the war. M. Armand, learning that the Danish government was willing to part with its bargain, prolonged the negotiations until Captain Bullock could collect a staff of officers, a crew, and sufficient stores, and the year 1865 had begun before all was in readiness. The sale was effected, and the Stonewall, as the ram was rechristened, sailed from Copenhagen on the 6th of January. A tender was purchased and fitted out, and the two vessels met at the Bay of Quiberon, Belle Isle, on the 24th, where the ram took on her crew and her stores and sailed for Ferrol. All the labor and expense which had been bestowed upon her was to be without avail. She lay in the harbor of Ferrol until the 24th of March, and then, evading the Niagara and Sacramento, which indeed showed no eagerness to attack her, she made her way to Lisbon. Thence, striking westward, she arrived at Havana early in May. Learning that Lee had surrendered and Jefferson Davis was captured, her commander gave up the Stonewall to the Captain General of Cuba, receiving $16,000 in money to pay off his crew. The Spanish government handed her over to the United States, receiving the money the Captain General had disbursed, and shortly afterwards the Stonewall again changed her name and her flag and became the property of the Emperor of Japan. Commander M.F. Maury, better known as a man of science than as a naval warrior, had been sent to England towards the close of the year 1862 for special service, and very much was expected of him by the Richmond government, which probably exaggerated his influence with the ruling classes of that country. His special duty was the investigation of the subject of submarine defenses and the manufacture and use of explosives. He had also authority to buy and equip a cruiser if he thought it practicable, and under this authority he purchased an ironclad, Clyde-built screwed steamer called the Japan, and put his cousin W.L. Maury on board as commander, changing the name of the ship to the Georgia. His enlistment of her crew gave rise to a prosecution against two persons named Jones and Hyatt for a violation of the Foreign Enlistment Act. A jury at the Liverpool Assizes found them both guilty, and they were each fined £50. The Georgia cruised for several months in 1863, destroying 6 or 7 American vessels, but being ill handled and ill managed, she came back to Europe for repairs and went into the government dock at Cherbourg, where she remained 4 months. In March 1864 she went out again, but soon afterwards put in at Bordeaux, whence, in despair of accomplishing anything more with her, she was dispatched to Liverpool and sold to a merchant of that city. Her war fittings were removed, and with a British register and flying the British flag under charter of the Portuguese government, she sailed in August from Liverpool for Lisbon. But her peaceful appearance and her honest intentions could not save her. She was captured by the Niagara off the mouth of the Tagus and condemned and sold in a United States prize court. Another of Commodore Maury's purchases came to no better fate. He bought at Sheerness in November 1863 a dispatch boat called the Victor, but before she had been made ready for a cruise, Maury took alarm and hurried her across the Channel to Calais. A staff of Confederate naval officers boarded her in the transit. She went through the ceremony of being commissioned as a ship of war and entered the harbor of Calais under the name and style of the Confederate ship Rappahannock. Mr. Dayton remonstrated strongly against her being received, but the French government insisted that she could not be refused asylum, as she had entered the port in distress. Although his protests were not sufficient to keep her out, they were of sufficient force to keep her in, and after her repairs were completed, Mr. Slidell exhausted all his powers of argument and persuasion in the fruitless attempt to induce the government of the Emperor to allow her to depart. She lay at Calais enjoying the fatal hospitality of France until the war ended and the United States government took possession of her. The dispatches of Mr. Slidell to the government in Richmond in regard to this matter form a most amazing chapter of the diplomatic history of the rebellion. The Emperor acted not only towards Mr. Slidell but towards his own ministers with almost inconceivable duplicity. We shall hereafter show how disastrous an effect the controversy over the Rappahannock exercised on the fortunes of the Alabama, and after that famous cruiser had been sent to the bottom of the channel by the guns of the Kearsarge, the Emperor still continued the most astounding mystifications and falsehoods to the American minister, the Confederate commissioner, and his own government. On the 11th of July, Slidell wrote to Mr. Benjamin, "I called on the 1st instant on Messrs. Morney and Persigny to invoke their good offices in the affair of the Rappahannock. I expressed very fully my opinion of the conduct of the foreign minister, in which they heartily concurred, and promised me, the former to speak and the latter to write to the Emperor on the subject. On the 7th I received from Mr. Persigny a note enclosing an autograph letter of the Emperor of the same day in these words: Mon cher Persigny, j'ai donné l'ordre pour que le Rappahannock puisse quitter les ports de France, mais il ne faut pas que le ministre américain le sache. Croyez à ma sincère amitié, Napoléon. In response to an inquiry made of my friend at the Foreign Affairs, he wrote to me on the 9th instant: Aucune décision n'a été prise au sujet du Rappahannock. Me dit de l'heure, mais l'a dit et répété hier soir. En attendant, le Rappahannock fera bien de prendre des précautions pour ne pas être pincé par un des croiseurs fédéraux qui le surveillent. This caution, says Mr. Slidell, was rather inconsistent with the declaration that no decision had been made. But supposing it possible that the order might have been given to the Minister of Marine, I called on him immediately to ascertain the fact, and showed him the Emperor's letter, saying that as the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that no decision had been made on the subject of the Rappahannock, I presumed that the order had been communicated directly to him. He assured me that such was not the case, and was evidently surprised at the discrepancy between the Emperor's letter and the declaration of his foreign minister. The Emperor seems at this time to have carried on his government in watertight compartments. He gave separate directions in a different sense to each of his ministers. Monsieur Doyen de Louis was directed to give satisfactory assurances to Mr. Dayton. The Minister of Marine was authorized to be on the best possible terms with Mr. Slidell. Persigny and Mascar, Napoleon's nearest familiars, were frank and avowed Confederate sympathizers. Even the President of the Senate, presiding over the Committee of Jurisconsults, received orders from the Tuileries as to legal decisions which were to be rendered in the case of the Rappahannock, and the Emperor held himself perfectly free to repudiate anything said by either of these officers or by himself when occasion required it. When at last Napoleon III gave the peremptory order that the Rappahannock should be allowed to leave the ports of France, it was coupled with the condition that she should take away no larger crew than she had brought into Calais. This was a bitter disappointment to Mr. Slidell and his associates. The rebel envoy represented to the imperial government that if this point were insisted on, the permission to go to sea was altogether illusory. The Minister of Marine expressed his deep regret at the stringency of the instructions under which he was acting, and which allowed him no discretion. He volunteered to make an effort to induce his colleagues to relax the rigor of the conditions, but a few days later informed Mr. Slidell that after a full discussion in Cabinet Council under the presidency of the Empress, it was decided not to change the instructions. Commodore Samuel Barron and Captain Bullock then concluded that it was not worth while for the Rappahannock to attempt to go to sea with this insufficient number of men. The difficulty of getting a new crew from England, the presence of 4 Union cruisers in the neighborhood of Calais, the inability of the ship to carry more than 5 days' full supply of coal were the discouraging circumstances which induced the Confederate agents to leave the Rappahannock to her fate in the port of Calais. Mr. Slidell attributed his failure in this matter to the ill will and bad faith of M. Drouin de l'Huys. Strange as it may seem, he says, the fact is patent that Mr. Drayton has managed to convince him that the Lincoln government is prepared to go to war with France, if not directly, at least by pursuing a course towards Mexico, which would necessarily soon result in open hostilities. I still believe that the Emperor is decidedly our friend, but the Mexican question and his well-founded distrust of England will continue to prevent any favorable action on his part in which she will not fully participate. The course of the imperial government in this matter caused deep indignation in Richmond. When Mr. Davis read Slidell's dispatch of May 2, 1864, in which he said that he had instructed Fauntleroy to strike his flag and abandon the Rappahannock in the port of Calais, the Confederate chief made this angry note in pencil for Mr. Benjamin: "Too much has been borne of evasion and indignity in relation to the Rappahannock. Nothing was left but the course." It was while the triangular controversy was going on between the American legation, the imperial government, and the Confederate emissaries in regard to the hospitality extended to the Rappahannock in the ports of France, that Captain Semmes arrived with the Alabama in the harbor of Cherbourg with 37 prisoners on board, captured from American merchant vessels. Mr. Dayton lost not a moment in laying a brief and menacing protest before the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He had said some time before, when protesting against the presence of the Florida and the Georgia, that it needed only the Alabama to make the French ports a rendezvous for the entire rebel navy. And M. Drouin de l'Huys, irritated by the epigram, said hastily, "Monsieur, I will not permit that vessel to come in." It is not to be doubted that M. Drouin de l'Huys would gladly have warned off this troublesome visitor, but there was so much of sympathy with the Confederate cause in the highest official circles that he was unable to effect this. The terms, however, on which the Alabama was admitted to the port were those of harsh and grudging welcome. The Minister of Marine wrote to the Admiral Prefect at Cherbourg that the Alabama could not be permitted to enter into one of the basins of the arsenal, but might address itself to commercial accommodations for such urgent repairs as it needed; that it was not proper for one of the belligerents to be continually making use of the French ports as a base of operations. The Admiral Prefect was further ordered to observe to the captain of the Alabama that he had not been forced to enter into Cherbourg by any accidents of the sea, and that he might just as well have gone somewhere else. The moment the Alabama appeared, Mr. Dayton had telegraphed to Captain John A. Winslow, who was at Flushing with the United States ship Kearsarge, who came with all haste to Cherbourg. He did not enter the port, as that would have subjected him to detention, but he steamed by the breakwater from end to end without anchoring, an act accepted both by Semmes and the French officers in the port as a virtual challenge. It has suited Captain Semmes and other Confederate writers to represent his acceptance of this chivalrous defiance as a bit of heroic self-sacrifice in encountering an overwhelming superiority of force. This is clearly an afterthought. The two ships were not unequally matched. The Alabama was somewhat larger than the Kearsarge and carried one more gun. The Kearsarge was in better condition, with a crew superior in numbers and under far better discipline and training. It is only fair to Captain Semmes to say that he did not hesitate for a moment to accept the combat thus afforded him. He says in his diary of the 15th of June, "The two ships were so equally matched, I did not feel at liberty to decline it." He sent notice to the United States consul, through M. Bonfils, the Confederate agent, that he would go out to engage the Kearsarge as soon as he could get ready. He at once ordered a load of coal on board, which was in itself a notification to the authorities of immediate departure. M. Bonfils did not share in the confidence of the Confederate cruiser. His fear of the result of the coming fight so grew upon him that he sent on the 18th of June a letter full of panic to Mr. Slidell in Paris, imploring him to order Captain Semmes to desist from a contest which he felt would be fatal. Mr. Slidell answered on the morning of the 19th of June, just as he was starting to the races at Fontainebleau, declining to give any such advice to Captain Semmes. "I have the most entire confidence," he said, "in his judgment, his skill, and his cool courage. I believe he would not proceed to the encounter of the Kearsarge unless he thought he had a reasonable chance of capturing her." In reply to M. Bonfils's assurance that the Alabama would be welcome to the government docks at Cherbourg, Mr. Slidell expressed his doubt as to whether any such permission would be granted. "I have recently," he said, "had sad occasion, in the case of the Rappahannock, detained without cause since the 17th February, to know how long an unfriendly minister may delay the decision of the plaintiff's case." The French government had been greatly embarrassed by the arrival of the Alabama at Cherbourg, and their embarrassment was not lessened by the promptness with which Captain Winslow came to the rendezvous. M. Drouyn de l'Huys, in conversation with Mr. Dayton, strongly objected to a sea fight in the face of France and at a distance from the coast within reach of the guns used on shipboard in these days. The reason of the old rules, he said, which assumed that 3 miles was the outermost reach of a cannon shot, no longer existed, and in a word, a fight on or about such a distance from their coast would be offensive to the dignity of France, and they would not permit it. Mr. Dayton, of course, declined to accept such an offhand modification of a rule of international law, but courteously said that he would prefer that the American ship should bring on a fight a little further off if no advantage were lost by it. He wrote at the same time to Captain Winslow, informing him of the feeling of the French government, telling him he had a perfect right to fight 3 miles off the coast, but that he had better choose his battleground 6 or 7 miles away from France if he lost nothing by it. Captain Winslow took upon himself to assure the admiral prefect that no question should arise about the line of jurisdiction. Accordingly, when on the morning of the 19th, the day being fine, the atmosphere hazy, and a gentle breeze blowing from the west, the Alabama was seen coming out of the western entrance at Cherbourg, accompanied by the French ironclad Couronne, which was charged with the keeping of peace within the Marine League. Captain Winslow determined that no controversy of jurisdiction should possibly arise, and also that if he once laid his hands upon the Alabama, she should not get again within neutral waters, steamed away to seaward, clearing for action as he ran, the Alabama in pursuit, until the Kearsarge had attained a point 7 miles from the French coast. He then turned short about and steered directly for the Alabama, his purpose being to run her down, or if that were not practicable, to close in with her. But as soon as the Kearsarge came round, the Alabama sheered, presenting her starboard battery, and when the ships had come within about a mile of each other, she opened her full broadside and began firing rapidly. The shot did little damage to the Kearsarge. Another and another broadside came thundering from the Confederate corsair, still without harm to the Union vessel except to the rigging. The Kearsarge was now within 900 yards of her enemy and had not yet fired a shot, but her commander, apprehensive that another broadside which would have raked her might prove disastrous, sheered his vessel and opened on the Alabama. The vessels now lay broadside and broadside, and Winslow feared that Semmes might make for the shore. To defeat this, he made up his mind to keep full speed on, to run under the stern of the Alabama and rake her. To avoid this, Semmes kept sheering, and as a consequence the two vessels, with a full head of steam, fell into a circular track which continued during the whole engagement. The duel thus begun, neither side could withdraw from it. Winslow, intent upon destroying his enemy, had no fear except that she should escape to French waters, and he held her so close that the two vessels in this deadly waltz drifted slowly westward in a 3-knot current, and Winslow was able to finish his work 5 miles from land. The firing of the Alabama was at first rapid and wild, though it improved towards the close of the action. On board the Kearsarge the firing was much more deliberate. The men had been ordered to point the heavy guns below the water line, reserving the lighter ones to clear the deck at closer quarters. The time for this latter service, however, never arrived. The Alabama was defeated before grape could be used. The Confederate fired some 2 shots to one fired by the Kearsarge, but with very little effect. Only 3 persons were wounded on the national vessel, of whom one afterwards died, while nearly every shot from the guns of the Kearsarge told fearfully on the Alabama. 6 times the vessels had circled around each other. The Alabama, with all her noise and fury, doing little damage, while the steady fire of the Kearsarge was working havoc on the decks and hull of the Confederate. At last, on the 7th rotation, Semmes, perceiving the battle was lost, tried to take flight for the shore of France. His port broadside was then presented to the Kearsarge with only 2 guns bearing. Winslow now saw that his enemy was at his mercy, and poured his shot into her, and in a few moments had the satisfaction of seeing a white flag displayed over her stern. The fire of his lighter guns, which he had been keeping for close quarters, was then reserved, but a few moments later he was astonished by a renewed discharge from the 2 guns on the port side of the Alabama. Winslow again opened fire and laid the Kearsarge across the Alabama's bows for raking when he discovered the white flag was still flying, and again reserved his fire. A moment later the Alabama lowered her boats, and an officer came alongside the Kearsarge, informing Winslow that the ship was sinking. 20 minutes later she went down by the stern, her batteries rushing aft, weighing her down, her bows rising high out of the water. The Kearsarge had suffered so little during the engagement that Captain Winslow was taken somewhat by surprise at the sudden and complete defeat of his enemy. The Alabama had sunk before the Kearsarge was ready with her boats to rescue the Confederate crew. While Winslow was lowering his boats for this purpose, he took notice of the English yacht Deerhound, which had steamed out from Cherbourg to watch the fight, and requested John Lancaster, her owner, to assist him in picking up the drowning men. The latter instantly availed himself of this request in a manner which amazed the commander of the Kearsarge. In 10 minutes after the request was made, he had Semmes and about 40 of his officers and men on board, and then instantly steamed away to the English shore. Some French pilot boats which had arrived upon the scene also took part in the work of rescue, and carried their contingent to France, so that Winslow on the Kearsarge had but a scanty show of prisoners. A bitter controversy arose in regard to this action of Mr. Lancaster, and his conduct was the subject of severe animadversion in the report of the Secretary of the Navy. Mr. Welles said, referring to Semmes, "The same dishonor marked his conduct on this occasion as during his whole ignoble career. Before leaving Cherbourg he deposited the chronometers and other trophies of his robberies on shore. When beaten and compelled to surrender, he threw overboard the sword that was no longer his own, and abusing the generous confidence of his brave antagonist, he stole away in the English tender, whose owner proved himself by his conduct a fit companion for the dishonored and beaten corsair." It may be doubted, however, whether any man conscious of the acts which Semmes had committed would have neglected any means of escape to neutral ground. He could hardly have been expected to go voluntarily on board the Kearsarge and deliver his sword to Captain Winslow; and although the conduct of Mr. Lancaster and his subsequent explanations of it showed clearly enough his warm and active sympathies with the Confederate cause, it must be admitted that Captain Winslow, by requesting him to assist in saving the Confederate crew from the waves, was stopped from any further criticism of his conduct. Lancaster could not have been asked to assist Captain Winslow in the capture of prisoners of war. If Winslow had ordered him off under penalty of his being sent to follow the Alabama to the bottom of the Channel, he would have been entirely within his right; but having, with instinctive humanity, authorized him to pick up the men who were struggling in the water, he had no reason to complain that the yachtsman made off with them to Southampton. When Mr. Lancaster arrived on English soil with Captain Semmes and his crew, they were received with every demonstration of enthusiastic welcome, and in the clubs and public journals friendly to the Confederate cause an attempt was at once made to account for the result of the fight in a manner which should be equally honorable to Confederate valor and British shipbuilding. The simple truth that an American vessel built in great haste in an American shipyard, manned by American sailors armed with American ordnance, in a fair duel lasting an hour, should have sent to the bottom a ship built with the utmost care in a British yard, manned by British sailors, and armed with the most approved British guns, the two vessels being almost absolutely equal in tonnage, armament, and equipment, was intolerable and incredible. The Kearsarge was therefore represented as greatly superior in size and equipment, and finally the assertion of Captain Semmes that he owed his defeat to the Union vessel being armor-plated was eagerly seized upon as a solution of the mystery. A few days after the battle, Captain Winslow, nettled at the fables current in regard to the affair, wrote a letter to the Daily News, as blunt and sailor-like as his manner of fighting, setting forth the facts of the engagement and explaining the iron plating in these words: "In the wake of the engines on the outside, the Kearsarge had stopped up and down her sheet chains. These were stopped by marline to eye bolts, which extended some 20 feet, and this was done by the hands of the Kearsarge. The whole was covered by light plank to prevent dirt collecting. It was for the purpose of protecting the engines when there was no coal in the upper part of the bunkers, as was the case when the action took place. The Alabama had her bunkers full and was equally protected. The Kearsarge went into action with a crew of 162 officers and men. The Alabama, by report of the Deerhound's officers, had 150. Semmes, after the habit of beaten commanders, claimed that this simple expedient of Winslow's gave him the victory, and further asserted that if a shell which he lodged in the stern post of the Kearsarge had exploded, the result would have been different. It is idle to discuss these hypotheses. The facts are that no missile struck the chains on the Kearsarge, which would have done any serious damage had the chains not been there, and the shot in the stern post was fired after the Alabama was hopelessly beaten. In France the news caused a great sensation. The Emperor heard it on the grandstand at the Fontainebleau races, and Prince Murat at once bore the evil tidings to Mr. Slidell. The Emperor, said the Prince, was deeply grieved. And when this friendly intermediary repeated to His Majesty Mr. Slidell's charge that the delay in granting the Alabama access to the military port had caused Captain Semmes to go outside to meet his fate, the Emperor said Mr. Slidell was mistaken, as the permission had been granted. Mr. Slidell, however, cherished his grievance in spite of the Emperor's assurances, and returning to Paris demanded an audience of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. M. Drouyn de Louis met him with that courtesy which every one about the Emperor seems to have had orders to show to the Confederate emissaries, saying that he and everybody connected with the government were profoundly afflicted at the loss of the Alabama, qu'il ne faisait pas du sentiment, but sincerely felt all that he expressed. Mr. Slidell refused to be cajoled. He said that candor compelled him to declare that the disaster of the Alabama lay at the door of the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister of Marine; that if permission to enter the military port had been accorded, the point of honor which had induced Captain Semmes to encounter a superior foe would not have been raised. The minister denied the fact alleged, but the well-informed Mr. Slidell quoted the instructions to the military prefect, which, as we have seen, amounted to an intimation that Captain Semmes' visit was unwelcome. Mr. Slidell continued that he was obliged to say he had observed some months past a growing disposition to treat his government with scant courtesy, and that even the neutrality which the Emperor had proclaimed was not observed towards them. A line of observation which M. Drouyn de Louis at once checked with some appearance of temper, says Mr. Slidell. Before the interview ended, Mr. Slidell asked the minister categorically if the sentiments of the Emperor had for any cause become less friendly towards the Confederacy; that he was quite at a loss to imagine any such cause, but that in relation to the ships they had been induced to build by his suggestions, and for which they had expended large sums of money raised with great inconvenience and sacrifice, they had been treated with extreme harshness, and it was difficult to account for such a sudden change of policy if there were no corresponding change of feeling. The minister, with a significant smile, declined to enter into this subject, but assured Mr. Slidell that the feeling of the Emperor was unchanged. He was, as he always had been, prepared to recognize the Confederacy, but he would not act alone. In reply to Mr. Slidell's inquiry whether the failure of Grant before Richmond would improve the chance of recognition, the minister naturally answered in the affirmative, and dismissed the Southern envoy with suave regrets at the catastrophe of the Alabama and hopes of speedy good news from Virginia. At his next interview with the Minister of Marine, he was made happy by the statement that the catastrophe of the Alabama had produced the most beneficial effect upon public opinion, that while they had lost some valuable lives in a ship that had proved capable of good service, they were compensated 100-fold by the prestige which everywhere, but above all in France, attaches to chivalrous daring and the jealous observation of the point of honor, and that the material loss could not be weighed against the moral gain. When one is consoling a troublesome suitor whose requests are denied beforehand, words cost little. And if M. de Chasseloup-Laubat thought it worth while to say that the Confederacy had gained anything by the loss of the Alabama, it cost no more to say it had gained 100-fold. The last place where the Confederate flag floated on sea or on shore was at the masthead of the Shenandoah. After the war had ended everywhere else, this inglorious vessel carried the torch of devastation among the poor and hardy sailors of New England in the Arctic seas. She was purchased by Captain Bullock in September 1864, sailed from Liverpool to Funchal, where she met her tender, and took on her armaments and stores on the 20th of October. A large number of the men sent out in the tender refused to volunteer for service in the Corsair, which caused the Confederate Lieutenant J. F. Ramsey to report that he never saw such a set of curs in all his experience at sea. Under the command of Captain J. I. Waddell, an old officer of the United States Navy, the Shenandoah began her career in the southern seas in the late autumn and had destroyed 8 vessels in the equatorial belt of the Atlantic by the time she arrived at Melbourne on the 25th of January, 1865. She was hospitably received at that port and remained there until late in February, when she set sail for the north. Her officers recount her exploits in Bering Sea with a pride which, under the circumstances, is unaccountable. They destroyed a great number of little whalers. They pilfered watches and chronometers and such small sums of money as they could find among the thrifty sailors, lighting the icy seas with pitiful bonfires. And all this theft and wanton waste was perpetrated after Captain Waddell knew of Lee's surrender to Grant. He himself admitted in a published letter of the 27th of December, 1865, that he captured, after reaching Bering Sea, the ship William Thompson and brig Susan Abigail. Both had left San Francisco in April. These captures were made about the 23rd of June, and from each, he says, I received San Francisco papers. These papers profess to have the correspondence between Generals Grant and Lee concerning the surrender of Lee's army. He pretends, however, that he believed the war would be kept up by President Davis, and he therefore, to use his own language, continued my work until it was completed in the Arctic Ocean on the 28th of June, 1865, when I had succeeded in destroying or dispersing the New England whaling fleet. He fell in with no other vessel after leaving Bering Sea until the 2nd of August, when he spoke to a British bark 14 days out from San Francisco and received information of the capture of Jefferson Davis. Waddell, beginning to realize his true position, set sail instinctively for the port from which he had departed. He tried to give his sea rover the innocent appearance of a merchant vessel. He closed her ports, whitewashed her funnel, and strove to obliterate every external appearance of a warlike character. Like any other criminal running for his lair, he avoided speaking to any vessel that he met, and slunk by night on the 6th of November into the Mersey. The Shenandoah was at once placed under detention by the officers of the customs, and soon afterwards handed over to the United States. Captain Freeman, who had been put in command of her, started for New York. A furious storm arose, and after fighting against headwinds and wintry seas for several days, she returned in a crippled condition to Liverpool. She was then put up for sale to the highest bidder and bought for the Sultan of Zanzibar. His Majesty intending her for the dignified position of a royal yacht, she was fitted out and furnished in a luxurious manner, but the Sultan soon tired of his new favorite, after the fashion of sultans, and the yacht became once more a merchant vessel. After 4 years of peaceful commerce, she met with an honorable death on a coral reef in the Indian Ocean. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dana Tucker. www.yourpodcastreview.com. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Early's Campaign Against Washington. Some of the most stirring scenes of the Great Virginia Campaign of 1864 took place in the valley of the Shenandoah, and it was here that the first gleams of the final victory shone upon the Union arms. During the whole war, this valley had been a vast, covered way which sheltered the advance and retreat of every Confederate force that invaded the North or menaced Washington. The towering Blue Ridge guarded it on the east. The North Mountains, a portion of the great Allegheny chain, formed its western wall. Every movement of troops along its course was to the advantage of the Confederates. As it ran to the northeast, each step brought them nearer to the unguarded rear of Washington. When they chose to withdraw, they drew the pursuing Union forces every minute further away from their base. They did not lose their advantage even in crossing the Potomac. The Cumberland Valley of Maryland and Pennsylvania is merely a prolongation of that of the Shenandoah. The South Mountain continues the wall of the Blue Ridge, and under its protective cover, an invading force more than once carried devastation with fire and steel along the quiet rural hamlets of Pennsylvania. Early in the campaign, Grant felt the necessity of closing to the enemy this path of approach and of taking from them this fertile region from which they drew such plentiful stores of substance. But it continued throughout the summer to be the racetrack of rushing armies, and autumn arrived before it was finally and forever wrenched from the weakened hands of the rebellion. Our narrowing limits will not allow us to describe in detail the moving incidents of this crowded campaign. A bare outline of what was accomplished must suffice. We have already spoken of the failure of Sigel's movement in May, and his defeat by Breckinridge at Newmarket, which in public opinion obscured the fair measure of success obtained by Crook in his victory at Cloyd's Mountain and the destruction of New River Bridge. Grant and Halleck were equally dissatisfied with General Sigel, and the gallant veteran David Hunter was appointed in his stead. He moved southward with characteristics, energy, and speed, defeated and killed General W.E. Jones at Piedmont on the 5th of June, pushed rapidly on to Stanton, and thence up to the fortifications of Lynchburg. This place, however, was of such vital importance to the Confederacy that General Lee had hurried heavy reinforcements forward under Early to protect it, and Hunter, whose supplies and ammunitions were almost exhausted, found himself unable to carry the strong works by which it was surrounded or to fight the veteran army by which it was newly garrisoned. He therefore wisely resolved to retreat by way of the Kawana instead of the Shenandoah, which would have been extremely hazardous in view of Early's strength. But this march took much time, and meanwhile the broad valley lay an open road before the Confederates, leading directly to Maryland and the rear of Washington. The temptation proved irresistible to General Lee. He felt himself unable to cope with Grant in the open field. He knew his best opportunities lay in those assaults upon his entrenchments, with which Grant had of late so frequently gratified him. When after his easy and most valuable victory at Cold Harbor, he detached Early to protection of Lynchburg, he had given him orders to strike Hunter's force in the rear and, if possible, to destroy it, then to move down the valley, cross the Potomac, and threaten Washington. After Early had arrived at Lynchburg and Hunter had retreated by the west, General Lee left it to Early's judgment whether to carry out the original plan or to return to Petersburg and as doubtless knew enough of Early's enterprising temper to be sure which course he would pursue. We are not left in the dark as to Lee's feeling in this matter. On the 20th of June, after the assault upon Petersburg were over and the siege had begun, he wrote to Jefferson Davis, "I still think it is our policy to draw the attention of the enemy to his own territory. It may force Grant to attack me or weaken his force. It will also, I think, force Hunter to cross the Potomac or expose himself to the attack. From either of these events, I anticipate good results." His subsequent letters, however, show that his strongest hope and reliance was that Grant, goaded by the menace in the North, would rush furiously upon his works at Petersburg. Early started northward with about 17,000 men. He traveled with great expectation, having reduced his impediments to the minimum. He reached Winchester on the 2nd of July and sent his cavalry forward to destroy the railroad in rear of Sigel and, if possible, to cut off his retreat. But Sigel made his way to Shepherdstown in time to save most of the stores in his charge, and Colonel J. A. Mulligan, well known for his gallant defense of Lexington, checked the Confederate cavalry in an engagement at Leetown, enabling Sigel to establish himself safely on Maryland Heights, where, once fixed, he remained in spite of demonstrations to the right and left of him. This move was a serious disappointment to Early. "My desire had been," he said, "to maneuver the enemy out of Maryland Heights so as to enable me to move directly from Harper's Ferry to Washington." But he had taken refuge in his strongly fortified works, and as they could not be approached without great difficulty, an attempt to carry them by assault would have resulted in greater loss than the advantage to be gained would justify. I determined to move through the gaps of the South Mountain. At daybreak on the 8th of July, his whole force began to move through these passes. The next morning, General B.T. Johnson was sent with a brigade of cavalry and a battery of horse artillery to break all the railroads leading to the Baltimore and threaten that city, then to move towards Point Lookout to cooperate in a scheme for the release of the prisoners there, which has been devised at Richmond. These orders to Johnson form the strongest proof that Early really hoped to capture the capital. The force of Johnson was sent to Lookout, to use Early's own words, for the purpose of releasing the prisoners if we should succeed in getting into Washington. This purpose of Early was not so absurd as after its failure it seemed. It cannot be denied that Washington had been left nearly unguarded. The Confederate felt by the President and the Presidents of Grant had permitted almost all the effective force to be sent to the Army of the Potomac. Hunter's line of retreat had opened the valley to the Confederates, and he was now, with the greatest possible exertion, it is true, striving to make his way back to his post against the obstacles of bad roads and low water in the river. With his exhausted and footsore soldiers, there was no chance of his arriving before the enemy. General Lay Wallace, who in Hunter's absence had been left in command of the department, had a small force at Baltimore. Washington was garrisoned by a force of 100 days' men, the Veterans Reserve, or Invalid Corps, District of Columbia Volunteers, and a few dismounted cavalry. As the enemy approached, General Mayes hastily organized some 2,000 quartermasters, employees, and put them into the lines. In numbers, the garrison was strong enough to withstand attack, being a total of 20,000 men of all sorts, but they were mostly raw, undisciplined, and unavailable. The great reliance was, after all, in the fortifications which had been constructed with the greatest care, and supported and commanded each other in such fashion that a comparatively small force of disciplined troops could have held them indefinitely against any attack. Halleck reported to General Grant this state of affairs, but the general-in-chief was slow to believe that any serious movement was in progress. After Early had seized Martinsburg so late as the 3rd of July, Grant insisted that he was at Petersburg and that it was impossible he could be threatened by Hunter's department. But after Grant became convinced that Early was on the Potomac, he at once ordered the 6th Corps to the rescue. Ricketts, who started first going into Baltimore when he arrived on the 8th, and Wright, with Getty's and D.A. Russell's divisions, embarked at midnight on the 9th and coming directly to Washington. There was never a more opportune march and arrival. The advance of Early's caused great consternation throughout Maryland and southern Pennsylvania. The quiet farmers saw their crops stolen by the troopers or committed to the flames. The towns were laid under ruinous requisition of money. $200,000 at Frederick, $20,000 at Hagerstown, on pain of conflagration in case of refusal. His reassuring proclamations, taken in connection with the action of his soldiers, did nothing to allay the terror excited by his march. He proceeded on his way without opposition until moving out of Frederick. He met the force with which General Wallace had come from Baltimore, and which, although it had been much aided and strengthened by Ricketts' fine division of 6th Corps, was obviously inadequate to cope with General Early's army. At the Monocacy River, General Wallace made a credible fight. General Ricketts, who behaved with his usual coolness and energy, was severely wounded, and both sides suffered considerable loss in killed and wounded. Wallace lost heavily in prisoners, and in the evening fell back on the road to Baltimore, and Early was too full of the thought of Washington to waste time in pursuing. He marched at daylight on the 10th on the Georgetown Pike, and camped at night only 4 miles north of Rockville. It was an anxious Sunday throughout the North. Troops were everywhere called out in vigorous degrees of unreadiness. Every available man in Baltimore and Washington was put into the trenches. Johnson's cavalry was active in northern Maryland. Harry Gilmore captured 2 passenger trains at Gunpowder River, backed one of them upon the Great Bridge, and burned bridge and train together. But the principal object of Johnson's raid, the release of Confederate prisoners at Point Lookout, was not accomplished, nor even attempted. The burning of Governor Bradford's house in the suburbs of Baltimore gained the Confederate arms neither credit nor advantage. It had been the habit of all military writers who have discussed this campaign to represent the civil departments of the government as a prey to terror and panic this and the following day. But those who were at Richmond were not the best witnesses of what was taking place at Washington. Neither Lincoln nor Stanton, nor even Halleck, whom it is still more fashionable to abuse, lacked coolness or energy in the emergency. They, of course, recognized the fact that Washington was imperfectly defended and the possibility of its capture, but they regarded this contingency as highly improbable, and not satisfied with repulsing the enemy. They were especially anxious that a force strong enough to move out and destroy Early's army would be put in motion for Washington. Grant entirely agreed in this view. If the rebel force, he said, now north, can be captured or destroyed, I would willingly postpone aggressive operations to destroy them. He even offered, if the president thought it was advisable, to leave everything at Petersburg on the defensive, and to start for Washington at an hour's notice to command in person the operations against Early. The president, in his anxiety to have the invading forces destroyed, accepted this proposition, saying he thought there was really a fair chance of doing it if the moment were prompt. At the same time, with his habitual consideration for a trusted general, he told Grant that this was in pursuance of his own suggestion and was not an order. Grant, however, on reflection, had changed his mind and concluded it would have been a bad effect for him to leave Petersburg at that moment. He telegraphed to the president his belief, in view of the fact that Wright and Ord and Hunter were on the ground, that the enemy will never be able to get back with much of his forces. The president could not entirely share this place's fate. He had too often seen the enemy retire from the Potomac undisturbed by pursuit, but he answered General Grant's dispatch, expressing his satisfaction at his decision, but adding, "The enemy will learn of Wright's arrival, and then the difficulty will be to unite Wright and Hunter south of the enemy before he will recross the Potomac." Some firing between Rockville and here now, even with the sound of hostile guns in his ears, he writes with the utmost calmness to General Grant at Petersburg, thinking only of the chance of crushing the army, which had ventured so far from its base, and forecasting the actual result far more accurately than the general. He thought perhaps too little of his personal safety. On the night of the 10th, he left the White House, as usual, and rode out to his summer residence at the Soldiers' Home in the northern suburb a few miles from Early's bivouac. Other officers of the government, in view of possible contingencies, displayed of this impassive conduct. Mr. Stanton, finding the enemy advancing in heavy force on the Tenallytown and 7th Street roads, sent out to the Soldiers' Home and insisted upon the president's coming into Washington. And Captain Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, without the president's knowledge, had a vessel made ready in case of a serious disaster. General Early left his camp near Rockville at the dawn on the 11th and pushed forward with eager hopes upon Washington. The infantry, turning to the left, advanced by the 7th Street Road, which runs by Silver Spring into the city, with a cloud of cavalry on either flank. The day was hot and dusty, and the troops suffered greatly, but inspired by the prospect of the rich prize before them, they plodded onward with a great heart, and shortly after noon, Early, riding a little in advance of his columns, came in sight of Fort Stevens, which guarded the entrance to Washington by 7th Street. A brief survey convinced him that the works were being feebly managed. The greatest achievement of the war seemed to be within his grasp. He ordered General Rhodes to bring his division into line as rapidly as possible, and to move into the works if he could. But before the column, which was moving by flanks, could be brought up, Early, who was gazing intently at the line of works in his front, saw to his infinite vexation a column of men in blue filing into them on the right and left. A fringe of skirmishers was thrown out in front, and from all the batteries in range a sharp artillery fire opened. His hopes of surprise passed away, the wreathing smoke of the national guns, and he gave orders for a close reconnaissance of the position. The whole afternoon was consumed in his work. As it proceeded, the prospect for the Confederates became every hour more discouraging. The obstacles might have appeared insurmountable to even a better soldier than General Early. Enclosed forts for a heavy artillery within a tier of lower works in front of each, pierced for an immense number of guns, the whole being connected by curtains with ditches in front and strengthened by palisades and abatements. Every possible approach was raked with artillery. In vain did he seek a point of entry on either side. As far as his eye could reach to the left over the bare spaces, where the force had been leveled to give play to the guns, the same powerful works, and his cavalry coming in from the right reported the fortifications on the Georgetown Pike to be still more impregnable. Early might as well be excused for his declining to rush his tired army upon these bristling works. He had less than 20,000 men. He says about 800,000 muskets, but he always looked at his own force through the wrong end of his field glasses, and he was laboring under a serious error in regard to the troops in front of him. He had captured some of the 6th Corps on the Monarchy. The newspapers had informed him of the departure of heavy reinforcements from Petersburg. And when he saw the improvised levies of General Augur filing into the works in the afternoon, he came, not unnaturally, to the conclusion that he had to deal with the veterans of the Army of the Potomac. This supposed state of affairs called for the most careful preparation, and before the preparations were completed, what he had imagined had become true. Wright, with his 2 magnificent divisions, had landed at the wharf, being received by President Lincoln in person amid a tumult of joyous cheering, and the advance of the 19th Corps under W. H. Emory was also on the streets of Washington. When the rear of Early's infantry closed up in the evening, the capital was already safe from a coup de main. It was with much diminution of his high spirits of the morning that Early called his generals together for consultation on the night of the 11th. There was clearly no time to be lost. Washington must be assaulted immediately, if at all. The passes of South Mountain will soon be closed, he said, not knowing that Julius Stolber's troopers had already occupied them. But it was like parting soul and body for Early to give up his hope of seizing Washington, and he broke up the conference, saying he would assault the works at daybreak next morning unless it was previously be shown to be impracticable. In the night, he received false information from Bradley T. Johnson that 2 corps of the Army of the Potomac had arrived. He therefore delayed his attack until he could make one final reconnaissance. He rode to the front and found the parapets lined with troops. With the dome of the Capitol in his sight, gilded by the rays of the rising sun, he gave up all hope of capturing Washington. He knew, however, that it would be most unwise to turn and run by daylight in the face of such an enemy, and therefore determined to maintain a bold front until nightfall and then make good his retreat. The evening before, Wright had proposed to send out a brigade to clear away the enemy's skirmish line, but this was not thought advisable by General Augur until the Union lines were better established. At night, the 6th Corps relieved the pickets and entrenched their line. On the morning of the 12th, skirmishing began and continued all the morning, and in the afternoon, Daniel D. Bridwell's brigade of Getty's division was sent out by Wright to drive the Confederate skirmishers from a house and orchard near Silver Springs Road. Rhodes' division, which was in possession of the place, stood its ground handsomely, and a severe engagement ensued, which has a special interest from the fact that it was fought in full view of the Capitol and was witnessed by the President of the United States on one side and on the other by General Breckinridge, the candidate who had received the suffrages of succeeding states in 1860. The President had resultantly refrained from giving military orders during the invasion, though sorely tempted to do so on account of the disinclination of Grant and Halleck to interfere with each other's authority. But his interest in the progress of affairs was intense and ardent, and his presence among the soldiers roused the greatest enthusiasm. When Rhodes' division arrived on the afternoon of the 11th, he saw the first shots exchanged in front of Fort Stevens, and stood in the fort, his tall figure making him a conspicuous mark, until ordered to withdraw, and on the 12th, when Bridwell's brigade marched in perfect order out of the works to drive the enemy from the Riv's house, the President again stood apparently unconscious of danger, watching with that grave and passive countenance the progress of the fight amid the whizzing bullets of the sharpshooters until the officer fell mortally wounded within 3 feet of him, and General Wright premortably represented to him the needless risk he was running. The national troops marched out with discipline, valor, worthy of the place and of the spectators. They advanced in unbroken formation up the slight acclivity in the face of a destructive fire, drove the Confederates from the orchard and the grove which sheltered them, and pushed the enemy's pickets back for a mile. The success was gained not without loss. 280 of the small force engaged were killed and wounded. General Early waited only for nightfall to withdraw his troops from a position which had become full of peril. The next morning his campus had vanished. Everybody was eager for the pursuit to begin, but Grant was too far away to give the necessary orders. The president, true to the position he had taken when Grant was made general-in-chief, would not interfere, though he observed with anguish the undisturbed retreat of Early. Halleck, whose growing disposition to avoid responsibility had become only too apparent, merely told Augur what Wright ought to do, to strike the retiring column, and at noon Wright, having been put by a telegram from Grant in command of all available troops, got away at the head of a considerable force and marched with commendable celerity to Poolesville, 26 miles from Washington, which he reached on the evening of the 14th. But Early had too long a start, and his hardy infantry were too fleet to be overtaken. He crossed the Potomac at White's Fords in Loudoun County, and on the morning of the 14th, taking with him most of the plunder he had amassed in Maryland. Wright reported on the evening of the 14th to Halleck for instructions, believing that his force, about 10,500, was not sufficient to justify his crossing the river in pursuit of Early. Halleck answered in general terms, repeating Grant's wish that pursuit should be made. At first, Grant's orders were priority for pursuit, but his knowledge of the situation was imperfect. On the 13th, he was anxious only that the enemy should be driven out of Maryland. On the next day, finding Early was south of the river, he urged a helter-skelter pursuit by veterans, militia men on horseback, and everything that could be got to follow, to eat out Virginia clear and clean as far as they go, so that crows flying over it for the balance of the season would have to carry their provision with them. In a letter on the same date, he said that Hunter should make the valley a desert. But on the 16th, the day Early, after 2 days' rest near Leesburg, resumed his march towards the passes of the Blue Ridge, which led into the valley, Grant changed his mind about the pursuit, and said to Halleck that there could be no use in Wright's following the enemy a day behind, and ordered, as soon as the rebel army is known to have passed Hunter's forces, recall Wright and send him back with all dispatch, and also send the 19th Corps. Halleck protested, and with reason, against executing these orders so long as Early remained in the valley. They were suspended, then repeated, and again suspended, and the 6th and 19th Corps were finally allowed to stay where great glory and usefulness awaited them. Wright crossed the river and chased Early to the Shenandoah. Hunter, having come up on the other flank, continued the pursuit, but the Confederates were so far in advance that little damage was done until the 20th of July, when Hunter's cavalry, under W.M.W. Averell, moved out from the Martinsburg and inflicted a stinging defeat upon Reserve's division. Early retired to Strasburg, where he arrived on the 22nd. Wright, meanwhile, returned to Washington, and on the 24th Early turned upon Crook, who was at the Kernstown, and routed him, the gallant Colonel Mulligan being mortally wounded. Crook, however, made his retreat in good order and with such skill as to save his artillery and trains. Early followed in hot pursuit and drove the Union forces across the Potomac. The President had feared and partly anticipated this disaster. He had telegraphed to Hunter on the 23rd, "Are you able to take care of the enemy when he turns back upon you?" And he probably will, on finding that Wright had left. And Hunter had answered that his force was insufficient for the purpose. General Grant's distance from the scene and lack of perfect knowledge of the situation, the President's unwillingness to interfere with his orders, and Halleck's reluctance to assume authority which he thought did not belong to him, were the causes to which may be attributed to the unsatisfactory progress of affairs during this discouraging midsummer season. There was, notwithstanding, perfect harmony of feeling and intention between Grant and the government. They were all resolved, regardless of personal or political considerations, to do everything possible to end the war. Grant had no hesitation in asking on the 19th of July that the president should call for 300,000 men to recruit the armies wasted by a precipitously destructive campaign, although the effect of such a call could not be too damaging to the administration at the onset of a presidential campaign. And the president was able to answer this dispatch by informing the general that he had already, on the 18th, issued a call for 500,000 men to be drafted after September 5th, if not previously furnished. Which I am supposed, he added, simply covers the case. Always glad to hear your suggestions. But for the moment, there was no adequate force in front of Early, and encouraged by his long immunity, the instincts of a freebooter began to wake in him, and he determined upon a rapid campaign of plunder and destruction. His appetite for valid money had been whetted by the exactions levied on the unfortunate towns which he had visited in Maryland, and he now sent his cavalry forward under John McCausland to ransom or destroy other towns near the border of the state in Pennsylvania. The town of Chambersburg was the first one selected for the barbarous treatment. McCausland reached the place on the 30th of July and presented to some of the citizens a request for that purpose of written demand for $500,000 in currency or $100,000 in gold on penalty of the immediate destruction of the town. Whether Early's purposely made a demand impossible to meet, or whether his ignorance and greed became equal, he thought the wealth of the North was unlimited, can only be conjectured. The truth was the arresting citizens could no more have produced such a sum on the moment than they could have performed any other miracle. But McCausland had no discretion. His superior expressly states in his memoir that his orders were peremptory. The Confederate general first made sure of his breakfast at a hotel, and then ordered Gilmore to burn the town. The task was no welcome one for even this hardened raider. I felt more like weeping over Chambersburg, he said, but his work was thoroughly done. The conflagration seemed to spring from one vast building. How piteous the sight, in those beautiful green meadows, groups of women and children, exposed to the rays of a burning sun, hovered over the few articles they had saved, most of them wringing their hands, and with wild gestation bemoaning their ruined homes. From Chambersburg, McCausland rode to Hancock, Maryland, where he demanded a ransom of $30,000. This, says Gilmore, was so out of the reason that we Marylanders remonstrated. He told the principal men of the place that unless the money was paid, he would burn the town. Gilmore, whose sympathies were now thoroughly aroused for the people of his own state, seeing that the place was in imminent risk of being plundered before it was burned, made an effort with his own troopers to guard the houses, while the terrified citizens were trying to raise the money McCausland had required. Before this was accomplished, Avero's cavalry came upon the scene, drove out the Confederates, and saved the town, as well as Mechanicsburg and Bedford, which had also been marked for destruction. McCausland retreated to Cumberland, where on the 1st of August he had a sharp skirmish with General Kelly, and then crossed the Potomac and withdrew to Moorefield in West Virginia. Thither Hunter dispatched General Averill, who on the 7th attacked and routed McCausland, capturing all his guns and trains with over 400 prisoners, and scattering the residue of the Confederate cavalry through the bridle paths of the mountains. General Early frankly admits, this affair had a very damaging effect upon my cavalry for the rest of the campaign. While these operations were going on, the National infantry were marching and countermarching in every direction, to little purpose. Under contradictory orders, and had at last been posted at Frederick to guard against another possible advance on Washington. The confusion arose primarily from the fact that General Grant disbelieved in Early's movement northward up to the moment he defeated Crook at Kernstown, and therefore wanted the Sixth Corps sent back to him, and that Halleck, holding a different belief, yet hesitated about taking the responsibility of giving the orders absolutely necessary under the circumstances. Grant was too far away to take advantage of the hourly changes in the situation, and Hunter, who was as zealous and energetic as a man need be, was rendered powerless by the lack of harmonious cooperation between his two superior officers. Grant, seeing the difficulty, had recommended the consolidation of the four departments: the Susquehanna, the Middle, Western Virginia, and Washington, under one command, and had mentioned for that duty General W. B. Franklin. This suggestion was not favorably received by the War Department, and General Grant next suggested General Meade. The President, seeing more clearly than anyone else the wide range of personal complications which such a change would involve, asked Grant to name a time when they could meet at Fort Monroe, but their meeting was prevented by the state of affairs at Deep Bottom and Petersburg. On the 1st of August, General Grant made a new choice, which was one of his happiest inspirations, and formed a resolution which proved of inestimable benefit in its result. He hastily relieved General Sheridan from the command of the Cavalry Corps and ordered him north, sending an additional division of cavalry after him, at the same time informing Halleck, "I am sending General Sheridan for temporary duty whilst the enemy is being expelled from the border. Unless General Hunter is in the field in person, I want Sheridan put in command of all the troops in the field, with instructions to put himself south of the enemy and follow him to the death. Wherever the enemy goes, let our troops go also." This dispatch was shown to the President. It embodied precisely his own wishes. He had been agonizing to have exactly this thing done, but he found in conversation with Halleck, and perhaps with others, that no measures, or at least none significantly energetic, were being taken to carry Grant's suggestion into effect. He had before this remarked, with pain and disappointment, a tendency in General Halleck to shrink from the exercise of authority in emergencies and throw upon himself or Grant the burden of all important decisions. He saw in this instant that if he did not interfere, the campaign would be lost by hesitation and delay. In violation, therefore, of all official etiquette, and as some critics think of propriety, he telegraphed to Grant on the 3rd of August, quoting his dispatch, giving above and adding, "This, I think, is exactly right as to how our forces should move. But please look over the dispatches you may have received from here ever since you made that order, and discover, if you can, therein any idea in the head of anyone here of putting our army south of the enemy, or of following him to the death in any discretion. I repeat to you, it will neither be done nor attempted unless you watch it every day and hour and force it. We will not stop to defend the taste or regularity of this dispatch." It was at least perfectly lucid, and it answered the purpose. In 2 hours Grant was on the way to Monocacy Station, where he arrived the next evening. It was evident by this time that a defensive position at Frederick was no longer necessary, and that the point already selected by Hunter at Halltown for the concentration of his troops might be occupied at once. This was immediately done under Grant's instructions, which provided further for an active campaign against the enemy and the devastation of the Shenandoah Valley, so that nothing should be left to invite the enemy to return. Take all provisions, forage, and stock wanted for the use of your command, such as cannot be consumed, destroyed. It is not desirable that the buildings should be destroyed. They should rather be protected. But the people should be informed that so long as an army can subsist among the recesses of these raids must be expected, and we are determined to stop them at all hazards. The move to Halltown brought Hunt's army upon Early's right flank and rear. Early had again moved on the 4th to the Potomac, a demonstration which had become instinctive with him, and the next day his whole army had crossed once more into Maryland by the Williamsport and Shepherdstown Forge, visiting the Antietam battleground. But this threatening movement made no impression on the impassive commander of the national armies. His habit of minimizing his enemy's numbers here stood to his advantage. He wrote to Halleck that there was no great force of the enemy north of the Potomac, and in fact, Early only remained one day, and on the 7th retired to Bunker Hill. In conversation with General Hunter, Grant suggested that he should establish the headquarters of his department at Cumberland or Baltimore, leaving the Shenandoah the command of the troops in the field. The gallant veteran promptly offered to resign his position, as it seemed that another officer could assume it with the prospect of more harmonious relations with his superiors, and consequently of more successful results. Grant eagerly accepted this generous self-sacrifice, and telegraphed for Sheridan to come to the Monocacy. He responded in person by special train. The troops were all gone over to the Potomac to Halltown. No one was left at the station but the 3 generals and their staffs. Grant, in a few words, gave Sheridan the instructions he had prepared for Hunter and returned to Petersburg. Sheridan, on the 7th of August at Harper's Ferry, formally assumed command of the Middle Military Division, comprising the 4 departments already mentioned. His army, which was afterwards called the Army of the Shenandoah, consisted of the 6th Corps under General Wright, the 19th Corps, part present and part on the way, under General Cavalier Grover, Crook's Army of the Western Virginia, Talbert's division of cavalry from the Army of the Potomac, and Charles L. Lowell, Jr., Reserve Brigade. Everill's division, Alfred N. Duff's troops, and J. H. Wilson's division of cavalry from the Army of the Potomac were also on the march to join him. Sheridan desired that this splendid cavalry force should be made a corps and commanded by one of his own men, and Grant immediately authorized this to be done. In spite of Everill's recent and brilliant success, A. T. A. Talbot was made chief of cavalry, and Merritt succeeded to the command of his division. It was, of course, the finest army ever brought together in the Shenandoah Valley, consisting of some 22,000 infantry present for duty, and of about 8,000 horses. The field returns showed nearly 50% more than these figures, or about 43,000 officers and men. But all proper reductions being made, both Grant and Sheridan regarded 30,000 as the fighting force of the Army of the Shenandoah. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Dana Tucker. www.yourpodcastreview.com.
Chapter 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 8. Horace Greeley's Peace Mission. Not least among the troubles and the vexations of the summer of 1864 was the constant criticism of sincere Republicans who were impatient at what they considered the slow progress of the war, and irritated at the deliberation with which Mr. Lincoln weighed every important act before decision. Besides this, a feeling of discouragement had taken possession of some of the more excitable spirits, which induced them to give ready hospitality to any suggestion of peace. Foremost among these was Horace Greeley, who, in personal interviews, in private letters, and in the columns of the Tribune, repeatedly placed before the President, with that vigor of expression in which he was unrivaled, the complaints and the discontents of a considerable body of devoted, if not altogether reasonable, Union men. The attitude of benevolent criticism which he was known to sustain toward the administration naturally drew around him a certain number of adventurers and busybodies, who fluttered between the two great parties, and were glad to occupy the attention of prominent men on either side, with schemes whose only real object was some slight gain or questionable notoriety for themselves. A person who called himself William Cornell Jewett of Colorado had gained some sort of intimacy with Mr. Greeley by alleging relations with eminent Northern and Southern statesmen. He wrote interminable letters of advice to Mr. Lincoln, as well as to Jefferson Davis, which were never read nor answered, but which, printed with humorous comment in the New York Herald, were taken seriously by the undiscriminating, and even quoted and discussed in the London papers. He wrote to Mr. Greeley in the early part of July from Niagara Falls, and appears to have convinced the latter that he was an authorized intermediary from the Confederate authorities to make propositions for peace. He wrote that he had just left George N. Sanders of Kentucky on the Canada side. "I am authorized to state to you," he continued, "for our use only, not the public, that 2 ambassadors of Davis and Company are now in Canada, with full and complete powers for a peace, and Mr. Sanders requests that you come on immediately to me at Cataract House to have a private interview. Or, if you will send the President's protection for him and 2 friends, they will come on and meet you. He says the whole matter can be consummated by me, you, them, and President Lincoln." This letter was followed the next day by a telegram saying, "Will you come here? Parties have full power." Mr. Greeley was greatly impressed by this communication. The inherent improbabilities of it did not seem to strike him, though the antecedents of Sanders were scarcely more reputable than those of Jewett. He sent the letter and the telegram to the President, enclosed in a letter of his own, the perfervid vehemence of which shows the state of excitement he was laboring under. He refers to his correspondent as "our irrepressible friend Colorado Jewett." He admits some doubt as to the full powers, but insists upon the Confederate desire for peace. "And thereupon," he says, "I venture to remind you that our bleeding, bankrupt, almost dying country also longs for peace, shudders at the prospect of fresh conscriptions, of further wholesale devastations, and of new rivers of human blood. And a widespread conviction that the government and its prominent supporters are not anxious for peace, and do not improve proffered opportunities to achieve it, is doing great harm now, and is morally certain, unless removed, to do far greater in the approaching elections." He then rebukes Mr. Lincoln for not having received the Stevens embassy, disapproves the warlike tone of the Baltimore platform, urges the President to make overtures for peace in time to affect the North Carolina elections, and suggests the following plan of adjustment. 1. The Union is restored and declared perpetual. 2. Slavery is utterly and forever abolished throughout the same. 3. A complete amnesty for all political offenses. 4. Payment of $400 million to the slave states, pro rata, for their slaves. 5. The slave states to be represented in proportion to their total population. 6. A national convention to be called at once. The letter closes with this impassioned appeal. "Mr. President, I fear you do not realize how intently the people desire any peace consistent with the national integrity and honor, and how joyously they would hail its achievement and bless its authors. With United States stocks worth but 40 cents in gold per dollar, and drafting about to commence on the 3rd million of Union soldiers, can this be wondered at? I do not say that a just peace is now attainable, though I believe it to be so. But I do say that a frank offer by you to the insurgents, of terms which the impartial will say ought to be accepted, will, at the worst, prove an immense and sorely needed advantage to the national cause. It may save us from a northern insurrection. In a postscript, Mr. Greeley again urges the President to invite those now at Niagara to exhibit their credentials and submit their ultimatum. Mr. Lincoln determined at once to take action upon this letter. He had no faith in Jewett's story. He doubted whether the embassy had any existence, except in the imagination of Sanders and Jewett. But he felt the unreasonableness and injustice of Mr. Greeley's letter, while he did not doubt his good faith, and he resolved to convince him at least, and perhaps others, of his way of thinking, that there was no foundation for the reproaches they were casting upon the government for refusing to treat with the rebels. That there might be no opportunity for dispute in relation to the facts of the case, he arranged that the witness of his willingness to listen to any overtures which might come from the South should be Mr. Greeley himself. He answered his letter at once on the 9th of July, saying, "If you can find any person, anywhere, professing to have any proposition of Jefferson Davis in writing for peace, embracing the restoration of the Union and abandonment of slavery, whatever else it embraces, say to him, he may come to me with you, and that if he really brings such proposition, he shall at least have safe conduct with the paper, and without publicity if he chooses, to the point where you shall have met him. The same if there be 2 or more persons." Mr. Greeley answered this letter the next day in evident embarrassment. The President had surprised him by his frank and prompt acquiescence in his suggestions. He had accepted the first 2 points of Mr. Greeley's plan of adjustment, the restoration of the Union and the abandonment of slavery, as the only preliminary conditions of negotiations upon which he would insist, and requested this vehement advocate of peace to bring forward his ambassadors. Mr. Greeley's reply of the 10th seems somewhat lacking, both in temper and in candor. He thought the negotiators would not open their budget to him, repeated his reproaches at the rude repulse of Stephens, referred again to the importance of doing something in time for the North Carolina elections, and said at least he would try to get a look into the hand of the men at Niagara, though he had little heart for it. But on the 13th he wrote in a much more positive manner. He said, "I have now information on which I can rely, that 2 persons, duly commissioned and empowered to negotiate for peace, are at this moment not far from Niagara Falls in Canada, and are desirous of conferring with yourself or with such persons as you may appoint and empower to treat with them. Their names, only given in confidence, are Hon. Clement C. Clay of Alabama and Hon. Jacob Thompson of Mississippi." He added that he knew nothing and had proposed nothing as to terms, that it seemed to him high time an effort should be made to terminate the wholesale slaughter. He hoped to hear that the President had concluded to act in the premises, and to act so promptly as to do some good in the North Carolina elections. On the receipt of this letter, which was written 4 days after Mr. Greeley had been fully authorized to bring to Washington anyone he could find empowered to treat for peace, and which yet was based on the assumption of the President's unwillingness to do the very thing he had already done, Mr. Lincoln resolved to put an end to a correspondence which promised to be indefinitely prolonged, by sending an aide-de-camp to New York to arrange in a personal interview what it seemed impossible to conclude by mail. On the 15th he sent Mr. Greeley a brief telegram, expressing his disappointment, saying, "I was not expecting you to send me a letter, but to bring me a man or men," and announced the departure of a messenger with a letter. The letter was of the briefest. It merely said, "Yours of the 13th is just received, and I am disappointed that you have not already reached here with those commissioners, if they would consent to come, on being shown my letter to you of the 9th inst. Show this and that to them, and if they will come on the terms stated in the former, bring them. I not only intend a sincere effort for peace, but I intend that you shall be a personal witness that it is made." This curt and peremptory missive was delivered to Mr. Greeley by Major John Hay early on the morning of the 16th. Mr. Greeley was still somewhat reluctant to go. He thought someone not so well known would be less embarrassed by public curiosity, but said, finally, that he would start at once if he could be given a safe conduct for 4 persons to be named by him. Major Hay communicated this to the President and received the required order in reply. "If there is or is not anything in the affair," he wrote, "I wish to know it without unnecessary delay." The safe conduct was immediately written and given to Mr. Greeley, who started at once for Niagara. It provided that Clement C. Clay, Jacob Thompson, James P. Holcomb, and George N. Sanders should have safe conduct to Washington in company with Horace Greeley, and should be exempt from arrest or annoyance of any kind from any officer of the United States during their journey. Nothing was said by Mr. Greeley or by Major Hay to the effect that this safe conduct modified in any respect the conditions opposed by the President's letter of the 9th. It merely carried into effect the proposition made in that letter. On arriving at Niagara, Mr. Greeley placed himself at once in the hands of Jewett, who was waiting to receive him, and sent by him a letter addressed to Clay, Thompson, and Holcomb, in which he said, "I am informed that you are duly accredited from Richmond as the bearers of propositions looking to the establishment of peace, that you desire to visit Washington in the fulfillment of your mission, and that you further desire that Mr. George N. Sanders shall accompany you. If my information be thus far substantially correct, I am authorized by the President of the United States to tender you his safe conduct on the journey proposed, and to accompany you at the earliest time that will be agreeable to you." No clearer proof can be given than is afforded in this letter that Mr. Greeley was absolutely ignorant of all the essential facts appertaining to the negotiation in which he was engaged. As it turned out, he had been misinformed even as to the personnel of the embassy, Jacob Thompson not being, and not having been, in company with the others. None of them had any authority to act in the capacity attributed to them, and, worse than all this, Mr. Greeley kept out of view, in his missive thus shot at a venture, the very conditions which Mr. Lincoln had imposed in his letter of the 9th and repeated in that of the 15th. Yet, with all the advantages thus afforded to them, Clay and Holcomb felt themselves too bare and naked of credentials to accept Mr. Greeley's offer, and were therefore compelled to answer that they had not been accredited from Richmond, as assumed in his note. They made haste to say, however, that they were acquainted with the views of their government, and could easily get credentials, or other agents could be accredited in their place, if they could be sent to Richmond armed with the circumstances disclosed in this correspondence. It is incomprehensible that a man of Mr. Greeley's experience should not have recognized at once the purport of this proposal. It simply meant that Mr. Lincoln should take the initiative in suing the Richmond authorities for peace, on terms to be proposed by them. The essential impossibility of these terms was not apparent to Mr. Greeley. He merely saw that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected, and therefore acknowledged the receipt of the letter, promised to report to Washington and solicit fresh instructions, and then telegraphed to Mr. Lincoln the substance of what Clay and Holcomb had written. The President, with unwearied patience, drew up a final paper, which he sent by Major Hay to Niagara, informing Mr. Greeley by telegraph that it was on the way. This information Mr. Greeley at once sent over the border with many apologies for the delay. Major Hay arrived at Niagara on the 20th of July with a paper in the President's own handwriting expressed in these words: Executive Mansion, Washington, July 18, 1864. To whom it may concern. Any proposition which embraces the restoration of peace, the integrity of the whole Union, and the abandonment of slavery, and which comes by and with an authority that can control the armies now at war against the United States, will be received and considered by the executive government of the United States, and will be met by liberal terms on other substantial and collateral points, and the bearer or bearers thereof shall have safe conduct both ways. Abraham Lincoln. Mr. Greeley had already begun to have some impression of the unfortunate position in which he had placed himself, and the reading of this straightforward document still further nettled and perplexed him. He proposed to bring Jewett into conference, This Major Hay declined. He then refused to cross the river to Clifton unless Major Hay would accompany him, and himself deliver the paper to the Confederate emissaries. They therefore went together and met Mr. Holcombe in a private room of the Clifton House, Mr. Clay being absent for a day, and handed him the President's letter. After a few moments' conversation, they separated, Mr. Greeley returning to New York, and Major Hay remaining at Niagara to receive any answer that might be given to the letter. Before taking the train, Mr. Greeley had an interview with Jewett, unknown to Major Hay, in which he seems to have authorized Jewett to continue to act as his representative. Jewett lost no time in acquainting the emissaries with this fact, informing them of the departure of Mr. Greeley, of his regret at the sad termination of the initiatory steps taken for peace, from the change made by the President in his instructions given him to convey commissioners to Washington for negotiations unconditionally, and that Mr. Greeley would be pleased to receive their answer through him, Jewett. They replied to Jewett with mutual compliments, enclosing a long letter to Mr. Greeley arraigning the President for his alleged breach of faith, which Jewett promptly communicated to the newspapers of the country without notice to Major Hay, informing him afterwards in a note that he did this by way of revenging the slight of the preceding day. In giving the letter of the rebel emissaries to the press, instead of sending it to its proper destination, Jewett accomplished the purpose for which it was written. It formed a not ineffective document in a heated political campaign. It would be difficult to ascertain at this day whether Mr. Greeley ever communicated to Jewett or Sanders, and whether they, in their constant flittings to and fro over the suspension bridge, ever made known to Clay and Holcombe the conditions of negotiations laid down by Mr. Lincoln in his letters of the 9th and 15th of July. At all events, they pretended to be ignorant of any such conditions, and assumed that the President had set Mr. Greeley to invite them to Washington without credentials, and without conditions, to convey to Richmond his overtures of peace. They did not say with any certainty that even in this event his overtures would have been accepted, but expressed the hope that in the case the war must continue, there might have been infused into its conduct something more of the spirit which softens and partially redeems its brutalities. They then went on to accuse the President of a sudden and entire change of views, of a rude withdrawal of a courteous overture, of fresh blasts of war to the bitter end, attributing the supposed change to some mysteries of his cabinet or some caprice of his imperial will. They plainly intimated that while the South desired peace, it would not accept any arrangement which bartered away its self-government, and in conclusion, they called upon their fellow Confederates to strip from their eyes the last film of such delusion that peace is possible, and if there were any patriots or Christians in the North, they implored them to recall the abused authority and vindicate the outraged civilization of the country. Even this impudent and uncandid manifesto did not convince Mr. Greeley that he had committed an error. On the contrary, he adopted the point of view of the rebel emissaries, and contended after his return to New York that he regarded the safe conduct given him on the 16th of July as a waiver by the President of all the conditions of his former letters. Being attacked by his colleagues of the press for his actions at Niagara, he could only defend himself by implied censure of the President, and this discussion grew so warm that both he and his assailants at last joined in a request to Mr. Lincoln to permit the publication of the correspondence between them. This was an excellent opportunity for Mr. Lincoln to vindicate his own proceeding, but he rarely looked at such matters from the point of view of personal advantage, and he feared that the passionate, almost despairing appeals of the most prominent Republican editor in the North for peace at any cost would deepen the gloom in the public mind and have an injurious effect upon the Union cause. He therefore proposed to Mr. Greeley, in case the correspondence should be published, to omit some of the more vehement phrases of his letters and those in which he advocated peace negotiations solely for political effect. At the same time, he invited him to come to Washington and talk with him freely. Mr. Greeley, writing on the 8th of August, accepted both suggestions in principle, but he querulously declined going to Washington at that time on the ground that the President was surrounded by his bitterest personal enemies, and that his going would only result in further mischief, as at Niagara. I will gladly go, he continued, whenever I feel a hope that their influence has waned. Then, unable to restrain himself, he broke out in new and severe reproaches against the President for not having received Mr. Stevens, for not having sent a deputation to Richmond to ask for peace after Vicksburg, for not having taken the Democrats in Congress at their word and sent the 3 biggest of them as commissioners forthwith to see what kind of peace they could get. He referred once more to Niagara and said magnanimously, "Let the past go," but added the stern admonition, "Do not let this month pass without an earnest effort for peace." He held out a hope that if the President would turn from the error of his ways, he would still help him make peace, but for the time being, knowing who are nearest you, he gave him up. The only meaning this can have is simply, dismiss Seward from your cabinet and do as I tell you, and then perhaps I can save your administration. The next day, having received another telegram from the President, who, regardless of his own dignity, was still endeavoring to conciliate and convince him, Mr. Greeley wrote another letter, which we shall give more fully than the rest, to show in what a dangerous frame of mind was the editor of the most important organ of public opinion in the North. He begins by refusing to telegraph, since I learned by sad experience at Niagara that my dispatches go to the War Department before reaching you. I fear that my chance for usefulness has passed. I know that 9/10 of the whole American people, North and South, are anxious for peace on almost any terms, and utterly sick of human slaughter and devastation. I know that to the general eye it now seems that the rebels are anxious to negotiate and that we repulse their advances. I know that if this impression be not removed, we shall be beaten out of sight next November. I firmly believe that were the election to take place tomorrow, the Democratic majority in this state and Pennsylvania would amount to 100,000, and that we should lose Connecticut also. Now, if the rebellion can be crushed before November, it will do to go on. If not, we are rushing on certain ruin. What then can I do in Washington? Your trusted advisers nearly all think I ought to go to Fort Lafayette for what I have done already. Seward wanted me sent there for my brief conference with Monsieur Mercier. The cry has steadily been, no truce, no armistice, no negotiation, no mediation. Nothing but surrender at discretion. I have never heard of such fatuity before. There is nothing like it in history. It must result in disaster, or all experience is delusive. Now, I do not know that a tolerable peace could be had, but I believe it might have been last month, and at all events, I know that an honest, sincere effort for it would have done us immense good. And I think no government fighting a rebellion should ever close its ears to any proposition the rebels may make. I beg you, implore you, to inaugurate or invite proposals for peace forthwith. And in case peace cannot now be made, consent to an armistice for 1 year, each party to retain, unmolested, all it now holds, but the rebel ports to be opened. Meanwhile, let a national convention be held, and there will surely be no more war at all events. In a letter of the 11th of August, Mr. Greeley closed this extraordinary correspondence by insisting that if his letters were published, they should be printed entire. This was accepted by Mr. Lincoln as a veto upon their publication. He could not afford, for the sake of vindicating his own action, to reveal to the country the despondency, one might almost say the desperation, of one so prominent in Republican councils as the editor of the Tribune. The spectacle of this veteran journalist, who was justly regarded as the leading controversial writer on the anti-slavery side, ready to sacrifice everything for peace, and frantically denouncing the government for refusing to surrender the contest, would have been, in its effect upon public opinion, a disaster equal to the loss of a great battle. The President had a sincere regard for Mr. Greeley also, and was unwilling to injure him in his great capacities for usefulness by publishing these ill-considered and discouraging utterances. His magnanimity was hardly appreciated. Mr. Greeley, in his letter of the 11th of August and afterwards, insisted that the President had, in his letter and his dispatch of the 15th of July, changed his ground from that held in his letter of the 9th, which ground, he asserted, was again shifted in his paper, to whom it may concern. This was, of course, wholly without foundation. The letter of the 9th authorized Mr. Greeley to bring to Washington anyone professing to have any proposition of Jefferson Davis in writing for peace, embracing the restoration of the Union and abandonment of slavery. The letter of the 15th repeats the offer contained in that of the 9th, saying, "Show that and this to them, and if they will come on the terms stated in the former, bring them." The next day, Major Hay gave Mr. Greeley a formal safe conduct for himself and party, and neither of them thought of it as nullifying the President's letters. Indeed, Mr. Greeley's sole preposterous justification for his claim that his safe conduct superseded the President's instructions was that Major Hay did not say that it did not. It was characteristic of Mr. Lincoln that, seeing the temper in which Mr. Greeley regarded the transaction, he dropped the matter and submitted in silence to the misrepresentations to which he was subjected by reason of it. The correspondence preceding the Niagara Conference was not published until after the President's death. That subsequent to it sees the light for the first time in these pages. The public, having nothing of the record except the impudent manifesto of Clay and Holcomb, the foolish chatter of Jewett, and such half-statements as Mr. Greeley chose to make in answer to the assaults of his confreres of the press, judged Mr. Lincoln unjustly. Some thought he erred in giving any hearing to the rebels. Some criticized his choice of a commissioner, and the opposition naturally made the most of his conditions of negotiation, and accused him of embarking in a war of extermination in the interest of the Negro. So that this well-meant effort of the President to ascertain what were the possibilities of peace through negotiation, or, failing that, to convince the representative of a large body of Republicans of his willingness to do all he could in that direction, resulted only in putting a keener edge upon the criticisms of his supporters, and in arming his adversaries with a weapon which they used, after their manner, among the rebels of the border states and their sympathizers in the North. Nevertheless, surveying the whole transaction after a lapse of 25 years, it is not easy to see how any act of his in relation to it is lacking in wisdom, or how it could have been changed for the better. Certainly every step of the proceeding was marked with his usual unselfish sincerity and magnanimity to friend and to foe. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 9. The Jaquess-Gilmore Mission. If the result of Mr. Greeley's Niagara efforts left any doubt that peace was at present unattainable, the fact was demonstrated beyond question by the result and published report of another unofficial and volunteer negotiation which was proceeding at the same time. The war had brought into the Western Army James F. Jaquess, D.D., a Methodist clergyman from the state of Illinois, whom Governor Yates had commissioned to raise and lead to the field the 73rd Regiment of Illinois Volunteers. With some force of character and practical talent, his piety and religious enthusiasm touched that point of development which causes men to be classed as fanatics or prophets, as success or failure waits on the unusual efforts to which they sometimes dedicate themselves. In May 1863, Colonel Jaquess wrote to General James A. Garfield, then Chief of Staff to General Rosecrans, in whose army Jaquess was serving, as follows. It is a well-known fact that the Methodist Episcopal Church in the United States was divided on the very questions which have divided the nation before the Southern states seceded. It is also known that the Methodist Episcopal Church South was a leading element in the rebellion of the Southern states, and has been a prominent power in the prosecution of the war. A considerable part of the territory occupied by the Methodist Episcopal Church South at the time of the separation and up to recent date is now in the possession of the Union, Army. This brings a large number of ministers and people of that communion within our lines. Some of these were prominent in the rebellion that separated the church, and were most bitter and uncompromising on the questions of difference. From these I have learned in person the following facts. That they consider the rebellion has killed the Methodist Episcopal Church South, that it has virtually obliterated slavery, and all the prominent questions of difference between the North and the South, that they are desirous of returning to the old church, Methodist Episcopal, that their brethren of the South are most heartily tired of the rebellion, and that they most ardently desire peace, and the privilege of returning to their allegiance to church and state, and that they will do this on the first offer coming from a reliable source. My attention has been called to these facts, and others of a like character, frequently of late, and from these considerations, but not from these alone, but because God has laid the duty upon me, I submit to the proper authorities the following proposition, viz. I will go into the Southern Confederacy and return within 90 days with terms of peace that the government will accept. N.B. I propose no compromise with traitors, but their immediate return to allegiance to God and their country. It is no part of my business to discuss the probability or the possibility of the accomplishment of this work. I propose to do it in the name of the Lord. If he puts it into the hearts of my superiors to allow me to do it, I shall be thankful. If not, I have discharged my duty. General Rosecrans forwarded this letter to President Lincoln, earnestly approving and seconding the application of Colonel Jaquess. I do not anticipate the results that he seems to expect, he wrote, but believe a moral force will be generated by his mission that will more than compensate us for his temporary absence from his regiment. To the request thus endorsed, Mr. Lincoln made the following reply. I have but a slight personal acquaintance with Colonel Jaquess, though I know him very well by character. Such a mission as he proposes, I think promises good, if it were free from difficulties, which I fear it cannot be. First, he cannot go with any government authority whatever. That is absolute and imperative. Secondly, if he goes without authority, he takes a great deal of personal risk. He may be condemned and executed as a spy. If for any reason you think fit to give Colonel Jaquess a furlough, and any authority from me for that object is necessary, you hereby have it for any length of time you see fit. General Rosecrans issued the required furlough, but Colonel Jaquess soon found that this alone would not serve his purpose. Instead of trusting to church influence, he at once addressed himself to the ordinary military channels for communicating with the South. He went to Baltimore and asked permission to go by way of Fort Monroe to Richmond. Under date of July 13th, General Schenck telegraphed to the President, Colonel James F. Jaquess, 73rd Illinois Infantry, is here from the Army of the Cumberland. He desires me to send him to Fort Monroe. Shall I do so? He says you understand. To this, Mr. Lincoln replied, Mr. Jaquess is a very worthy gentleman, but I can have nothing to do, directly or indirectly, with the matter he has in view. We may suppose that the colonel persuaded General Schenck to send him to Fort Monroe, and that he also prevailed upon the officers conducting exchanges of prisoners to further allow him to proceed from there through the military lines on some pretext. At all events, in 11 days Colonel Jaquess was back in Baltimore, from which place he wrote the President the following absurd letter. I have obtained valuable information and proposals for peace through the channel I proposed, unofficial, but from men of character and great influence in the South, residents there. Would it be consistent for me to communicate them to you? If so, how? By telegraph, mail, or in person? Latter greatly preferred if thought proper. I am moving strictly private. I await your answer at Barnum's. But Mr. Lincoln did not need any further report from Colonel Jaquess. To his quick eye, this brief letter told all the writer intended to communicate, and much more which his blinded enthusiasm could not comprehend. Admitting that he had actually been within the rebel lines, it was preposterous to suppose that in the brief space of a single week he could have gathered any considerable information concerning public sentiment. And the vague intimations of half a dozen private individuals in Richmond were worthless as exponents of the political will of the states in rebellion. Of what value were these unavowed, unofficial suggestions when Lee's army, directed by the unyielding military dictatorship of Jefferson Davis, had with difficulty just been driven out of Pennsylvania and was still hovering between Washington and Richmond? Mr. Lincoln could listen to none but official proposals, and not to official proposals merely, but to such only as came by and with an authority that can control the armies now at war against the United States, as he stated a year later in his announcement, "To whom it may concern," which is quoted elsewhere. He had just refused to permit the Vice President of the Confederacy to come within the Union lines because he would not avow the object of his visit. All these things were simply a part of the continually repeated diplomatic ruse to get from the government an acknowledgment of the official and independent status of the Confederacy, wherewith to strengthen their claims to European recognition. While combating the open contumacy of the Vallandigham Democrats in Ohio and suppressing the draft riots in New York, the President could not make himself a party to the well-meant but dangerous petty intrigue. Colonel Jaquess was left strictly to his own course, and after waiting at Baltimore till his patience was exhausted, he returned to his regiment in the West, to do better service as a soldier than as a diplomat, meanwhile nursing his hobby for a more opportune occasion, and apparently not communicating to Generals Rosecrans and Garfield, who had honored him with their confidence, the valuable information and unofficial proposals for peace, which, in his note to the President, he claimed to have received. Or, if he did, these officers did not consider them of sufficient importance to bring them to the President's attention. Jaquess's verbal report to some of his personal friends was more rose-colored. He gave out, through the mysterious fellowship and brotherhood of the Church, he had met and conversed with high officers and prominent personages in the rebel armies and Southern society, and had learned from them, to his own satisfaction, that the South was tired of the war and reconciled to the loss of slavery, but that their sense of general responsibility and loyalty to the rebel cause and government would not permit them to initiate movements for peace, even by intimation. Like all enthusiasts, he was simply strengthened in his zeal by his failure, and about a year afterwards he resolved to repeat his visit and effort. He had, from the first, enlisted the sympathy and aid of J.R. Gilmore, a lecturer and writer under the nom de plume of Edmund Kirk, who had spent much time in the Western armies to smooth his way through the obstacles of military and official routine. President Lincoln saw clearly enough the futility of all such projected negotiations, but he also understood the necessity of silencing clamors for peace. He therefore again gave Jaquess leave of absence, and to both permission to pass the lines, refusing, however, all authority, instruction, or any promise of protection. He would not even give the colonel a personal interview. In studying this unofficial peace mission as a phenomenon of popular thought, it will not be uninteresting to compare the feeling and theory under which it originated with the feeling and theory under which it submitted its volunteer proposals to the rebel authorities. In his letter to Garfield of May 19, 1863, Colonel Jaquess said, "I propose no compromise with traitors, but their immediate return to allegiance to God and their country." So also Mr. Gilmore, forwarding the application for Colonel Jaquess's second visit, wrote, under date of June 15, 1864, "I suppose he, Jaquess, comes to see me to know what terms he can offer those people. Of course, we have none to offer, only to say, lay down your arms and go back to peaceful pursuits. The Emancipation Proclamation tells what we will do for the blacks, the Amnesty Proclamation what we will do for the mass of whites. We can make no terms with rebels. This is, I know, all that you can say, but Jaquess will have to deal with the leaders, and of course they have some affection for their own necks. Suppose I say to him, tell the big devils we want no blood. The country feels no enmity and will seek no revenge. It will only seek its own safety. Its safety requires that they no longer remain in it to foster feuds and incite rebellion. Therefore, they must leave. They can sell no lands or houses, no conveyance of that sort will be recognized. But if they need to raise means to pay their passage across the Atlantic by the disposal of their personal property, the government will not interfere with it. But at the end of 60 days, not one of them must be found within the limits of the United States. If they are, the laws made for traders will be applied for them. At the last moment, Gilmore determined to accompany Jaquess to Richmond. Their short journey was uneventful. On the 16th of July, 1864, at 9 o'clock in the morning, they shook hands with General Butler at one of the Union outposts on the James River, and, trusting to a flag of truce, were lucky enough to find themselves at 10 o'clock that night under close surveillance in one of the rooms of the Spotswood Hotel in the rebel capital. Next morning, Sunday, July 17, 1864, they addressed a note to the Confederate Secretary of State, Benjamin, asking an interview with President Davis. They visit Richmond, they wrote, only as private citizens and have no official character or authority, but they are acquainted with the views of the United States government and with the sentiments of the Northern people relative to an adjustment of the differences existing between the North and the South, and earnestly hope that a free interchange of views between President Davis and themselves may open the way to such official negotiations as will result in restoring peace to the two sections of our distracted country. Upon this, they were invited to Mr. Benjamin's office, and thoroughly cross-questioned to ascertain whether Mr. Lincoln in any way authorized their coming, to which they replied emphatically and truthfully in the negative. Finally, the desired interview was arranged, and at 9 o'clock that night, Jefferson Davis and Mr. Benjamin, his Secretary of State, gave them an audience in the same room. The self-constituted envoys reported on their return that Mr. Davis received them politely, and favored them with a 2 hours' discussion. Only so much of their report need be quoted as indicates the plan of adjustment which their imagination had devised, and which was as visionary as might be expected from the joint effort of a preacher and a novelist. It is hardly necessary to repeat that Mr. Lincoln had not thought of nor hinted at any such scheme to Mr. Gilmore, and that he would not and could not have accepted it, even if it had been agreed to or offered by the rebels. The essential part of the discussion is thus stated. Envoys. If I understand you, the dispute between your government and ours is narrowed down to this: union or disunion. Davis. Yes, or to put it in other words, independence or subjugation. Envoys. Suppose the two governments should agree to something like this: to go to the people with two propositions, say, peace with disunion and Southern independence as your proposition, and peace with union, emancipation, no confiscation, and universal amnesty as ours. Let the citizens of all the United States, as they existed before the war, vote yes or no on these two propositions at a special election within 60 days. If a majority votes disunion, our government to be bound by it and to let you go in peace. If a majority votes union, yours to be bound by it and to stay in peace. The two governments can contract in this way, and the people, though constitutionally unable to decide on peace or war, can elect which of the two propositions shall govern their rulers. Let Lee and Grant, meanwhile, agree to an armistice. This would sheathe the sword, and if once sheathed, it would never again be drawn by this generation. Davis. The plan is altogether impracticable. If the South were only one state, it might work, but as it is, if one Southern state objected to emancipation, it would nullify the whole thing. For you are aware the people of Virginia cannot vote slavery out of South Carolina, nor the people of South Carolina voted out of Virginia. Envoys. But 3/4 of the states can amend the Constitution. Let it be done in that way, in any way, so that it be done by the people. I am not a statesman or a politician, and I do not know just how such a plan could be carried out, but you get the idea that the people shall decide the question. Davis. That the majority shall decide it, you mean. We seceded to rid ourselves of the rule of the majority, and this would subject us to it again. Envoys. But the majority must rule finally, either with bullets or ballots. Davis. I am not so sure of that. Neither current events nor history shows that the majority rules or ever did rule. The contrary, I think, is true. Why, sir, the man who should go before the Southern people with such a proposition, with any proposition which implied that the North was to have a voice in determining the domestic relations of the South, could not live here a day. He would be hanged to the first tree without judge or jury. Envoys. But seriously, sir, you let the majority rule in a single state, why not let it rule in the whole country? Davis. Because the states are independent and sovereign, the country is not. It is only a confederation of states, or rather it was. It is now 2 confederations. Benjamin. But tell me, are the terms you have named, emancipation, no confiscation, and universal amnesty, the terms which Mr. Lincoln authorized you to offer us? Envoys. No, sir. Mr. Lincoln did not authorize me to offer you any terms, but I think both he and the Northern people, for the sake of peace, would assent to some such conditions. Davis. But amnesty, sir, applies to criminals. We have committed no crime. Confiscation is of no account unless you can enforce it. And emancipation? You have already emancipated nearly 2 millions of our slaves, and if you will take care of them, you may emancipate the rest. I had a few when the war began. I was of some use to them. They were never of any use to me. Against their will you emancipated them, and you may emancipate every Negro in the Confederacy, but we will be free. We will govern ourselves. We will do it if we have to see every Southern plantation sacked and every Southern city in flames. Say to Mr. Lincoln, from me, that I shall at any time be pleased to receive proposals for peace on the basis of our independence. It will be useless to approach me with any other. The envoys were as fortunate in getting quickly out of the rebel lines as they had been in getting in, and soon after their return Mr. Gilmore published a long account of the interview, from which the foregoing extracts are made. That it was substantially correct is shown by comparing it with the account written out and sent to the diplomatic agents of the Confederacy in Europe by Mr. Benjamin. He makes an issue of veracity on a minor point, alleging that Mr. Gilmore and Colonel Jaquess stated that they came with the knowledge and at the desire of President Lincoln, and were prepared to make proposals by his authority, an allegation directly contradicted by their letter asking the interview. But, on the question of terms of adjustment, there is no material variance as to what was proposed on the one hand or declared on the other. Jefferson Davis haughtily charges the envoys with impudence and ignorance, but admits in the same breath that he condescendingly explained to them his views of their proposal and the nature and powers of the Confederate government. On the whole, this volunteer embassy was of service to the Union cause. In the pending presidential campaign, the mouths of the peace factionists were to a great extent stopped by the renewed declaration of the chief rebel that he would fight for separation to the bitter end. The peace negotiations at Niagara Falls and at Richmond, which in a fragmentary way were immediately noticed and commented upon by the newspapers, met a quick and sensitive public interest and directed special inquiry to President Lincoln himself. Every one whose political or personal standing warranted it was desirous of ascertaining the truth at first hand. How the President felt and talked upon this topic is best shown by a letter written to a personal friend in New York at the time. I feel that the subject which you pressed upon my attention in our recent conversation is an important one. The men of the South recently, and perhaps still, at Niagara Falls tell us distinctly that they are in the confidential employment of the rebellion, and they tell us as distinctly that they are not empowered to offer terms of peace. Does anyone doubt that what they are empowered to do is to assist in selecting and arranging a candidate and a platform for the Chicago Convention? Who could have given them this confidential employment but he who, only a week since, declared to Jaquess and Gilmore that he had no terms of peace but the independence of the South, the dissolution of the Union? Thus, the present presidential contest will almost certainly be no other than a contest between a Union and a disunion candidate, disunion certainly following the success of the latter. The issue is a mighty one for all people and all times, and whoever aids the right will be appreciated and remembered. This letter, written to a Republican politician, needed no argument to enforce its conclusions. But there was another class of questioners who, in this new and rapid development of war and politics, came to the President with more searching and far-reaching inquiries. Thus, the editor of a war Democratic newspaper in Wisconsin wrote to say that he had hitherto sustained the President's emancipation policy on the argument that it deprived the South of its laborers and thus undermined the strength of the rebellion. The Niagara Falls peace movement, he continued, was of no importance whatever, except that it resulted in bringing out your declaration, as we understand it, that no steps can be taken towards peace from any quarter unless accompanied with an abandonment of slavery. This puts the whole war question on a new basis, and takes us war Democrats clear off our feet, leaving us no ground to stand upon. If we sustain the war and war policy, does it not demand the changing of our party politics? I venture to write you this letter, then, not for the purpose of finding fault with your policy, for that you have a right to fix upon without consulting any of us, but in the hope that you may suggest some interpretation of it, as well as make it tenable ground on which we war Democrats might stand, preserve our party consistency, support the government, and continue to carry also to its support those large numbers of our old political friends who have stood by us up to this time. In reply to him, Mr. Lincoln drafted a letter of considerable length, which, though apparently unfinished and probably never sent, is of the highest interest. Your letter of the 7th was placed in my hand yesterday by Governor Randall. To me it seems plain that saying reunion and abandonment of slavery would be considered, if offered, is not saying that nothing else or less would be considered, if offered. But I will not stand upon the mere construction of language. It is true, as you remind me, that in the Greeley letter of 1862 I said, if I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. I continued in the same letter as follows. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. And what I forbear because I do not believe it would help to save the Union. I shall do less whenever I shall believe what I am doing hurts the cause, and I shall do more whenever I shall believe doing more will help the cause. All this I said in the utmost sincerity, and I am as true to the whole of it now as when I first said it. When I afterwards proclaimed emancipation and employed colored soldiers, I only followed the declaration just quoted from the Greeley letter that I shall do more whenever I shall believe doing more will help the cause. The way these measures were to help the cause was not to be by magic or miracles, but by inducing the colored people to come bodily over from the rebel side to ours. On this point, nearly a year ago, in a letter to Mr. Conkling, made public at once, I wrote as follows: But Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motives, even the promise of freedom. And the promise being made must be kept. I am sure you will not, on due reflection, say that the promise being made must be broken at the first opportunity. I am sure you would not desire me to say, or to leave an inference, that I am ready, whenever convenient, to join in re-enslaving those who shall have served us in consideration of our promise. As matter of morals, could any such treachery by any possibility escape the curses of heaven, or of any good man? As a matter of policy, to announce such a purpose would ruin the Union cause itself. All recruiting of colored men would instantly cease, and all colored men now in our service would instantly desert us. And rightfully, too. Why should they give our lives for us, with full notice of our purpose to betray them? Drive back to the support of the rebellion the physical force which the colored people now give and promise us, and neither the present nor any coming administration can save the Union. Take from us and give to the enemy the 130, 40, or 50,000 colored persons now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers, and we cannot longer maintain the contest. The party who could elect a president on a war and slavery restoration platform would of necessity lose the colored force, and that force being lost would be as powerless to save the Union as to do any other impossible thing. It is not a question of sentiment or taste, but one of physical force, which may be measured and estimated as horsepower and steam power are measured and estimated. And by measurement, it is more than we can lose and live. Nor can we, by discarding it, get a white force in place of it. There is a witness in every white man's bosom that he would rather go to the war having the Negro to help him than to help the enemy against him. It is not the giving of one class for another. It is simply giving a large force to the enemy for nothing in return. In addition to what I have said, allow me to remind you that no one, having control of the rebel armies, or, in fact, having any influence whatever in the rebellion, has offered or intimated a willingness to a restoration of the Union in any event or on any condition whatever. Let it be constantly borne in mind that no such offer has been made or intimated. Shall we be weak enough to allow the enemy to distract us with an abstract question which he himself refuses to present as a practical one? In the Conkling letter before mentioned, I said, "Whenever you shall have conquered all resistance to the Union, if I shall urge you to continue fighting, it will be an apt time then to declare that you will not fight to free Negroes." I repeat this now. If Jefferson Davis wishes for himself, or for the benefit of his friends at the North, to know what I would do if he were to offer peace and reunion, saying nothing about slavery, let him try me. But the President was not yet at the end of his annoyances from this unreasonable and abnormal craving for peace negotiations, which had infected some individuals of otherwise cool judgment. The party anxiety of certain Republican leaders had at this juncture become unusually sensitive. The Democratic National Convention was about to meet in the city of Chicago, and the nomination of McClellan as its candidate was strongly foreshadowed. In anticipation, Democratic leaders, newspapers, and delegates were especially active and boastful. Their unwonted confidence in bold prophecies created general uneasiness among Republicans, and in a few instances produced a downright panic. Under this feeling, the National Executive Committee of the Republican Party met in New York for consultation, and so, on the 22nd of August, its chairman, Henry J. Raymond, wrote the President the following extraordinary letter. I feel compelled to drop you a line concerning the political condition of the country as it strikes me. I am in active correspondence with your staunchest friends in every state, and from them all I hear but one report. The tide is setting strongly against us. Honorable E.B. Washburne writes that, were there an election to be held now in Illinois, we should be beaten. Mr. Cameron writes that Pennsylvania is against us. Governor Morton writes that nothing but the most strenuous efforts can carry Indiana. This state, according to the best information I can get, would go 50,000 against us tomorrow, and so of the rest. Nothing but the most resolute and decided action on the part of the government and its friends can save the country from falling into hostile hands. Two special causes are assigned for this great reaction in public sentiment: the want of military successes, and the impression in some minds, the fear and suspicion in others, that we are not to have peace in any event under this administration until slavery is abandoned. In some way or other, the suspicion is widely diffused that we can have peace with Union if we would. It is idle to reason with this belief, still more idle to denounce it. It can only be expelled by some authoritative act, at once bold enough to fix attention and distinct enough to defy incredulity and challenge respect. Why would it not be wise, under these circumstances, to appoint a commission in due form to make distinct proffers of peace to Davis, as the head of the rebel armies, on the sole condition of acknowledging the supremacy of the Constitution, all other questions to be settled in a convention of the people of all the states? The making of such an offer would require no armistice, no suspension of active war, no abandonment of positions, no sacrifice of consistency. If the proffer were accepted, which I presume it would not be, the country would never consent to place the practical execution of its details in any but loyal hands, and in those we should be safe. If it should be rejected, as it would plant seeds of disaffection in the South, dispel all the delusions about peace that prevail in the North, silence the clamors and damaging falsehoods of the opposition, take the wind completely out of the sails of the Chicago craft, reconcile public sentiment to the war, the draft, and the tax as inevitable necessities, and unite the North as nothing since the firing on Fort Sumter has hitherto done. I cannot conceive of any answer which Davis could give to such a proposition which would not strengthen you and the Union cause everywhere. Even your radical friends could not fail to applaud it when they should see the practical strength it would bring to the common cause. I beg you to excuse the earnestness with which I have pressed this matter upon your attention. It seems to me calculated to do good, and incapable of doing harm. It will turn the tide of public sentiment and avert impending evils of the gravest character. It will arouse and concentrate the loyalty of the country, and unless I am greatly mistaken, give us an easy and a fruitful victory. Permit me to add, that if done at all, I think this should be done at once, as your own spontaneous act. In advance of the Chicago Convention, it might render the action of that body of very little consequence. 3 days later, Raymond and his committee, in obvious desperation and panic, came to Washington personally to urge these views upon the President. To any calm judgment, and in the light of Greeley's Niagara Mission and Jaquess's Richmond Mission and their results, the proposition of Raymond was entirely inadmissible. But Mr. Lincoln felt that this advice, coming from the chairman of the Executive National Committee of the political party of which he was the presidential candidate, demanded patient hearing and respectful answer. He likewise resolved that if he were forced to such a step, he would, as he had done in the case of both Greeley and Jaquess, again make the proposer of the project the witness of its absurdity. To facilitate examination and discussion of the question, he therefore wrote, with his own hand, the following experimental draft of instructions, with which, to give point to his argument, he proposed to send Raymond to the rebel authorities. Executive Mansion, Washington, August 24, 1864. Sir, you will proceed forthwith and obtain, if possible, a conference for peace with Honorable Jefferson Davis, or any person by him authorized for that purpose. You will address him in entirely respectful terms, at all events, and in any that may be indispensable to secure the conference. At said conference you will propose, on behalf of this government, that upon the restoration of the Union and the national authority, the war shall cease at once, all remaining questions to be left for adjustment by peaceful modes. If this be accepted, hostilities to cease at once. If it be not accepted, you will then request to be informed what terms, if any, embracing the restoration of the Union, would be accepted. If any such be presented to you in answer, you will forthwith report the same to this government and await further instructions. If the presentation of any terms embracing the restoration of the Union be declined, you will then request to be informed what terms of peace would be accepted, and on receiving any answer, report the same to this government and await further instructions. A quotation from the private memoranda of an inmate of the Executive Mansion, made at the time, gives us the conclusion of the incident. The President and the stronger half of the Cabinet, Seward, Stanton, and Fessenden, held a consultation with him, Raymond, and showed him that they had thoroughly considered and discussed the proposition of his letter of the 22nd, and on giving him their reasons, he very readily concurred with them in the opinion that to follow his plan of sending a commission to Richmond would be worse than losing the presidential contest. It would be ignominiously surrendering it in advance. Nevertheless, the visit of himself and committee here did great good. They found the President and Cabinet much better informed than themselves, and went home encouraged and cheered. Events, political and military, which occurred and came to public knowledge very few days afterwards, silenced the preposterous clamor of peace fanatics, and the manuscript of Lincoln's experimental letter thereafter slept undisturbed in the envelope in which he placed it for nearly a quarter of a century. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 10, Mobile Bay. It became evident soon after the capture of New Orleans that to give the desired efficiency to the blockade of the Gulf of Mexico, it would be necessary for the Navy to gain possession of Mobile Bay. However close a watch the Union fleet kept over the low and sandy shores of Alabama, it was impossible to prevent a good many vessels from slipping in, under cover of night or of fog, with their cargoes of necessaries or luxuries from Europe, or from running out with their costly cotton bales. The trade was so lucrative as to justify the greatest risks. Not only munitions of war were thus brought in, but up to the last there was a keen demand for articles of taste and finery. It is true that the ladies of Alabama early in the contest learned their needed lesson of privation and self-denial. Their ingenuity, stimulated by the blockade, displayed itself in 1,000 clever devices. They learned to make their own clothes from the products of the soil, with absolutely no intervention of the manufacturer. They spun, carded, and wove their cloth from the cotton or wool of their own plantations. Every herb of the forest furnished them a dye-stuff. They made buttons of dried gourds or persimmon seeds. Elegant fans were devised from the feathers of geese and peacocks. When kid and calfskin became unattainable, they made shoes of swineskin. Many a Southern belle presented herself at church with innocent pride in raiment in which every detail was the work of her own hands, or entertained her visitors with a cup of tea made of the dried leaves of the holly or the blackberry, or coffee made of parched yam, or of the seeds of the okra plant, sweetened with sugar of delicious flavor, obtained by boiling the juice of the watermelon. When coal oil failed, they lighted their tea-tables with candles of tallow or beeswax, bleached in the shade of the trees as white as sperm, or with the burning globes of the sweet-gum tree floating in bowls of lard. But human virtue and austerity have their limits, and when the rumor flew through the plantations of the Gulf States that a steamer from Liverpool or Havre had run the blockade with a cargo of prints and ribbons, the young ladies were drawn to the nearest city as by an irresistible magnet. Scarce as money was, they would eagerly give $12 a yard for the simplest calicoes, $100 for a plain straw hat, $375 for a pair of Morocco shoes. A pound of genuine coffee cost $70. A pound of good tea commanded a price as uncertain as that of a Teniers at an auction. But these frivolities formed the least part of the cargoes of the blockade runners. They aided in keeping the Confederacy alive by the military stores they brought and the cotton they took away. During the latter part of the year 1863 and the beginning of the following year, it was the constant wish of the government and of Admiral Farragut as well that the naval force in the Gulf should take possession of the harbor of Mobile. But the exigencies of the campaigns in the East and West for a long time prevented the detachment of an adequate land force to assist him, and as such an attack could not be successfully made without ironclads, the want of them still further delayed him. It was no light undertaking. The city of Mobile stands at the head of the bay which stretches 30 miles northward from the Gulf of Mexico. At the southern end it is 15 miles in width, narrowing to 6 as it reaches the city. Throughout the greater part of its area the water is only 12 or 14 feet deep, with gently shelving shores, but there is a channel 2.5 miles wide, running from the mouth of the bay 6 miles northward, in which the depth is from 20 to 24 feet. The main entrance was guarded by 2 low-lying sand points, both strongly fortified. On the east Mobile Point, a projection of the mainland, with Fort Morgan, and on the west Dauphin Island, one of the chain which separates Mississippi Sound from the Gulf, with Fort Gaines. There was a passage into the bay from the Sound by way of Grant's Pass, guarded by Fort Powell, but it was practicable only to vessels of light draft. The only way in for Farragut and his fleet was between the guns of Morgan and Gaines. There was not much to be feared from the latter fort, as it was more than 2 miles from the channel. A line of piles was planted along this entire distance to force all vessels entering the harbor to pass directly under the guns of Fort Morgan. This was a work of great strength, and since its seizure by the Confederates they had thrown up in addition heavy exterior water batteries. The main fort carried 40 guns, and the outer works 7 more. The channel was thickly planted with torpedoes. A narrow gap was left for the convenience of blockade runners, its limit being marked with buoys. Every student of history of the rebellion will be struck with the remarkable energy and ingenuity displayed in the South in supplying their war material. A state of war powerfully stimulates production and invention in every department of human activity. In the North there was a vast development of intelligent industry aided by unbounded resources and opportunities. The pressure of necessity in the South, acting upon minds of great natural aptitude, produced astonishing results in the way of invention and in the adaptation of narrow means to important ends. Their deficiency in other means of harbor defense led them to devise and elaborate a system of torpedoes which proved terribly fatal to the national ships of war, and the ironclads, which in their poverty and isolation they improvised from the slender means at their disposal, were superior in strength and efficiency to anything the world had hitherto seen. Their blockade runners furnished them for a while with arms and ammunition from Europe, but as the blockade became more stringent, they had to look to their own resources for such supplies, and so long as the war lasted they never failed, whatever else was lacking, to have powder and ball sufficient for their needs. When their store of percussion caps threatened to give out, an ingenious mechanic from Lynchburg invented a machine which could fill and press 1,000,000 caps a day. When the sheet of copper in the country was exhausted, they made caps of all the turpentine and brandy stills that could be found in North Carolina. When, near the close of the war, the pinch of the blockade grew so tight that no mercury could be obtained from abroad, the Confederate chemists found they could make a fulminate from their caps with chlorate of potash and sulphuret of antimony. The Tredegar works cast excellent light cannon. After the precious niter beds of Tennessee were lost by the advance of the Northern Army, artificial beds were formed over all the Confederacy. The large arsenal at Augusta, Georgia, was devoted to the manufacture of gunpowder, and up to the final catastrophe it supplied all that was wanted, of the best quality. When Richmond fell, a large quantity of this powder was destroyed by the panic-stricken officers of the Confederacy, with consequences more disastrous to their capital than all it had suffered from their enemies up to that time. From time to time during the preceding year, Farragut had heard reports of the building and equipment of the ram Tennessee, which promised to be the most formidable vessel ever constructed by the Confederacy, and which really turned out to be one of the most effective craft for harbor defense ever built. He was especially anxious to make his attack early in the season before this much heralded monster should make her appearance in the lower bay. But the spring passed away before his reinforcements joined him, and the Tennessee, which had been launched in the winter at Selma and towed 150 miles to Mobile, there received her plating, which had been sent to meet her from the rolling mills of Atlanta, and in March was ready for service, and took on as her commander J.D. Johnston. 8 miles below Mobile is a series of mud flats stretching across the bay and called Dog River Bar. The draft of the Tennessee was too great to pass this obstruction, and Farragut, hearing where she was, chafed against his enforced inaction, while the Confederates prepared the camels to float her over the bar, an operation which required 2 months. On the 18th of May she crossed safely over and anchored in the waters of the lower bay. It was the intention of the Confederates to sally out of the pass and attack Farragut in his wooden ships, but the ram proved unexpectedly slow and unwieldy, and it was resolved to keep inside and use her for the defense of the harbor. Besides her own commander, she had on board the admiral of the Confederate Navy, Franklin Buchanan, the same accomplished officer who had fought the Merrimac with such skill and bravery. In spite of her slowness, due to the fact that her machinery was not made for her but taken from a light draft river steamer, she was still a vessel of considerable importance. Her length on deck was 209 feet, her beam 48 feet, and with her armament on board she drew 14 feet. A little over 2/3 of her deck space was occupied by a casemate protecting her battery. The hull was strongly built of oak and yellow pine. The sides were protected by an overhang covered with 4 inches of wrought iron, which extended 6 feet below the waterline. The deck was armored with wrought iron plates 2 inches thick. The casemate was very strong. The sides and ends were inclined at an angle of 45 degrees, built of heavy yellow pine beams, a vertical and a horizontal layer, and outside of that layer of 4 inches of oak to which the iron plating was secured, 6 inches forward and 5 inches abaft, and on the sides. It was covered on top with wrought iron gratings. She carried 6 Brooke rifled guns firing 95 and 100-pound shot. About 2 feet under water projected a strong iron beak formed by a continuation of the knuckle of the overhang. In addition to the Tennessee, the harbor was defended by 3 gunboats, the Selma, the Gaines, and the Morgan. Midsummer came and passed before Farragut got the troops and ironclads which were necessary for his attack. But on the 4th of August, General Gordon Granger landed with some 5,000 troops on Dauphin Island in rear of Fort Gaines, and the same evening the Tecumseh, the last of the eagerly expected ironclads, reported to Farragut outside the harbor. The attack, which was to have been made on the 4th, was therefore postponed till the next day, a fortunate circumstance, as in the meanwhile the Confederates threw into Fort Gaines a large reinforcement of men and arms, which only swelled the trophies of the victory. It rained hard on the evening of the 4th, and Farragut waited with intense expectation to see what sort of weather would follow the shower. He needed a flood tide to carry in his ships and a westerly wind to blow his smoke towards the fort. At midnight the rain ceased, and for a few hours the sky was clear and the ocean calm. The night was sultry, and Farragut slept ill. At 3 o'clock he sent his steward to inquire how the wind was. On learning it blew from the southwest, he at once gave orders to go in. The vessels were lashed together, 2 and 2, the lighter ones on the side away from the fort, so that if one were crippled her consort might tow her in. If both were disabled, the flood tide was relied upon to perform this office. The 4 monitors took up their positions between the wooden ships and Fort Morgan. Their double duty was to keep down the fire of the fort and to be ready to attack the Tennessee as soon as the harbor was entered. The Brooklyn, under Captain James Alden, with her mate the Octorara, led the column, the admiral following in the Hartford, Captain Percival Drayton, attended by the Metacomet. To this arrangement Farragut yielded only at the urgent request of his commanders. He insisted that exposure was one of the penalties of rank and ought not to be avoided. He finally consented to let the Brooklyn precede him only on the plea that she was better provided with chase guns and had an ingenious contrivance for picking up torpedoes. But destiny sided with him at last, and he was to enter the harbor after all with his broad blue pennant flying in the van of the fleet. The leading vessels crossed the bar at 10 minutes past 6. The line of battle was rapidly formed, and the stately procession of ships moved forward. The Tecumseh, under the gallant Tunis A.M. Craven, led the way, a little in advance and to the right of the line. She fired the opening shots of the battle at Fort Morgan a little before 7 o'clock, and then moved steadily on to attack the Tennessee. Intent upon the enemy in his front, Craven gave no thought to the deadlier invisible dangers under his keel. He was pushing straight upon the ram when a torpedo exploded directly beneath him. The Tecumseh lurched violently, careened, and sank almost in a moment. Craven, in the pilot-house, felt the shock and knew its fatal significance. He and the pilot rushed for the little door communicating with the deck. There was not room for 2 to pass. The instinct of the chivalrous gentleman asserted itself above the dread of death or the feeling of rank. "After you, pilot," he said. The pilot escaped, and Craven went down with his ship. Captain Alden, in the Brooklyn, was about 300 yards behind the Tecumseh when he witnessed her destruction. A moment after, shoal water was reported, and he observed a line of buoys which indicated torpedoes directly under his bows. He backed to avoid them, and thus came down upon the flagship next astern. Farragut hailed and asked what was the matter. Alden reported torpedoes ahead, but the admiral, to whom this was a danger already foreseen and provided for, and who saw there was greater danger in delaying under the guns of Morgan than in pushing forward, now determined to take the lead, and ordered Alden to follow him. A boat was sent out from the Metacomet to pick up the survivors of the Tecumseh, who were struggling in the water under a heavy fire from the land batteries, and 21 were saved. Over 100 were drowned. The flagship moved to the westward of the Brooklyn, and thus passed through the line of torpedoes. Providentially, none of them exploded, though the cases were heard knocking against the vessel and the primers snapping. It took some time for the Brooklyn to right herself and steam forward. Meanwhile she and the Richmond, which was next in line, were engaged in a heavy interchange of shots with the fort, which wrapped the vessels, the channel, and the beach in dense clouds of smoke. The battle had become general. the fort, Buchanan's little fleet, the Union ironclads, and the wooden ships all volleying together. On the flagship the admiral had ascended to the maintop, and thinking he might be wounded, he had himself lashed to the mast, unconscious of the figure he would present hereafter in history and in art. On the deck an acting ensign, H. Brownell, was taking notes, as the admiral said, with coolness and accuracy, and at the same time composing to the tremendous obbligato of tumultuous battle one of the finest poems which we owe to the war. While the ships were moving by, the fire of the fort was somewhat subdued by the incessant cannonade from the channel. But when the leading vessels were out of range, the guns of Morgan resumed their work, and the belated vessels bringing up the rear suffered severely, the Oneida being shot through and disabled by a shell bursting in her boiler, though her consort, the Galena, carried her safely away. After the admiral had passed the line of torpedoes, the Hartford became hotly engaged with the Confederate fleet. The 3 smaller gunboats kept up a galling fire upon her as they retreated up the bay, doing great execution. They speedily disabled one of her bow guns and killed and wounded many of her crew. As the Hartford came abreast of the Tennessee's station, the formidable ram dashed out upon her. The Hartford, however, was so far superior in speed and dexterity of handling that Buchanan, who was especially anxious to sink the flagship, could not reach her, and they parted company with an exchange of broadsides. After a brief pursuit, which was hopeless from the beginning, the Tennessee turned her attention to the rest of the fleet, and Farragut sent the Metacomet after the rebel gunboats. She chased them through a heavy squall, in mist and rain, into shallow water, and there, pursuing them into the soft ooze, drove the Gaines, which had been injured in the fight, to the shelter of the fort, where she was burned by the rebels, and engaged and captured the Selma. The Morgan got away under the guns of the fort, and in the night made her escape to Mobile. The Tennessee, after leaving the Hartford, went down the line of the advancing fleet and engaged in a running fight, doing little damage considering her strength and opportunities. She first aimed at the Brooklyn, but seeing the torpedo tackle on her bows, and mistaking it for a torpedo, she sheered off, firing 2 effective shots as she went by. She next engaged the Richmond, doing no harm, and moved along the line, passing by the Lackawanna, colliding with the Monongahela, firing damaging shot into the Kennebec, and giving the Ossipee 2 shots below the spar-deck. She had got now to the end of the line, where lay the crippled Oneida, apparently an easy prey. She gave her a raking shot, severely wounding Commander J.R.M. Mullaney, and would have rammed and sunk her, but for the intervention of the ironclad Winnebago. It was then about 8:30, and although Buchanan had done surprisingly little injury in this rapid raid down the Union line, he had at least had a cheering and encouraging experience, and had convinced himself of his own invulnerability in face of the wooden ships. He therefore ordered Johnston to turn and attack the Union fleet again. Farragut, thinking the battle was over until he should choose to renew it, ordered the fleet to anchor and the men to breakfast. But scarcely were they seated when the Tennessee, which had been turning her head northward under the guns of the fort, was observed making directly for the flagship. Percival Drayton could at first hardly believe his eyes. The splendid temerity of the ram in attacking such odds was almost incredible. There were but a few minutes to prepare for her. Her black mass swelled every instant upon the eye. Orders were at once signaled to every available ship to attack the ram, not only with guns, but bows on also. She must be destroyed, no matter what vessels were dashed to pieces against her ironsides. The Monongahela was first to strike her, but lost her iron prow and cutwater by the blow, and could not avoid a deadly shot in the act. A shell passed through her berth deck, exploding and wounding an officer and 2 men. The Monongahela fired a broadside at 10 yards, which rattled harmlessly off the side of the Tennessee. The Lackawanna struck her next at full speed, with far more damage to herself than to the ram, her stem being cut and crushed to the plank ends, with no effect upon the Tennessee except to give her a heavy list. The 2 vessels swung round till their port sides touched, and the Lackawanna fired a 9-inch gun, smashing one of the Tennessee's port shutters. The Lackawanna drew off to ram again, while the Hartford, coming on at full speed, struck the Tennessee a glancing blow and poured in upon her an unavailing broadside, the ram replying for the last time. In the eagerness of the big ships to run down the ram, they got in each other's way. The Lackawanna struck the Hartford near where Farragut was standing, cutting down the flagship within 2 feet of the water's edge. The undaunted admiral, seeing his ship was not sinking, made ready for another rush, which fortunately was not needed. The monitors had now approached and begun their work. The Manhattan, with 1 gun disabled, struck the casemate of the Tennessee a terrible blow with a shot from her 15-inch gun, loaded with a double charge of 65 pounds of powder. It pierced the armor of the ram, not going through the wood, but leaving a hanging mass of oak and pine splinters on the inside. The Chickasaw got under the stern of the Tennessee and hung on like a bulldog, keeping up an obstinate fight with her 4 11-inch guns. A lucky shot severed the tiller chains of the Tennessee. Her smokestack was shot away, and the smoke poured in suffocating volumes upon the gun deck. The monitors surrounded her, pouring in their relentless volleys, and the great ships were approaching again to run her down. Buchanan, however, was still full of pluck. He had no thought of giving up. He was fighting a battery himself, and called a machinist to put a jammed shutter to rights. A shot struck the side with such frightful force that the man flew into pieces like a glass vase, and Buchanan's leg was broken. Johnston at 10 o'clock went on deck and displayed the white flag. He was just in time. The Ossipee was upon him, coming on at full speed, but her courteous commander, W.E. Leroy, backed his vessel so that the boats came lightly together. Bowing with easy grace to his beaten enemy, as if they were passing each other on Pennsylvania Avenue, Leroy shouted, "Hello, Johnston, old fellow, how are you?" typifying with this frank friendliness the spirit in which all true men of the North wished the war to end. The Tennessee was a noble prize, despite her injuries, which were such as could be easily repaired. She and her little consorts had fought all Farragut's fleet for over an hour. She had lost but 2 men killed and 10 wounded. Farragut had lost, from the fire of the forts and of the Confederate squadron, leaving out those drowned in the Tecumseh, 52 killed and 170 wounded. The flagship was the principal sufferer in killed, though there were more men wounded on the Brooklyn. The Chickasaw, the most efficient of the ironclads, energetically continued the day's work. After towing the prize to her anchorage near the flagship, she steamed down to Fort Powell, taking the work in reverse, and bombarded it for an hour. When night came on, the fort was evacuated and blown up. On the 7th, after a heavy shelling from the Chickasaw, Colonel C.D. Anderson, commanding Fort Gaines, surrendered with his entire garrison of over 800 men. These works being taken, and Grant's pass thus open to the light draft vessels, the control of the harbor and the supplies of the fleet were secured, even if Fort Morgan had held out indefinitely. In fact, the only sensible course open to its commander, General R.L. Page, was to evacuate the place and save its garrison, and as much of the material as possible. He was apparently incapable of so wise a resolution. He signaled Anderson to hold on at all hazards and bitterly blamed him for the surrender, and for his own part simply waited for Farragut and Granger to come and take him. This they did 2 weeks after Gaines surrendered. The fort was invested by the land forces and by a battery sent ashore from the fleet. The bombardment began at daylight on the 22nd of August, from the shore batteries and from the naval force inside the bay and outside in the Gulf, and continued all day. At night the citadel took fire. Early in the morning of the 23rd, an explosion was seen. At 6:30 the fort displayed the white flag. Terms of unconditional surrender were offered and accepted, and at 2 o'clock the Union forces took possession. Farragut then found, to his deep indignation, that most of the guns were spiked and the stores destroyed, that General Page and several of his officers had no swords to deliver up, while those that were surrendered were broken, an action which even the genial admiral characterized in his report as childish spitefulness. The harbor was thus secured, the outer defenses of Mobile captured, 104 guns and about 1,500 men taken, and the Gulf port closed forever to Confederate commerce and war. The city itself was now of no more importance than an island town, and amid the exigencies of the great campaigns that occupied the latter half of 1864, it was not thought advisable to detach the troops required for its capture. In March of the year 1865, at the opening of the final campaigns to which the Confederacy succumbed, General E.R.S. Canby moved with 2 corps against Mobile. It was then the headquarters of the department commanded by General Richard Taylor, General D.H. Maury being in immediate charge of the city and its defenses with a force of some 15,000 men. The force brought against it by Canby was nearly twice as great, and the Navy under Admiral Henry K. Thatcher, of course, made an overwhelming preponderance of strength. But the contest was not so unequal as it might seem. The city was strongly fortified on every side, and defended also by a network of streams. The water of the bay was so shallow that ships of heavy draught could not easily come within shelling distance of the town, and was everywhere thickly planted with torpedoes. Still, the forces controlled by Canby and Thatcher were sure, sooner or later, to take the place. It was determined to make the attack from the eastern side, where the defenses seemed less formidable than on the west. The 13th Corps, under Granger, with Grierson's cavalry, marched from Mobile Point around Bon Secours Bay, and General Steele, with a division of Negro soldiers, was sent from Pensacola direct upon Fort Blakely, a formidable work near the mouth of the Blakely, the west branch of the Tensaw River. He met with little opposition, except from Clanton's Alabama cavalry, which he defeated, capturing Clanton and 275 of his men, and arrived before Fort Blakely on the 29th of March, and there established the right of the Union line. A.J. Smith with the 16th Corps came next, and the 13th held the left. The right soon invested Fort Blakely. The left had already invested the so-called Spanish fort some 3 miles further south. The Navy moved up and crossed Dog River Bar, and opened on the rebel works with 5 ironclads and the double-ender Octorara. So thorough a search had been made for torpedoes that the Navy felt comparatively safe, but their confidence was misplaced. The Milwaukee was sunk on the 28th, the Osage the next day. The light draft Rodolph, coming to raise the Milwaukee, was herself sunk the 1st of April. And at a later period, after the campaign was ended, 4 other vessels were lost by the same effective means. On the evening of the 8th of April, the preparations having been completed, all the batteries from land and bay opened upon Spanish Fort, and a terrible fire was kept up until nearly midnight, when the guns of the fort were silenced, and the great place being no longer tenable, the garrison in great part escaped in the darkness. The Union troops entered the fort immediately and succeeded in capturing over 600 prisoners and 30 heavy guns. As soon as the sun rose on the 9th, the sun whose rising saw Sheridan athwart Lee's front at Appomattox, and whose setting saw the Confederate banners furled forever in Virginia, preparations were promptly made for the final assault upon Fort Blakely, which was to close the war in Alabama. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Steele ordered his forces to assault the fort. It was a strong work, surrounded with every obstacle which the Confederates had been able in a year's leisure to place before it. But the Union troops, flushed with success, went at it with such spirit that neither ditch, abatis, nor a storm of grape and canister could keep them out. The colored troops on the right of the line especially distinguished themselves by their courage and conduct in this final grapple with their former masters. At 7 o'clock, the Union forces were in possession of the work, with all the garrison, some 300 prisoners, and a great store of guns, flags, and small arms. They lost heavily in killed and wounded, about 1,000 to the Confederates' 500. Mobile was at the mercy of Canby and Thatcher. But 3 more days were required in which to complete the work. The fleet busied itself next day in clearing away torpedoes and working its way up abreast of the captured forts. The guns of Spanish Fort were now turned on Forts Huger and Tracy a little to the north, and the Navy aiding, the Confederates were driven from them on the 11th, and the Blue Jackets took possession. Commander Pierce Crosby continued his work with the torpedoes, reaping a plentiful harvest. He lifted that day 150. When a safe path was opened, Commander James S. Palmer, with the Octorara and the ironclads, threaded his way through the Blakely and Tensaw rivers to within a mile of Mobile, where the fair city lay helpless beneath his guns. Admiral Thatcher about the same time went directly across the bay with 8,000 troops under Gordon Granger towards the city, which at once surrendered. The Confederate army and navy had fled up the Tombigbee River, having previously sunk the ironclads Huntsville and Tuscaloosa, which had passed all their inglorious lives at the wharf. Commander Palmer was dispatched up the Tombigbee in pursuit of the flying Confederate navy, but the banks of that quiet stream were spared the spectacle of a naval battle. Commander E. Farrand surrendered his fleet of 1 ironclad and 4 river steamers at Citronelle on the 4th of May, at the same time that General Taylor capitulated with his army. 112 naval officers, 285 enlisted men, and 24 Marines were paroled, a proportion of epaulets, which showed how the Confederacy had gone to seed. A week before, the rebel navy in the Mississippi had come to a violent end. The ram Webb, which had gained a reputation in the West by the destruction of the Indianola, was ready for sea when the final catastrophe came at Appomattox. She was loaded with cotton, rosin, and turpentine, and her officers determined to make a bold break for freedom and a market. She passed New Orleans in broad day on the 24th of April, flying the Union flag and steaming rapidly down the river. She was recognized. A few ineffectual shots were fired at her, and 4 steamers started in pursuit. She had a good lead and might have escaped, but about 25 miles below the city she met the Richmond coming upstream. This was her sentence of death. Her commander ran her ashore and set her afire. Her inflammable cargo blazed up like tinder. Her crew scrambled on shore and were captured. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cal Taylor. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 9, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 11, The Chicago Surrender. The Democratic managers had called the National Convention of their party to meet on the 4th of July, 1864. But after the nomination of Fremont at Cleveland and of Lincoln at Baltimore, it was thought prudent to postpone it to a later date, in the hope that something in the chapter of accidents might arise to the advantage of the opposition. It appeared for a while as if this maneuver were to be successful. As a vessel shows its finest sailing qualities against a headwind, so the best political work is always done in the face of severe opposition. And as the Republican Party had as yet no enemy before it, the canvass, during its first months, seemed stricken with languor and apathy. The military situation was far from satisfactory. The terrible fighting in the Wilderness, succeeded by Grant's flank movement to the left, and the culmination of the campaign in a horrible slaughter at Cold Harbor, had profoundly shocked and depressed the country. The movement upon Petersburg, so far without decisive results, had contributed little of hope or encouragement. The campaign of Sherman in Georgia gave as yet no positive assurance of the brilliant result it afterwards attained. The Confederate raid into Maryland and Pennsylvania in July was the cause of great annoyance and exasperation. This untoward state of things in the field of military operations found its exact counterpart in the political campaign. Several circumstances contributed to divide and discourage the administration party. The resignation of Mr. Chase on the last day of June had seemed to not a few leading Republicans of the North as a presage of disintegration in the government. Mr. Greeley's mission at Niagara Falls, in spite of the wise and resolute attitude taken by the President in relation to peace negotiations, had unsettled and troubled the minds of many. The Democratic Party, not having as yet appointed a candidate nor formulated a platform, were free to devote all their leisure to attacks upon the administration, and the political fusilage continued with great energy throughout the summer months. The Republicans were everywhere on the defensive, having no objective point of attack in the opposite lines. The rebel emissaries in Canada, being in thorough concert with the leading peacemen of the North, redoubled their efforts to disturb the public tranquility, and not without success. Mr. Davis says of this period, political developments at the North favored the adoption of some action that might influence popular sentiment in the hostile section. The aspect of the peace party was quite encouraging, and it seemed that the real issue to be decided in the presidential election in that year was the continuance or cessation of the war. There is a remarkable concurrence between this view of Mr. Davis and that of Mr. Lincoln in a letter to a friend, which we have quoted in another place, referring to the emissaries at Niagara Falls and their interest in the Chicago Convention, and also to the expressions used by the Confederate authorities in their conversation with Jaquess. Mr. Lincoln said, "The present presidential contest will almost certainly be no other than a contest between a Union and a disunion candidate, disunion certainly following the success of the latter." Mr. Thompson, in his report of the operations of the rebel commission in Canada, claims that the results of the Niagara Falls Conference were the source of such encouragement to the peace party as to lead them to give up their half-formed project of insurrection in the Northwest in the hope of defeating Lincoln at the polls. In the midst of these discouraging circumstances, the manifesto of Wade-Davis appeared to add its depressing influence to the general gloom. It seemed for a time as if this action of two of the most prominent Republicans in either House of Congress would result in a serious defection from the Republican Party, though, in the end, the effect of the demonstration proved inconsiderable. General McClellan had before this time become the acknowledged leader of the Democratic Party in the North. It is true he was not the favorite candidate of the Democracy in most of the Western states, but in the powerful states of the seaboard, and especially in the large cities, he was the only person indicated by popular consent among the opposition and as the antagonist of Lincoln in the presidential canvass. His attitude, therefore, was a matter of grave preoccupation, not only to most of the leading Republicans, but even to the president himself. There have been, in the last 20 years, many conflicting stories in regard to the overtures made to him during the summer, but so far as can be ascertained, they were all the voluntary acts of overanxious friends of the president, and made without his knowledge or consent. As early as the month of June, 1863, Thurlow Weed conceived the idea that it would be of great advantage to the Union cause if General McClellan would take a prominent part in a great war meeting to be held in New York. With the knowledge and approval of the president, he approached the general with his purpose. He even suggested to him that the result might be the organization of a movement to make him the Union candidate for the presidency. We learned from Mr. Weed that General McClellan at first gave a favorable hearing to the proposition, but at the last moment withdrew his consent to preside at the meeting in a letter to which he said, "I am clear in the conviction that the policy governing the conduct of the war should be one looking not only to military success, but also to the ultimate reunion, and that it should consequently be such as to preserve the rights of all Union-loving citizens, whether they may be, as far as compatible with military necessity." The chance of identifying himself with the Union party thus passed away. Later in the season he came out in favor of the candidates of the peace faction in Pennsylvania. An attempt made in July 1864 by Francis P. Blair, the elder, to induce McClellan to withdraw from the canvass caused a great deal of gossip at the time, and led to such misstatements and exaggerations that Mr. Blair afterwards published a full and detailed account of his action. The venerable gentleman, sharing in the apprehension entertained by many as to the divisions and consequent weakness of the Union party, went to New York in the later part of July to make an effort at conciliation. "I went on this errand," said Mr. Blair, "without consulting the president, without giving him, directly or indirectly, the slightest intimation of my object, and, of course, without his authority. I apprised no one but my son." He first called upon the leading editors of the city. Mr. Bryant, though discontented with the administration, considered Mr. Lincoln, with all his abatements, the only man who could be relied upon for the defense of the Union. Mr. Greeley assured Mr. Blair that his best efforts would not be wanting to secure the peace of the country and the reelection of the president. Mr. Bennett of the Herald gave his ultimatum in a rockall Scottish accent. "Tell him to restore McClellan to the army, and he will carry the election by default." Through S.L.M. Barlow, Mr. Blair had a long and intimate conversation with General McClellan. He began by stating distinctly to him that he had not come from Mr. Lincoln, that he had no authority or even consent for him to make representations or overtures of any sort. He then urged him, with privilege of age and long friendship, to have nothing to do with the Chicago Convention, saying that if he accepted their nomination, he would be defeated. He pictured to him the dismal fate that awaits defeated candidates. He urged him to make himself the inspiring center and representative of the loyal Democrats of the North by writing a letter to Lincoln asking to be restored to service in the Army, declaring at the same time that he did not seek it with a view to recommend himself to the presidential nomination. In case the president should refuse this request, said Mr. Blair, he would then be responsible for the consequences. General McClellan received this well-meant advice in his customary manner. It is altogether probable that he did not believe a word of Mr. Blair's opening statement that this overture was without approval or privity of the president. It has no doubt seemed to him a political trick to induce him to decline a nomination to which he was already certain. He listened with his habitual courtesy and answered with his habitual indecision. He disclaimed any desire for the presidential candidacy. He thanked Mr. Blair for his friendly suggestions. He said he would give them deep consideration, that he was called to the country to seek a sick child, and regretted that he could not talk with him again. Mr. Blair came back from his useless mission and repeated to Mr. Lincoln what he had done, adding that he thought it probable that General McClellan would write to him. The president neither expressed approval nor disapprobation, says Mr. Blair in his letter, but his manner was as courteous and kind as General McClellan's had been. The political situation grew darker throughout the summer. At last, towards the end of August, the general gloom and depression enveloped the president himself. The Democrats had not yet selected their candidate nor opened their campaign. As in the field of theology, there is no militant virtue unless there is an active evil to oppose. So in that of politics, a party without an organized opposition appears to drop to pieces by its own weight. To use Mr. Lincoln's words, at this period we had no adversary and seemed to have no friends. For a moment he despaired of the success of the Union party in the coming election. He was not alone in this impression. It was shared by his leading friends and counselors. So experienced and astute a politician as Thurlow-Weed wrote on the 22nd of August, "When 10 days since I told Mr. Lincoln that his reelection was an impossibility, I also told him that the information would soon come to him through other channels. It is doubtless ere this reached him. At any rate, nobody here doubts it, nor do I see anyone from other states who authorizes the slightest hope of success. Mr. Raymond, who has just left me, says that unless some prompt and bold step be now taken, all is lost. The people are wild for peace. They are told that the president will only listen to terms of peace on condition that slavery be abandoned. Mr. Raymond thinks commissioners should be immediately sent to Richmond, offering to treat for peace on the basis of union. That something should be done and promptly done to give the administration a chance for his life is certain. Mr. Lincoln's action in this conjuncture was most original and characteristic. Feeling that the campaign was going against him, he made up his mind deliberately as to the course he should pursue, and unwilling to leave his resolution to the chances of the changed mood which might follow in a natural exasperation of defeat, he resolved to lay down for himself the course of action demanded by his present conviction of duty. He wrote on the 23rd of August the following memorandum: "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to cooperate with the President-elect as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he will have secured his election on such ground that he cannot possibly save it afterwards." He then folded and pasted the sheet in such manner that its contents could not be read, and as the cabinet came together, he handed this piece to each member successively, requesting them to write their names across the back of it. In this peculiar fashion, he pledged himself and the administration to accept loyally the anticipated verdict of the people against him, and to do their utmost to save the Union in the brief remainder of his term of office. He gave no intimation to any other member of the cabinet of the nature of the paper they had signed until after his triumphant reelection. The Democratic Convention was finally called to meet in Chicago on the 29th of August. Much was expected from the strength and the audacity which the peace party in the Northwest had recently displayed, and the day of the meeting of the convention was actually the date chosen by rebel emissaries in Canada and their agents in the western states for an outbreak which should effect that revolution in the Northwest, which was the vague and chimerical dream that had been so long cherished and caressed in Richmond and Toronto. About the time of the adjournment of Congress, the Democratic members of that body issued an address to their party, which, when read after 25 years, shows how blinded by partisan passion these intelligent and well-meaning gentlemen, neither better nor worse in most respects than the rest of their fellow citizens, had become. They charged, in effect, that there were only two classes of people supporting the government: those who were making money out of the war, and the radical abolitionists, and they called upon the indefinite abstraction which they named the country to throw out of office the administration of a government under favor of which these two classes of men nestle in power and gratify their unholy greed and their detestable passions. The party of the Union, that is to say, the majority of the people of the country, is called in this address a nightmare of corruption and fanaticism which is pressing out its very existence. The most remarkable feature of this singular document is its assumption that the people who were trying to save the Union and to reestablish its authority were influenced only by sentimental doctrines and the wild passions of fury and vengeance. "We do not decry a theory," these congressmen gravely said, "but we assert that statesmanship is concerned mainly in the domain of the practical, and that in the present imperfect condition of human affairs it is obliged to modify general ideas and adapt them to existing conditions." They called upon the country to sustain this calm and philosophic view of the function of statesmanship, to bring the sound elements of society to the surface, to purge the body politic of its unhealthy elements, and to substitute in places of public trust just and broad-minded, pure and liberal men in the place of radicals and corruptionists. This being done, they promised the millennium. A Democratic National Convention came together at the time appointed, but it is by no means sure that any real and permanent advantage had been gained by the delay. The scheme of the American Knights to inaugurate on that day their counter-revolution had, by the usual treachery of some of their members, been discovered and guarded against by a strong show of force in the city of Chicago, and its execution was postponed until the day of the November election. No great approach to harmony on the subject of peace or war had been made in the 2 months of observation and skirmishing which the managers had allowed themselves. The only manner in which the peace men and the war Democrats could arrive at an agreement was by mutual deception. The war Democrats, led by the delegation from New York, were working for a military candidate, and the peace Democrats, under the redoubtable leadership of Mr. Vallandigham, who had returned from Canada and was allowed to remain at large by the half-contemptuous and half-calculated lenity of the government he defied, bent all their energies to a clear statement of their principles in the platform. August Belmont, a German by birth and the representative of the Rothschilds' banking house, called the delegates to order, informing them that the future of the Republic rested in their hands. 4 years of misrule, he said, by a sectional, fanatical, and corrupt party have brought our country to the very verge of ruin, he gravely stated, expecting it to be believed, and apparently believing it himself, that the results of such a calamity as the reelection of Mr. Lincoln must be the utter disintegration of our whole political and social system amidst bloodshed and anarchy. This German banker promised the convention that the American people would rush to the support of its candidate and platform, provided you will offer to their suffrage a tried patriot. This vague reference to McClellan was greeted with applause from the Eastern delegates. Mr. Belmont said, "We are not here, not as war Democrats, nor as peace Democrats, but as citizens of the great Republic." And he named as temporary chairman William Bigler, formerly governor of Pennsylvania. Mr. Bigler made a brief speech charging upon the Republicans all the woes of the country, and saying that the men now in authority, because of the feud which they have so long maintained with violent and unwise men of the South, and because of a blind fanaticism about an institution of some of the states in relation to which they have no duties to perform and no responsibilities to bear, are rendered incapable of adopting the proper means to rescue our country, our whole country, from its present lamentable condition. The usual committees were appointed, and Clement V. Vallandigham was presented by his state delegation as a member of the Committee on Platform. Several resolutions were offered in open convention, one by Washington Hunt of New York suggesting a convention of the states, one by Thomas L. Price of Missouri for a demonstration in favor of the freedom and purity of the elective franchise, and one by Alexander Long of Ohio, a furious advocate of peace, who had attained the distinction of censure by the Congress of the United States, suggested that a committee proceed forthwith to Washington to demand of Mr. Lincoln the suspension of the draft until after the election. Governor Seymour of New York was chosen permanent chairman of the convention. He made a long and eloquent speech full of abstract devolution to the Union and denunciation of all of the measures that had hitherto been taken to save it. "This administration," he said, "cannot now save this Union if it would. It has, by its own proclamations, by vindictive legislation, by displays of hate and passion, placed obstacles in its own pathway which it cannot overcome, and has hampered its own freedom of action by unconstitutional acts." But Mr. Seymour did not mourn as one without hope. He continued, "If the administration cannot save this Union, we can. Mr. Lincoln values many things above the Union. We put it first of all. He thinks a proclamation worth more than a peace. We think the blood of our people more precious than the edicts of the President. We demand no conditions for the restoration of our Union. We are shackled with no hates, no prejudice, no passions." And so, as he imagined, without prejudice, without hatred, and without passion, he went on denouncing his government and the majority of his fellow citizens with eloquent fury to the end of his speech. His address was greeted at its close with loud applause, not unmingled with calls on the part of the peace men from Vallandigham. The latter did not respond at that moment, but the most weighty utterance of the convention was his, nevertheless. The second resolution of the platform, reported by the chairman, James Guthrie of Kentucky. There had been on the organization of the committee a contest between Guthrie and Vallandigham for the chairmanship. Through the artifices of Cassidy, Tilden, and other New York politicians, Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky received 12 votes to 8 for Vallandigham, but whatever managers may accomplish, the strongest man with the most force behind him generally has his way, and when the committee got to work, Vallandigham carried too many guns for Guthrie. He wrote, to use his own words, the material resolution of the Chicago platform, and carried it through the subcommittee and the general committee in spite of the most desperate, persistent opposition on the part of Cassidy and his friends, Mr. Cassidy in an adjoining room laboring to defeat it. This Vallandigham resolution is the only one in the platform worth quoting. All the rest were a string of more commonplaces, declaring devotion to the Union, denouncing interference of the military in elections, enumerating of the illegal and arbitrary acts of the government, expressing the sympathy of the convention with soldiers and sailors and prisoners of war. But the clause written by Mr. Vallandigham and by him forced upon his party, resolved that this convention does explicitly declare, as the sense of the American people, that after 4 years of failure to restore the Union by the experiment of war, during which, under the pretense of a military necessity, or war power higher than the Constitution itself has been disregarded in every part, and public liberty and private right alike trodden down, and the material prosperity of the country essentially impaired. Justice, humanity, liberty, and the public welfare demand that immediate efforts be made for a cessation of hostilities with a view to an ultimate convention of the states, or other peaceable means, to the end that at the earliest practical moment peace may be restored on the basis of the federal union of the states. It is altogether probable that this distinct proposition of surrender to the Confederates might have been modified or defeated in full convention if the war Democrats had the courage of their convictions, but they were so intent upon the nomination of McClellan that they considered the question of platform as of secondary importance, and these fatal resolutions were therefore adopted without debate, and the convention passed to the nomination of candidates. General McClellan was nominated by John P. Stockton of New Jersey, followed by S.S. Cox of Ohio. Willard Salisbury of Delaware nominated L.W. Powell of Kentucky, who, with compliments, declined. Mr. Stewart, in behalf of the peace faction from Ohio, nominated T.H. Seymour of Connecticut, and Charles A. Wickliffe of Kentucky raised the specter of the old-fashioned democracy in the convention by nominating ex-President Pierce in a speech more amusing than effective. McClellan received 174 votes, but before the result was declared, the vote was raised upon revision to 202. Seymour received a little more than 1/10 of that number. Mr. Vallandigham, who had taken possession of the convention through his platform, now adopted the candidate also, and put the seal of his sinister approval upon General McClellan by moving that his nomination be made unanimous, which was done with great cheering. Mr. Wickliffe, the comic old man of the convention, then offered a resolution that General McClellan, immediately after his inauguration in March next, should open Abraham Lincoln's prison doors and let the captives free. Mr. Guthrie and George H. Pendleton, the principal names mentioned in the first ballot for vice president, but on the second New York changed from Guthrie to Pendleton, and, all the other candidates being withdrawn, he was nominated unanimously. Pendleton came to the stand and briefly addressed the convention, accepting the nomination and promising to continue faithful to those principles which lie at the very bottom of the organization of the Democratic Party. The convention did not adjourn as usual Sunday on the motion of Mr. Wickliffe, who said that the delegates from the West were of the opinion that circumstances may occur between now and the 4th of March next, which will make it proper for the democracy of the country to meet in convention again. The convention resolved to remain as organized, subject to be called at any time and place that the Executive National Committee shall designate. The motives of this action were not avowed. It was taken as significant warning that the leaders of the Democratic Party held themselves ready for any extraordinary measures which the exigencies of time might provoke or invite. The New Yorkers had, however, the last word. Mr. Seymour, as chairman of the convention, was chairman of the committee to inform McClellan of his nomination, and before he wrote the letter Atlanta had fallen, the tide had turned, and the winds of popular opinion, which had seemed stagnant throughout the midsummer, now began to blow favorably to the national cause. The committee, in their letter, dated a week after the convention adjourned, said, "Be assured that those for whom we speak were animated with the most earnest, devoted, and prayerful desire for the salvation of the American Union and preservation of the Constitution of the United States, and the accomplishment of these objects was a guiding and impelling motive in every mind. And we may be permitted to add that their purpose to maintain the Union is manifested in their selection as their candidate of one whose life has been devoted to its cause, while it is their earnest hope and confident belief that your election will restore to our country union, peace, and constitutional liberty." The general answered on the same date. He also felt, with the New York politicians, that the poison of death was in the platform of the convention, that if he accepted it pure and simple, the campaign was hopeless. His only possible chance for success was in his war record. His position as a candidate on a platform of dishonorable peace was no less desperate than ridiculous. He therefore, in his letter of acceptance, renewed his assurances of devotion to the Union, the Constitution, the laws, and the flag of his country. He said, "The reestablishment of the Union in all of its integrity is and must continue to be the indispensable condition in any settlement. So soon as it is clear or even probable that our present adversaries are ready for peace, upon the basis of the Union, we should exhaust all the resources of statesmanship practiced by civilized nations and taught by the traditions of the American people, consistent with the honor and interest of the country, to secure such peace, reestablish a union, and guarantee for future the constitutional rights of every state. The Union is the one condition of peace. We ask no more. Let me add, what I doubt not was, although unexpressed, the sentiment of the Convention, as it is of the people they represent, that when any one state is willing to return to the Union, it should be received at once, with a full guarantee of all its constitutional rights. But the Union must be preserved at all hazards. I could not look in the face of my gallant comrades of the Army and Navy, who have survived so many bloody battles, and tell them that their labors and their sacrifice of so many of their slain and wounded brethren had been in vain, that we had abandoned that Union for which we have so often periled our lives. A vast majority of our people, whether in the Army and Navy or at home, would, as I would, hail with unbounded joy the permanent restoration of peace, on the basis of the Union under the Constitution, without the effusion of another drop of blood. But no peace can be permanent without union. Having thus absolutely repudiated the platform upon which he was nominated, he coolly concluded, believing that the views here expressed are those of the Convention and of the people you represent, I accept the nomination. Upon this contradictory body of doctrine, McClellan began his campaign. The platform of Convention was the law, his letter was the gospel, and the orators of the party might reconcile the two according to their sympathies of the ingenuity, but the Ohio wing had no hesitation in taking its stand. The Chicago platform, said Mr. Vallandigham, speaking from the same platform with Mr. Pendleton on the 16th of September, enunciated its policies and principle by authority, and was binding upon every Democrat, and by them the Democratic administration must and should be governed. It was the only authorized exposition of the Democratic creed, and he repudiated all others. And a week afterwards he went still further, and specifically contradicted General McClellan. He said, "The two principal points in the letter of acceptance to which I object were brought before the committee. The one containing a threat of future wars was unanimously rejected. The other, to the effect that until the states and the people of the South had returned to the Union, we would not exhaust these arts of statesmanship, as they are called, received but 3 votes in that committee, though presented almost in the very words of the letter itself." End of chapter 11.